In a tense throne room, the king furiously declares he will banish Lunaria Alfonsolfege from the royal capital as she stares back with cold defiance. This triggers a memory of a grand ball where her former fiancé, the prince, publicly announces her downfall is a consequence of her arrogance while he walks away with another woman before a crowd of judging eyes. The shock of his words rings in her ears as she remembers him calling out her name, Lunaria. Her mind flashes back further to a lonely childhood where her mother berated her for tripping, calling her a crybaby and an ill-mannered child who only pretends to be talented. She remembers her entire family, mother, father, and sister, looking down on her with contempt as her mother raised a hand to punish her yet again. Even the servants tormented her, accidentally splashing a bucket of freezing water on her in a cold hallway and laughing behind their hands. They mocked her with false concern, sarcastically commenting on how refreshing cold water must feel in the dead of winter, Lady Lunaria. The constant taunts and condescending names echoed in her mind as she internally screamed, wondering what was wrong with everyone around her. Back in the ballroom, the other woman, Mana Primera, condescendingly calls her a sad person with no compassion, wholeheartedly agreeing with the prince's judgment. Mana, glowing with a righteous light, points at her and demands that Lunaria reflect on her wicked actions. Then, before the entire assembly, Mana publicly declares that Lunaria Alfonsolfege is a villainess, sealing her fate in this story. This entire scene is from an Otome game, where Lunaria is cast as the hated antagonist, a thorny beauty with a piercing gaze. A modern woman, walking home late at night, reflects on the game, finding it strange that Lunaria alone suffers such harsh treatment simply because her thorns make others uncomfortable. The woman clenches her fist with determination, thinking that if she were by Lunaria's side, she would support her with everything she had. She wishes deeply that she could somehow be close to Lunaria. Suddenly, her eyes snap open with a jolt. She finds herself groaning on a cold, ornate floor, completely disoriented. As she sits up, she mutters about falling asleep on the floor again but then pauses, realizing something is terribly wrong with her surroundings. She looks around a magnificent, unfamiliar bedroom, filled with luxurious furniture and a grand four-poster bed, and desperately wonders where she is. Trying to make sense of it all, she recalls her last memories of working overtime and taking the train home as usual. A wave of shock and confusion washes over her face. She touches her own face in disbelief, thinking this can't possibly be real, yet the feeling is undeniable. She stumbles towards a vanity mirror, her heart pounding as she questions the figure she sees reflected in it. The mirror reveals a stunning young woman with long, shining hair, captivating sapphire blue eyes, and a supple, toned body. She slowly realizes that this body isn't hers. Looking closer, she sees the unmistakable face of Lunaria Alfonsolfege staring back at her in horrified recognition. Her mind races, recalling Lunaria's profile from the game, Angel's Protection is with you, a powerful magician from the esteemed Solfege family, one of the 4 great duchies. Lunaria Alfonsolfege, a name now tied to her own existence. She touches her new face, a blush spreading across her cheeks as she admits to herself that Lunaria has always been her absolute favorite character. Overjoyed, she pinches her cheek to confirm this isn't a dream, marveling at how Lunaria is just as beautiful as she had always imagined. Once the reality sinks in that she's not dreaming, she throws her hands up in frustration, demanding to know what is going on. She rushes to the window and is greeted by the breathtaking sight of a sprawling estate and a magnificent garden of blooming roses. She instantly recognizes the scene from the game. The scarlet crimson roses confirm she is truly within the Solfege family's estate. Looking out, she identifies the main building in the distance and realizes she is in the annex, the very place Lunaria was forced to live in isolation. The room's interior perfectly matches the detailed descriptions from the limited edition game booklet, confirming this is Lunaria's bedroom. For a moment, she gets sidetracked by her own nerdy knowledge, trying to recall if the booklet was a special pre-order bonus. But she quickly shakes her head, snapping back to reality and yelling at herself that the real problem is why she has woken up as Lunaria. She desperately tries to remember what happened the night before, recalling getting off the train and stopping at a convenience store. She feels like she's about to remember something crucial that happened right after that. A painful memory flashes through her mind. She sees a memory of an ornate dagger and realizes with a start that these memories aren't her own. They are Lunaria's memories, flooding into her consciousness. She sees through Lunaria's eyes as she held that same dagger, whispering that she was tired of it all and asking her deceased mother for forgiveness. She feels the chilling phantom sensation of a blade digging into her throat and understands with horror that Lunaria had tried to take her own life. But as she processes this, she thinks that given the constant abuse Lunaria endured, her actions were tragically understandable. She wonders if Lunaria actually committed suicide, but then her extensive knowledge of the game kicks in, and she recalls that such a scenario never existed in any of the game's routes. She knows this for a fact because she had obsessively played through every single path to uncover all of Lunaria's hidden backstory, concluding that it was no surprise Lunaria had lost the will to live. The game's narrative explained that after her mother's death, Lunaria was subjected to severe abuse within her own home. The new stepmother and the servants she brought with her were especially cruel, making Lunaria's life a living hell. Her story was a twisted version of Cinderella, surrounded by enemies with no fairy godmother to save her. Her primary tormentors were the game's main love interests, the Crown Prince and his entourage, as well as the story's protagonist. To protect herself from them all, Lunaria had no choice but to hone her magic until it was unrivaled and overwhelmingly powerful. Despite achieving outstanding results at school through her sheer effort, she was still met with envy and mistreatment from everyone around her. As the designated villainess, the game was rigged against her, with every single route leading to a tragic end, either banishment or death. Her fate was as pitiful as a crushed rose, destined for suffering no matter what choices were made. Looking in the mirror, she wonders if the game's creators had a personal vendetta against strong, seemingly cold characters like Lunaria. She personally always preferred a thorny but strong-willed character like Lunaria over the sweet and universally adored protagonist. She then sees a faint image of the real Lunaria collapsing right where she now stands. Her eyes fall upon a small, ornate dagger lying on the floor, realizing it must have fallen from Lunaria's hand when she collapsed. A wave of sorrow washes over her as she comprehends the sheer desperation that must have driven her favorite character to this point. She instinctively touches her neck, searching for the wound from the dagger. There's nothing. Not a single scratch, which confuses her because she distinctly felt the sensation of the blade piercing her skin. A bead of nervous sweat trickles down her face as she looks around the room. Her gaze lands on a chair, where she sees a ghostly apparition of Lunaria sitting forlornly. The spirit of Lunaria whispers into the empty room, lamenting that she can't even die of her own free will. The ghostly figure looks down, consumed by despair. The new Lunaria calls out her name, her voice trembling. The spirit turns slightly, murmuring that she's had enough of this life. She realizes with a start that the Lunaria she's admired for so long is truly right there behind her, not just a figment of her imagination. Lunaria's spirit says it's time for her to go, and the girl fears that if she turns, the vision will disappear forever. "Wait, Lunaria," she cries out, pleading with her to stay just a moment longer. She begs the spirit not to go, her voice cracking as she confesses how long she has wanted to meet her. The spirit wistfully wonders if she managed to fulfill her role properly in the end. Overcome with emotion, the girl clutches her chest. With tears streaming down her face, she cries out that Lunaria did more than enough. Hearing this, Lunaria's spirit offers a faint, gentle smile of relief. And then she begins to fade into particles of light. The girl watches in tearful desperation as her idol disappears before her very eyes. She lunges forward, shouting Lunaria's name one last time, trying to grasp at the fading light. She is left alone in the silent room, her face etched with grief and disbelief. She lets out a choked sob. Then she clutches her head, trying to process the overwhelming encounter. Taking a shaky breath, she whispers to herself and to the memory of the girl she now embodies, "It's all right now, Lunaria." Wiping the tears from her eyes, she steels her expression and vows to do her best from this moment on. She takes a deep, steadying breath, her resolve hardening. She stands tall, her grief replaced by a newfound purpose. "Let's look over the situation," she says to herself, her voice now firm and clear. She strides across the room and throws open the large window with a resounding bang. With a fiercely determined gaze, she looks out at the world she has been thrown into, ready to change her favorite character's tragic fate. As she surveys the estate, she notes that the main building is completely unharmed. This is strange because according to the game's backstory, the building should have been partially destroyed by Lunaria's magical outburst before the story even began, a result of the constant abuse she suffered from her family. This crucial detail means she has arrived in this world before the game's plot officially starts, right at the very beginning of a new timeline. She reflects on how the magical outburst was just a plot device to establish Lunaria as a formidable villainess, with the cause only briefly mentioned as her harsh family environment. But for now, there are no signs that such an event has occurred yet, giving her a clean slate. She is certain this is the world of the game, Tenkago. But two key things are different from the original story. First, Lunaria's body somehow survived the suicide attempt without a scratch, and second, her own soul has taken over Lunaria's, for reasons she can't possibly comprehend. With these two facts established, her path forward becomes crystal clear. She realizes the original Lunaria tried to force an early exit from her tragic fate, leaving her to take the stage in her place. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes down the hall. A maid bursts into the room with a scowl, demanding to know what all the noise is about. Lunaria instantly recognizes her as one of the servants who relentlessly tormented the original Lunaria. The maid saunters in with a mocking smirk, commenting on how funny it was to hear her yelling and sarcastically asking who on earth she was talking to. She then peeks under the bed with a sneer, accusingly asking if Lunaria had secretly brought a man into her room. Finding nothing, she dismisses the idea with a disappointed sigh. Lunaria silently fumes, thinking the maid has absolutely no shred of decency. The maid then cruelly calls her creepy for talking to herself in an empty room. She leans in close, her voice dripping with venom as she whispers that she heard the late Duchess was insane, so the daughter must be a crazy woman too. What a pity. Lunaria's heart aches, realizing the original Lunaria must have endured such vile words every single day until her spirit was finally broken. The maid then spots a beautiful necklace, snatches it away, and declares she'll hold on to it, accusing Lunaria of stealing it from her father's belongings and calling her a shameless little girl. A fierce, determined glint appears in Lunaria's eyes as she knows exactly what she has to do. She silently vows to turn this cruel and ridiculous fate completely upside down for the sake of the girl she now embodies. A wave of icy magic erupts from her, causing the maid to shriek in shock as the temperature plummets. Lunaria coldly declares that she will make every single person who pushed her into a corner realize the gravity of their actions. The maid cries out in terror as the ice rapidly creeps up her body. Lunaria stands tall and powerful as jagged pillars of ice erupt from the floor all around her. With a swift, decisive gesture, she finishes her thought, proclaiming that they will all learn that this is her domain now as the maid lets out one final shriek. The maid is instantly encased in a thick prison of solid ice, her terrified expression frozen in time. Lunaria stands over her, the magical energy swirling around her as ice covers the room. Her expression is cold and unyielding, a stark contrast to the despair of her predecessor. She calmly informs the frozen maid not to worry, as she's left a small air hole, and since it's a warm day, she's sure to thaw out eventually. She takes a step forward, the ice on the floor cracking under her heel. With a wicked little smile, she leans toward the ice statue and sarcastically asks, "Isn't it nice and cold?" Just as the servants once mocked her. Having dealt with her first tormentor, she turns her attention to her next objective. Suddenly, a loud ding rings through the air, catching her off guard. She looks around, surprised by the sudden sound. Her eyes widen as she wonders what this new sound could be. A translucent window, exactly like one from a video game, materializes before her, presenting a choice regarding the magic bell that proves the heir of the Solfege family. Ring it, or don't ring it. The scene cuts to a massive, ornate bell glowing with immense magical power. Elsewhere in the mansion, servants hear the resounding toll and wonder what the sound could possibly be. A stern-looking butler recognizes the noble tone instantly, his eyes wide with disbelief. He and another servant rush through the halls, calling for the stepmother with urgency. In another room, Lunaria's stepsister Nevia clutches her ears in annoyance, complaining about the nerve-wracking sound. Her mother, the stepmother Rufemia, looks on with cold disdain, remarking that it seems the dog is trying to bite its owner's hands. She stares into the distance with a calculating gaze, wondering what Lunaria could possibly be plotting. Nevia is aghast, her face a mask of fury as she stammers, "How dare that?" Rufemia's expression darkens as she mutters with contempt, "That little girl." Back in her room, Lunaria stares in shock at the floating option window before her. She recognizes the ornate design as being identical to the user interface from the game, Tenkago. This solidifies her realization that she truly has been transported into the game world she loved. The choices flicker before her, patiently waiting for her to make a decision. She finds this development incredibly strange, as Lunaria was the villainess, not a playable character, and therefore never had choices like this in the original game. The choice is clear: Ringing the bell means claiming her position as the head of the family and starting a direct confrontation with her father and stepmother, while not ringing it is the passive path the original Lunaria would have taken. She remembers how the original Lunaria desperately tried to believe in her twisted fate, hoping her family would one day repent and become respectable people. With a heavy heart and a hardened gaze, she concludes that they were never worth Lunaria's hope. She stands before the glowing options, her long hair flowing as if moved by an unseen wind. Without a shred of hesitation, she reaches out and firmly presses the Ring It option. She braces herself, wondering what is supposed to happen now that she's defied the original story. An immense surge of magical power erupts from her body, flowing outwards. A massive, shimmering ring of light bursts from the top of the main estate, signaling the bell's toll to the entire world. She understands now that her magic was used to activate the legendary bell. From this point forward, she will be venturing into the unknown, a world beyond the game's predetermined routes, and she can't help but wish for a save and load feature. Her thoughts are interrupted by a loud, insistent banging on her bedroom door. A polite but firm voice from the other side says, "Please excuse me." Recognizing the voice, she grants him permission to enter, her expression unreadable. The door opens to reveal a man in a butler's uniform and glasses peeking inside. He rushes into the room, his eyes wide with alarm as he calls out her name, "Lady Lunaria." Her own eyes widen in surprise at his sudden appearance. The butler, Kyle, freezes in his tracks, staring in utter shock at the maid frozen in a block of ice and asking just what happened here. Lunaria calmly turns to him, remarking that it's rare to see him so surprised, and addresses him by his name, Kyle. She nonchalantly gestures to the frozen maid, explaining it away as an ice sculpture of an impudent servant. Her mind flashes to the game's lore, recalling that Kyle, while serving the new Duchess, was secretly still loyal to Lunaria's deceased mother. He is Kyle, the head butler, a man who has served the Solfege family for over 30 years and a hidden ally. She knows that her stepmother's new servants are her enemies, but she holds out hope for the loyalty of the original staff. Kyle looks at her with a serious expression and asks if she just heard the sound of a bell. He presses further, his gaze intense, asking if she truly understands what that sound signifies. Standing with her arms crossed, she confidently admits that she was the one who rang the magic bell, the undeniable proof of her status as the Solfege heir. Kyle's expression grows even more grave as he warns her that declaring herself the head of the family is the same as declaring all-out war on her father and his new family. She meets his gaze without flinching and replies with absolute certainty, "Yes, of course I do." She challenges him further, asking with a defiant glare if there's a problem with that. Kyle's stern facade finally breaks as he realizes that the time has finally come. He clutches his chest, his voice thick with emotion as he confesses that he has been eagerly waiting for this very moment to arrive. In a stunning display of loyalty, he bows deeply before her, addressing her not as, "my lady," but with the proper title she has just claimed, "Your Grace, the Duchess of Solfege." Lunaria listens silently, her expression unchanged but her mind racing. Kyle then assures her that she wasn't alone in her suffering and that other allies within the mansion have been waiting for her to rise up. She turns towards the window, her back to him, and quietly apologizes for keeping him waiting for so long. Kyle begins to explain that he had always tried to believe that her father would eventually come to his senses and protect his own daughter from her cruel stepmother and stepsister. But she cuts him off, her voice laced with icy rage, as she declares that she has finally realized what this rotten house truly needs is a thorough cleaning of its garbage. She looks back at him over her shoulder, a quiet understanding passing between them as she says, "So you've always been on my side, Kyle." She calmly tells Kyle she understands he couldn't act sooner since his position required him to serve her father. Kyle reveals it was her late mother's dying wish that no one help Lunaria until she was ready to stand up for herself. He confesses with a heavy heart that he wanted to abandon his position countless times just to save her from her suffering. Lunaria offers a knowing smile, understanding now that her mother had placed immense trust in him. Kyle's expression hardens as he confirms there is no need for her to doubt his loyalty any longer. She then asks if any other servants are willing to follow her and instructs him to bring them here immediately. To her surprise, the sound of many footsteps claps down the hallway. The door bursts open to reveal Kyle leading a large assembly of butlers and maids who have already gathered in anticipation of her command. Lunaria is visibly stunned and moved by the sheer number of allies she unknowingly possessed. The servants all rally behind her, addressing her as Duchess and vowing to fight by her side and do everything they can to help. With the powerful magic she has honed and a newfound army at her back, she confidently declares that they are ready for what's to come. She reflects on her complete preparations, now armed with loyal people and the extensive knowledge she gained from playing Tenkago over and over. With a wicked grin and a swirling orb of magic forming in her palm, she announces it's time to dispose of the worthless trash that has infested her home. She slams the door behind her, ready to lead the charge. She leads her new allies to a more suitable guest room in the annex, remarking that her bedroom is no place for a strategy meeting. Inside the room, which perfectly matches the game's reference materials, she gazes at a large, elegant portrait of the late Duchess, her biological mother. Suddenly, a maid rushes in to warn her that their enemies have arrived. A group led by her stepmother and stepsister marches menacingly down the corridor towards them. The stepmother Euphemia leads the pack, her expression cold and severe as she wields a riding crop. A loyal maid urgently tells Lunaria that they are coming this way. Lunaria remarks that they arrived faster than she expected and quickly conjures a swirling magical shield, noting that even villains have some form of organization. Euphemia and Nevia stop in their tracks, looking up at the annex now encased in a glowing hexagonal barrier. Her allies stare in wonder at the sudden shield, and she calmly explains that she put up a magic barrier. She adds that it won't last long against them but will buy her the time she needs. Kyle is completely astonished, questioning how she could have erected a barrier around the entire building in a mere instant. He looks at her with newfound respect, admitting he had no idea she had become so proficient with her magic. Lunaria quickly changes the subject, stating there's something important she must do before they are interrupted and asks Kyle for the location of the magic stone. Kyle confirms that he knows where it is. He presents her with an ornate box, opening it to reveal a glowing, inscribed stone as he declares, "It's right here." Taking the stone, she smirks, impressed that he was so thoroughly prepared for this moment. She gives him a swift order to summon the crow immediately, which he acknowledges without hesitation. Holding the magic stone, she announces that she will now open the gate. The stone shines with a brilliant light as Kyle thinks to himself that the king must be informed of the birth of the new Duchess of Sulfish. She presses the stone against the wall, and a massive, intricate magic circle materializes out of thin air. The circle expands into a swirling portal of light. The portal stabilizes, revealing a clear view of the royal castle on the other side, and she confirms that the gate is now open. Her loyal servants gasp in awe, finally seeing the legendary gate they had only heard stories about. Meanwhile, Kyle performs a separate ritual, opening an ancient tome and chanting for his familiar to appear. The pages of the book flip rapidly as magic gathers. A small, winged creature with the body of a rabbit and roses for eyes emerges from the glowing pages. Kyle quickly scribbles a message on a piece of parchment. The familiar takes the note in its mouth and speeds away on its mission. Kyle sends his familiar off to the king with the urgent news. The new Duchess of the Sulfish family, one of the 4 great duchies, has been born. Lunaria turns to her assembled allies, giving them one final chance to back out now that she is officially opposing her father and stepmother. Kyle simply smiles and asks what her next command is. She explains that while she should normally go to the castle immediately to pay her respects, there's something else she must do first. Outside, Euphemia furiously orders her men to break through the barrier, dismissing it as the work of a mere little girl. One of her brutish guards scoffs and cracks his knuckles. He tosses his weapon aside and pushes against the magical shield with all his strength. With a final, mighty punch, the barrier shatters into pieces with a loud bang. A maid warns Lunaria that the barrier has been broken and their enemies are on their way, but Lunaria simply smirks, saying it's time for the first major cleaning in a long time and asks if everyone is ready for a fight. Kyle and the loyal servants stand resolute, declaring that they will ensure everything shines without leaving a single speck of dust behind. Lunaria's smile widens, eager for the impending confrontation. The door to the room begins to rumble as it's forced open from the outside. Her stepsister Nevia peeks in, mockingly asking what they were doing sneaking around. Euphemia follows, striding in with her entourage and condescendingly offering Lunaria a chance to speak her last words. Lunaria stands her ground and sincerely thanks them for coming. With a terrifyingly sweet smile, she adds that she is absolutely ecstatic they all came to congratulate her on becoming the new Duchess of Sulfish. She addresses her stepmother Euphemia, her lovely sister Nevia, and all their underlings, sarcastically correcting herself to say loyal servants. Euphemia and Nevia are frozen in absolute shock, their faces twisted in disbelief as they stammer, "Just who's the Duchess now?" Lunaria repeats her earlier defiant words with a cold stare, asking if there is a problem with her claim. Her sinister smile returns as she declares once more that it's time to dispose of the worthless trash. Her expression is one of pure, unadulterated contempt. She stands before them, a figure of newfound power and authority. Her smile is wide and unnerving, a promise of the pain she is about to inflict. A flashback begins, showing Euphemia telling a younger, terrified Lunaria that she needs to be punished. Euphemia then viciously slaps the child across a long hallway. The young Lunaria groans in pain as she collapses onto the cold floor. Euphemia and Nevia look down on her with utter disdain, a common occurrence in her childhood. The scene shows the constant cycle of abuse she was forced to endure. But despite it all, a small part of her still clung to the hope that her family would one day return to normal. She tearfully asked them why they treated her so cruelly. Nevia feigned innocence, mockingly asking what she meant and acting as if they had done nothing wrong. Euphemia sneered that as the pampered daughter of the late Duchess, she had grown into an arrogant child. She cruelly reminded Lunaria that her mother was dead and now she was nothing but a poor, pathetic little girl. Euphemia then grabbed her by the chin, ordering the little brat to learn her place in the new hierarchy. The chapter ends, titled, "Magic is the best torture device." Back in the present, Euphemia scoffs, asking if Lunaria didn't hear her earlier insults. Lunaria calmly repeats her declaration, stating that she is now the official head of the Solfege family, and might she add, the new head. Euphemia and Nevia can only stare back at the composed girl and her wall of loyal servants. Euphemia lets out a small, disbelieving laugh. Then her face contorts in rage as she calls Lunaria's declaration such utter bullshit. Lunaria's eyes widen ever so slightly at the raw vulgarity. With a venomous smile, Euphemia calls her a conceited, incompetent little girl. She insists that Lunaria must be kidding because there is absolutely no way she could ever be the head of the family. Euphemia continues to rant, unable to accept the sudden shift in power. Lunaria cuts her off with a cool, dismissive tone. "You say the strangest things, stepmother." Euphemia's lip twitches in fury at the blatant disrespect. Nevia immediately jumps to her mother's defense, shouting that she can't talk to her mother like that when she is always keeping Lunaria in her thoughts. Nevia reacts with shock, calling her sister's words terrible. Euphemia puts on a fake, gentle smile and tells Lunaria not to misunderstand, claiming that everything she does is for Lunaria's own sake. Lunaria coolly replies that she was not aware of any such kindness. She then lists all the cruelties she has endured, being drenched in freezing water, tripped on purpose, and having her clothes destroyed, and sarcastically asks if all of that was also for her benefit. Euphemia feigns innocence, calling the accusation terrible and claiming she would never harm her precious family. Lunaria presses on, pointing out that the servants who tormented her were all brought here by Euphemia and are clearly on her side. Euphemia continues to play dumb, suggesting the servants might have acted on their own while doubting such things ever even happened. She then mockingly wonders if being paranoid is a family trait and claims that being falsely accused is unbearable. Nevia chimes in, agreeing that it must be just another one of her sister's baseless assumptions. Euphemia dismisses Lunaria's claims, saying she's just a desperate girl making things up and that's the real reason she rang the bell and rallied the servants against them. Nevia, confused by the loyal servants standing behind Lunaria, asks what they're doing and remarks that they look like her sister's royal guard. Euphemia addresses the loyal staff with disgust, calling them ungrateful for daring to stand up to their employer. One of the loyal butlers retorts that their true master is Lady Lunaria, but Euphemia cuts him off, furious that a mere servant dares to speak. She warns him that Lunaria isn't the only one who needs to be punished for her insolence. She then orders her guards to toss the insolent servant out, telling them to be polite about it. One of the brutish guards cracks his knuckles and grabs the loyal butler by the face. But before he can act, the guard is zapped by a powerful bolt of electricity, his entire body convulsing as Lunaria stands calmly nearby with Kyle. The guard collapses to the ground, unconscious, leaving Euphemia and Nevia speechless. A faint crackle of electricity dances on Lunaria's fingertips as she watches them with a cold gaze. Kyle apologizes for being a hindrance, but Lunaria simply tells him she appreciates his concern. Her loyal maids watch in awe, exclaiming, "That's Lady Lunaria for you." Nevia and Rufemia are outraged, demanding to know how she dares to use offensive magic against a person. Lunaria turns the accusation back on them, asking if it's truly outrageous to protect a subordinate from a bloodthirsty beast and pointing out that Rufemia was the one who set the beast loose in the first place. Rufemia can only seethe in silent rage, shocked that Lunaria would dare to speak to her in such a way. Lunaria simply offers a smug, knowing smile. She thinks to herself that this must all be very puzzling for her stepmother, as the once silent and enduring Lunaria has suddenly rebelled out of nowhere. They haven't grasped the situation yet, thinking this is a simple coup when in reality, the power has always been on her side. Seeing her guards hesitating, Rufemia screeches at them to stop staring and beat the little girl to a pulp. Her guards charge forward with their weapons raised as Lunaria calmly floats into the air. She decides she should have made herself clearer earlier and says that if they're so willing to fight, she'll just reduce the output of her magic so they won't be knocked out instantly. With a resounding boom, she unleashes a wave of electricity that strikes down all of the guards at once. This new technique combines Lunaria's innate magic skills and martial arts knowledge, creating a palm strike charged with thunder magic. The attack sends intense, contracting pain through the victims' bodies, making it difficult for them to breathe. This agonizing torture without the mercy of unconsciousness is a living hell, designed to incapacitate, not kill. Lunaria smirks, her hands still crackling with energy, as she thinks that depending on how it's used, magic can be the best torture device. The remaining enemy servants can only scream in terror as their comrades fall around them. She turns to her stepmother with a chilling smile, mockingly repeating her earlier words, "I would never order them to harm my precious family, you say?" Rufemia is stunned into silence, realizing Lunaria won't let her get away with this and that there's no one she can tattle to, because Lunaria is now the head of the house. Lunaria declares that she is the one and only head of the family, the current Duchess of Sulfish. Rufemia's rage finally boils over as she demands to know what right Lunaria has to call herself a duchess. She screams that Lunaria is a fake, a lying piece of filth who should know her place. As she continues her tirade, Lunaria begins to chuckle darkly as a ball of crackling energy forms in her hand. With a confident smirk, she asks, "Me, a fake? Whatever could you mean? I have the mark of proof right here." She holds up the back of her hand, revealing the glowing scarlet rose crest, the holy stigmata that only appears on the true head of the family. Nevia suddenly gasps with delight and declares that she has won as well. She proudly presents the back of her own hand, which also bears a scarlet rose crest, though it's clearly a tattoo. Rufemia joins in, laughing triumphantly and confirming that of course her dear daughter has won too. Lunaria remains unfazed and begins to gather a glowing ball of light between her hands. Rufemia and Nevia watch in confusion, wondering what she's doing now. With a sly smile, Lunaria explains that she's just casting a perfect heal spell on Nevia. They both look at her, confused by the term perfect heal. She elaborates that unlike regular healing magic, this spell can even remove scars, and of course, tattoos are included as well. Nevia looks down at the mark on her hand in horror as the healing light envelopes it. Lunaria puts on a show of mock concern, telling Nevia she believes her crest is real and just wants to prove it to everyone, asking for her hand so she can help. With a sweet but menacing smile, she assures Nevia she's not doubting her in the least. "Come on, give me your hand," she insists, her eyes glinting with malice. Nevia recoils in terror while Rufemia shouts, "What is the point of such a mark?" Rufemia laughs hysterically, mocking Lunaria for thinking a single crest could make her the head of the family. She cackles that it's just what you'd expect from a naive little girl. She then gloats that the adult world is all about paperwork, and more paperwork. She reveals that all legal authority is in the hands of her husband, Theodore von Sulfish, Lunaria's own father. She explains that according to the law, the moment the late Duchess died, control of the Sulfish family fell to her husband. She triumphantly asks who Lunaria thinks Theodore, who is head over heels for her, would choose as the head of the family, declaring that the house is now theirs. As Rufemia laughs maniacally, Lunaria begins to laugh as well. Rufemia stops, demanding to know what's so funny. Lunaria explains that the adult world is indeed filled with endless procedures and paperwork, all of which her lazy father was incapable of handling himself. The experienced servants of the Sulfish family organized all the documents, and the final processing was handled by the family members, including herself. Rufemia retorts that such things are naturally handled by servants. Lunaria asks if her lazy father would have been capable of doing it himself, a question that leaves Rufemia speechless. With a sharp, knowing smile, she asks her stepmother, "Do you understand what that means?" She stands before the two stunned women and declares that they have no connection to the Solfège Duke family. While Rufemia is indeed her father's second wife, neither she nor Nevia are recognized as legitimate members of the Solfège family, and that's because she personally handled the paperwork to ensure it was so. She produces a document and points to a specific clause, stating that it's clearly written that they aren't even listed as part of the house, let alone in a position to take it over. She hands the document to Rufemia, informing her that a copy has already been submitted to the House of Lords, so she's free to read it as much as she likes. Rufemia and Nevia stare at the paper, their faces a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. The new Lunaria reflects on the original Lunaria's quiet suffering, how she endured everything in the hopes that her family would one day return to normal. But the two women before her were never part of the family she wished for, so when her father instructed her to handle the procedures for their inclusion, she simply didn't do it, as he was not the one who invited them, but her. Instead of registering them, she carefully dealt with the paperwork so that they were never included in the family register, and her father was listed as only the acting head, leaving the formal position vacant for her to claim. She lets out a quiet, satisfied laugh, thinking that from the very beginning, the original Lunaria held all the cards. She smirks at her stunned enemies and asks if they've finally figured it out. There have been blades at their necks since the moment they arrived in this house. They can only stare back in utter disbelief and terror. She thinks to herself that the original Lunaria never used those blades to cut them down. Instead, in a choice that was both strong and tragically fragile, she held the blade to her own throat. With a final, chilling thought, she promises the spirit of the girl she now embodies, "If it was me, Lunaria, I would never forgive these guys." The enemy servants begin to panic, realizing that if they aren't part of the family, they won't be getting paid. Lunaria turns to them with a bright, cheerful smile and confirms their fears. They won't be getting a single coin. They erupt in outrage, demanding to know what she means and how she plans to pay for their services. Rufemia desperately screams that she is the Duke's wife and that her husband Theodore will provide for them. Lunaria calmly reminds her that, as she has said many times, she is the official head of the Solfège family, and her father no longer has the right to manage its assets. With a look of mock pity, she tells them they'll have to give up on their salaries and their careers as servants of the Solfège family. The enemy servants can only look on in utter shock and despair as their world comes crashing down around them. Rufemia is surrounded by her furious servants who are demanding their unpaid wages. Lunaria calmly places her hands together and announces that it is time for them to leave. She clarifies that she's not just talking about the annex, but the entire Solfège estate, and in the name of the head of the family, she orders them to leave immediately. With cold finality, she declares, "You are all hereby banished from the Solfège family." Rufemia stares in disbelief, stammering Lunaria's name and asking if she's serious. She and Nevia fall to the floor, dramatically crying out and accusing her of having no mercy or compassion. Lunaria turns her back on them, questioning their sudden plea for the very things they never showed her. She reminds them with a chilling smile that she hopes they haven't forgotten everything they've done to her all this time. Rufemia flinches as Nevia lets out a small cry of fear. Lunaria taps her chin thoughtfully, pretending to recall the proper etiquette for such a situation. She remembers, "Oh yeah, that's right." A dark and vengeful expression crosses her face. She looks down on them with utter contempt, her eyes filled with cold fury. The enemy servants begin to panic again, demanding to know what she's going to do about their pay. Rufemia screams for her promised money and her reward for her services. Lunaria feigns surprise and says, "Oh my." Rufemia then completely loses her composure and shrieks, "I don't have any money." Her own servants are shocked by her blunt admission. Desperate to save herself, Rufemia points at them and declares that they were all fooled by Lunaria's scheme and are all just innocent victims. Lunaria dryly comments on her stepmother's impressive way with words. Rufemia, now completely unhinged, screams for her servants to hurry up and beat Lunaria to death, claiming that if she's the official head, killing her will solve all their problems. Her servants, however, hesitate, looking at their incapacitated comrades and muttering that it's easy for her to say, "Kill her." One of the servants decides to leave, but Lunaria's voice cuts through the chaos, threateningly asking what will happen if he does and if he thinks he can find another job safely. He demands to know what she means by that. He is utterly shocked by her implication. Rufemia, seeing her authority crumble, screams that there's no way out and that she'll chase down and ruin anyone who tries to escape, vowing to drag them all to hell with her. Her threats only serve to terrify her own servants even more. She then tries to rally them one last time, yelling that it'll be an easy job if they all just gang up on the little girl. Lunaria finally speaks up, mockingly asking her stepmother if she's kidding and if she really thinks she can solve this with brute force, even after witnessing her magic firsthand. One of the servants lets out a terrified scream. Lunaria looks down on them with utter disdain, stating that they must be idiots not to see the clear difference in power here. With a snap of her fingers, she unleashes another wave of electrical magic that zaps all of the remaining enemy servants. Rufemia and Nevia can only watch in horror, letting out a choked gasp. With a wicked grin, Lunaria tells them to entertain her more with their circus show, remarking that a recurring act is a comedy basic. One of the servants, still conscious, curses at her. He lunges forward, yelling at her to shut her mouth. Lunaria calmly remarks, "Oh my." Before he can reach her, she effortlessly conjures a sphere of water around his head, causing him to flail about as he's drowned in midair. As he struggles for air, she casually says she thinks she remembers his hideous face. She leans in close to the water sphere and asks him what he served her last time, before answering for him, "Oh yeah, you served me muddy water instead of tea." She asks him if it was some kind of amusing game for him back then. A flashback shows the same servant and his cronies pinning a younger Lunaria to a table, forcing her to drink the disgusting tea. She recalls how they all laughed and mocked her as she coughed and spat the muddy water onto the floor. The other servants who participated in that cruel joke now look on in terror. Lunaria then says that this punishment is for all of them who reacted just now, a jolt of fear running through them as they realize their past actions have come back to haunt them. Instantly, spheres of water materialize around all of their heads, drowning them simultaneously. She reminds them of the words they used to mock her, "You shouldn't waste tea, my lady," and how they told her to drink it all. With a terrifyingly sweet smile, she tells them, "So you better not waste it, drink it all, okay?" They all cough and choke, trapped in their watery prisons. Lunaria watches their panic struggles with a cold, satisfied expression, commenting on how hilarious it is to see them all panic now that they realize they were the ones trapped in the caged lion's den all along. One of them manages to gurgle out, "Forgive me." She simply scoffs in response. She then releases them from the water spheres, and they all collapse to the ground, gasping for air. They writhe in agony on the floor, still suffering from the effects of her magic. They all cry out in pain and terror. Lunaria looks down at the sea of collapsed bodies and feigns surprise, remarking that it seems all of her stepmother's underlings have collapsed. With a sinister smile, she sarcastically wonders if someone might have tripped them. Rufemia and Nevia can only stare in absolute horror at the display of power. Lunaria turns her attention back to them, her eyes glowing with menace as she says, "Now, let's see." She focuses on Rufemia first. Then her gaze shifts to the terrified Nevia. With a cold, calculating look, she asks them if they were planning on killing her, and if that means she now has to fight them to protect herself. Her power crackles around her as she prepares for the final confrontation. Rufemia and Nevia are paralyzed with fear, whispering for someone to help them. Nevia, in a desperate attempt to save herself, screams that it's not her fault and that her mother forced her to do everything. Rufemia furiously denies it, shouting that she would never force her own daughter to do anything. Nevia shrieks that her mother is a liar who only ever thinks about herself and that she was indeed forced to participate in the abuse. Rufemia screams back, accusing her daughter of having convenient amnesia and reminding her that she was the one who was most excited when tormenting Lunaria. The two of them descend into a screaming match, with Rufemia calling Nevia a stupid little girl just like Lunaria. Lunaria watches their pathetic display with utter boredom, telling them they're just wasting her time. The scarlet rose crest on her hand begins to shine brightly. Nevia, in a fit of rage, screams, "This shitty old hag," and lunges at her mother. Suddenly, she looks at her hand in confusion, wondering why it's covered in her mother's hair. Rufemia screams in agony, asking what Nevia did to her as her hair begins to rapidly fall out. Nevia panics, swearing she didn't do anything. Rufemia's face begins to contort and decay, her skin wrinkling and her features twisting into a grotesque mask of old age as she demands to know what's happening to her. She lets out a blood-curdling scream as she collapses to the floor. Her hands become gnarled and withered, and she looks at them in horror, crying out in pain. Her teeth begin to rot and fall out as she screams that her skin feels like it's being burnt alive. Rufemia and Nevia writhe on the floor in agony, their bodies rapidly aging and decaying as they scream for help. They are left as withered, decrepit husks of their former selves, still begging for somebody to help them. Lunaria looks down at the two of them and calmly remarks that they're having a rather ridiculous way of talking in their sleep. Kyle, witnessing the horrific scene, asks her what exactly is going on. She explains that she cast an illusionary mist, a form of dark magic. He asks if she overdid it, but she reassures him that this is more than enough punishment. He looks at the two women, who seem very excited in their shared nightmare, and agrees that they certainly look like they needed some sleep. Lunaria decides to just let them be, as they'll eventually come to their senses on their own. She explains that they are now trapped in the same dream, a dream so sweet it will make their eyes roll back. She looks down at them one last time. With a cold, final thought, she tells them to savor the nightmare she has created for them, a nightmare that mirrors the one the original Lunaria was forced to live every single day. Now that Rufemia and Nevia have been dealt with, she contemplates who her next target should be. Kyle interrupts her thoughts, calling out her name. He gestures to the unconscious bodies of the enemy servants littered across the floor and asks what she wants to do with them. She instructs him and her other loyal servants to drag the bodies out of the room. As they begin to clean up the mess, she gets a strange feeling of déjà vu, like she's experienced this exact scene before. Suddenly, the familiar ding of a choice window chimes again, startling her. The sound echoes through the now quiet room. Annoyed by the interruption, she wonders what it could be this time. Two options appear before her: let him in, or don't let him in. The window explains that her brother will be arriving at the annex soon, forcing her to make a decision about his entry. She grits her teeth, realizing her brother is the next opponent she must face. Elsewhere, her brother walks through the estate's garden, wondering if his sister is serious about ringing the magic bell. He scoffs at her lack of modesty, complaining that she's a drag who definitely inherited their mother's troublesome blood. Combing his hair with a smug look, he decides he needs to go talk some sense into his foolish little sister. A dark, ominous shot of Lunaria's silhouette, her dress still dripping from the water magic she used. A flashback begins, showing her drenched and calling out to her brother as he walks away down a long hallway. He turns to her with a cold expression as she reminds him that he's her one and only sibling. She recalls the memories of the kind older brother she once knew, the one who was like a knight watching over his little princess. But as they grew up, they drifted apart, and she began to hear rumors of his delinquency more and more frequently. At least, that's what the original Lunaria chose to believe, clinging to the memory of his past kindness. The flashback continues to a time when he found her completely drenched in the hallway and asked what happened. She tried to explain that her stepmother had just shoved her, but Nevia suddenly appeared and playfully tackled him from behind, shouting, "Gotcha!" His cold demeanor instantly melted as he laughed and greeted Nevia with affection. Nevia then turned to Lunaria with a sickly sweet smile, feigning concern and guessing that her dear sister-in-law must have tripped on a bucket and fallen again. Lunaria looked on in shock as Nevia played the victim, crying out, "No way! Are you saying it was all my fault?" She tried to protest that Nevia was lying and that the servants she ordered were the ones who did it. Nevia immediately put on a show of tears, crying to her brother about how terrible it was and how much her dear sister-in-law must hate her. With tears streaming down her face, she declared that she didn't want to stay in the house anymore, and her brother, completely fooled, turned to Lunaria and told her that was enough. He then coldly looked down at his own sister and ordered her to apologize to Nevia. He accused her of always insisting she was right and reminded her that the world doesn't revolve around her. He then lectured her about caring for Nevia, who was still unfamiliar with the house and feeling overwhelmed. Lunaria tried to protest that she wasn't the one at fault, but he simply cut her off, telling her to get a hold of herself. He dismissed her feelings, saying he understood she was depressed after their mother's passing but that it was time for her to move on, just like he and their father did. Nevia then interrupted, asking him to forgive her dear sister-in-law, and suggesting he show her how to hunt to cheer her up. He readily agreed, and the two of them walked away arm in arm, laughing together, leaving Lunaria standing alone and abandoned in the hallway. Her hair, still dripping wet, symbolized her silent tears of betrayal and sorrow. Back in the present, the choice window about her brother still hangs in the air. She remembers her brother, Randolph von Sulfish, her only blood-related sibling. In the game, his relationship with Nevia was portrayed differently, but from her own inherited memories, she knows he was a lecherous man who turned a blind eye to the bullying she endured, despite already having a fiancé. She is suddenly snapped out of her thoughts as she realizes the choice window is floating right above her head in a room full of people. She looks around but no one else seems to notice it, as if time has stopped for everyone but her. She watches her servants frozen in the act of dragging away the unconscious bodies. She looks around the room, confirming that time has indeed stopped for everyone except her. She finds it both surprising and incredibly convenient that time pauses whenever she has to make a choice. She also reflects on how surprisingly easy it is for her to use magic, as if she's been doing it for ages, a fact she attributes to the memories of the original Lunaria residing within her body. She decides to save her surprise for later and focuses on the choice at hand: what to do about her brother. The two options glow before her: let him in, or don't let him in. She knows that the original Lunaria would have surely chosen not to let him in. Inviting him in would lead to a decisive confrontation, something the kind and family-oriented Lunaria would have desperately wanted to avoid. She looks at the portrait of her mother, realizing that the people of this house took advantage of Lunaria's gentle nature. Addressing the portrait, she says that while her mother seems like a great person, she unfortunately failed in raising her son. She wonders if he is still the sweet and lovely son her mother remembers, but she knows that if that were the case, she wouldn't be hesitating right now. Her eyes narrow with a cold, determined glint. She decisively chooses the second option: don't let him in. I'm not stopping, she declares to herself as time resumes. There are no pauses. With a swirl of her hand, she uses her wind magic to slam the large double doors of the annex shut with a resounding "him." Her loyal servants are startled by the sudden noise, looking up in confusion. She thinks to herself that her decision is now cemented, once again wishing she could save before making such important choices. Kyle asks her what that was just now, a hint of concern in his voice. She dismisses it as nothing and tells him to continue with his duties as usual, which he acknowledges with a bow. She then remembers one last thing and calls out his name. She orders him to move the two withered women out of the room. She also instructs him to take down the portrait of her late mother. He asks what she wants him to do with the portrait. She tells him to move it to the main building's library for safekeeping. He questions her timing, noting that it has just started to rain outside, but she insists, telling him to wrap it carefully so it doesn't get damaged. As she watches her servants carry the precious portrait out into the rain, she looks out the window. The rain begins to pour down, slamming against the glass. She smirks, thinking to herself, rain suitable for some revenge, huh? Her brother, Randolph, is caught in the sudden downpour as he makes his way to the annex, complaining about his bad luck. He grumbles about the rain ruining his perfectly styled hair and curses his sister, calling her nothing but a disaster. As he runs through the rain, Lunaria watches from the window, thinking of her mother and how she has nothing against her. With a cold, determined look in her eyes, she apologizes to her deceased mother, because she is about to utterly destroy her son. The rain continues to patter against the window as she watches her brother approach, knowing he's about to arrive. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes the ground right in front of the annex with a deafening boom. It's time for round 2, she thinks to herself, her face illuminated by the flash. Another bolt of lightning crashes down, and the doors to the annex are blown open. Her brother Randolph stumbles in, drenched and disheveled, shouting, "Is Lunaria here?" He looks around the empty entrance hall, calling out her name and asking where she is. He groans in frustration, completely unaware that his stepsister Nevia is lying on the floor nearby in her withered state. She weakly calls out to him, and he turns to see her and his mother-in-law on the floor. He rushes to their side, demanding to know what happened and crying out their names as Nevia begs him not to look at her, saying she looks like a wrinkled mummy. He tries to comfort her, telling her she's talking nonsense and that she still looks like his cute little sister-in-law. He gently lifts her chin to look at her face, and she begins to laugh hysterically. From the top of the stairs, Lunaria watches the scene with a cold, amused expression, remarking on their beautiful brotherly love and admitting she's struggling to hold back her own laughter. Randolph looks up at his sister, his face a mixture of anger and confusion as he calls her name. She stands elegantly at the top of the stairs and greets him with a polite, "Good day, brother." Then, with a devastatingly sweet smile, she adds, "And this is also going to be goodbye." He flies into a rage, demanding to know what she's done to Nevia and what she plans to do now that she's rung the magic bell. She calmly explains that she has decided to become the head of the Solfege family, adding with a smirk that her announcement seemed to take the other two by surprise. He clutches his head in frustration, muttering that he never imagined she, of all people, would want to be the head of the family. He then tries to assert his authority, telling her to listen and that she is not the head of the family. He proudly declares that he, Randolph von Saltfish, will be the rightful head. He claims it's what their father intends, arguing that while their mother did well for a woman, the position was originally a man's duty. He looks down on her with disdain, calling her an ignoramus who hasn't even graduated from school and telling her she needs a reality check. She simply replies, "Oh, you say the funniest things." He scoffs, calling her ambitions a joke and questioning if she really thinks she's fit to be the next head of the family. She calmly explains that he is currently the center of a scandal rocking the social scene, a disgraceful abomination unbecoming of a Saltfish, so much so that no one would be surprised if the king himself ordered him to step down. Her eyes glint with malice as she spells it out for him. Lord Randolph is participating in an illicit affair with his own sister-in-law, despite being engaged to a fiancée. He can only stammer, "What could you possibly mean?" He glances back at the withered form of Nevia, his bravado finally cracking. With a triumphant, teary smile, Lunaria throws his own words back at him, asking if it's not he who is blind to reality. She stands tall at the top of the stairs and mockingly says, "Now that's some brotherly love you got there." He can only stare up at her, completely taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor. With a twisted, gleeful expression, he asks her when she started talking with such impertinence. A shot of him winking, holding a rose, a picture of false charm and confidence. She stands at the top of the stairs, looking down at him and repeating his word, "Impertinent." She asks him, "Who are you calling impertinent?" as his creepy, smiling face fills the panel. She then bursts into a fit of genuine, unrestrained laughter. He asks her what's so funny, his composure beginning to crumble. She apologizes, wiping a tear from her eye, and says it's just that he's saying such weird things. She asks if it's truly impertinent of her to be considerate enough to try and prevent her dear older brother from suffering humiliation. She then reveals the devastating truth. If he were to become the head of the Saltfish family, he would surely become the laughingstock of the entire kingdom. She thinks to herself that this man not only betrayed his own sister but also tarnished the very family name she tried so desperately to protect for their late mother. A flashback shows him declaring his love for his fiancée with a straight face, while behind the scenes he was entangled with Nevia day and night. He turned a blind eye to the abuse his own sister suffered at the hands of his lover. While Lunaria was desperately trying to endure and protect the household their mother left behind, he didn't even try to restrain his own carnal desires. She tells him that the price and consequences for his actions will be paid right here and now, even if he dismisses the accusations as shameless rumors. She looks down at the still whimpering Nevia and tells her it's her unlucky day, but for the sake of appearances, she'll allow her to continue her performance on stage. She then reminds her brother that he chose to have an affair with his sister-in-law while being engaged to a noble young lady from a distinguished family. Isn't that right, Nevia? She knows that if the rumors are true, his engagement will be broken and his noble title will be in jeopardy. He looks down, feigning disappointment, and says it's too bad he has to hear such a story from his own family member. He then explodes in a burst of fake anger, declaring that the rumor is completely false. Her expression remains unchanged, a silent challenge. He demands to know what proof she has to support such nonsense, claiming it's so ridiculous he doesn't even feel like getting angry. He then desperately tries to explain his relationship with Nevia, claiming he loves her as a brother and asking if that's really a crime. Nevia eagerly chimes in, agreeing that they're just as close as siblings. He looks up at Lunaria and says he finally understands. With a smug, condescending smile, he accuses her of being jealous of Nevia. He calls her a hopeless little sister, assuming she rang the magic bell just to get his attention because she thought Nevia would take him away from her. With a creepy, leering expression, he offers to forgive her if she sincerely apologizes. She thinks to herself that this is the true nature of Randolph von Saltfish, and that if she tries to deal with him seriously, she'll just get caught up in his twisted logic. He was one of the main culprits who cornered the original Lunaria, and now it's time for him to pay. With a gentle, patient smile, she asks him if the act is over now. She says she was listening up until the halfway point and asks if, in short, he just wants to prove his innocence. She then lets out a delicate yawn and apologizes, saying she got a little bored. With a sharp, knowing look, she says that of course, she also wishes to believe what he says. But then her expression hardens as she reveals there are many witnesses to prove his infidelity, and his face falls as he realizes his lies won't work this time. She stands before him with her loyal servants, a silent testament to the truth she is about to reveal. She explains that when he was seen getting cozy with Nevia, his audible echoes of distress were heard by more than one servant throughout the hallway. And that's not all. Another servant found Nevia's hairpin in his bedroom, and another smelled her lingering perfume on his sheets while cleaning. With a wide, triumphant grin, she tells him the testimonies just keep pouring in, one after another. She mockingly asks if they've both been rather careless, haven't they? He can only stare back in stunned silence, his affair completely exposed. She asks him if he still thinks it's possible to talk his way out of this. She looks down on him with a mixture of pity and contempt, calling him brother, in a drawn-out, mocking tone and saying that this is all so sad. He finally snaps, screaming that he feels bad for her. He accuses her of conspiring with the servants to fabricate such unbelievable lies. He demands to know what she used to bribe them with, money or status. He then tries to regain some semblance of control, acknowledging that she's serious about becoming the head of the family and commending her initiative. However, he calls her careless, arguing that using only their household servants as witnesses will just make it look like a trivial family squabble to the public. He leans in, his voice dripping with condescension, and asks what she'll do when he seriously pleads for his innocence, confident that the public and his devoted fiancée will trust him over a naive little girl like her. He gets right in her face, hissing that she's the one in trouble now. She looks at him, completely unfazed, and asks, "But your fiancé shares the same opinion as I do, dear brother?" She then turns and calls for Kyle to bring that out. Randolph demands to know what she means by that. Kyle bows and says, "As you wish." He presents a small, ornate box to Randolph, who looks at it in confusion. Kyle opens the box to reveal a glowing, crystal-like object inside. Lunaria asks him if he remembers it, reminding him of a time when they were young and used to play with it together. He stares at the object, his eyes widening in recognition as he realizes it's a recording device. She smiles sweetly and reminisces about their childhood, how they would engage in idle chatter and childish plays, and how they even recorded themselves singing and playing the cello on this very stone to show their mother. She looks down with a hint of sadness and says she never wanted to use this beautiful memory for something like this, but he's left her no choice. From the recording device, a woman's voice, full of despair, says, "I don't know what to do anymore." Randolph gasps in shock, recognizing the voice and asking, "Mary Lane?" Lunaria confirms that it is indeed the sorrowful voice of his one and only fiancée, Miss Mary Lane von Prowen, the daughter of the Marquis of Prowen. Randolph is horrified, asking what she did and denying that he ever spoke to her. The recording continues with Marilane's voice, revealing that Lord Randolph is involved in an unusual relationship with his stepsister, Miss Nevia. Lunaria simply comments, "Oh my, how scandalous." She explains that just as she was about to disclose his infidelity, his fiancé, whom she had only met a few times, suddenly paid her a visit. A flashback shows Mary Lane confessing everything to Lunaria, revealing that she knew about the affair and didn't know what to do anymore, and that the clever Lunaria didn't forget to record their conversation. It seems Mary Lane simply wanted someone to confide in, and without any prompting, she spat out everything she knew about Randolph in one breath before quickly and awkwardly leaving. It's revealed that the original Lunaria actually didn't want to undermine her brother. She had recorded their childhood memories on the stone, hoping it might one day come in handy to convince him to be the kind brother she once knew, and that perhaps one day they could laugh together again. It was a foolish hope, but in the narrow, dark world she was trapped in, it was the only thing she had left to cling to. But the someday she desperately hoped for never arrived. The recording of Marilane's heartbroken confession echoes through the grand hall as Lunaria holds the glowing stone. Marilane's voice sniffs and hiccups with sorrow. Randolph, feigning a calm he doesn't feel, dismisses it as a farce and asks his sister to stop. He reflects on how long it's been since his kind and dear brother, persona, disappeared. With a creepy, twisted smile, he declares that the pitiful end of what he once was is here and demands that she hand over the annoying stone. Lunaria simply tells him to be quiet. Her eyes glint with a dark amusement as she announces that the climax of the show is about to begin. He scoffs, telling her to stop bluffing. But the recording continues, with Mary Lane confirming that Randolph has been cheating on her for quite some time. Randolph, still trying to maintain his composure, calls it deplorable and wonders who could have filled her head with such ridiculous nonsense. The recording then reveals the devastating truth. The one who told Mary Lane about the affair was none other than Miss Nevia herself, who boasted about her scandalous relationship with Lord Randolph. Both Randolph and Nevia are completely stunned by this revelation. Lunaria chuckles, commenting that the voice they're hearing now is her own from the recording, asking if it's true that Nevia said such a thing. The recording continues with Lunaria explaining that while Nevia didn't say it directly, it was almost as if she did. Marilane's voice then chimes in, angrily stating that with such blatant hints, anyone would have guessed what was going on. Randolph stammers, blatant hints? Marilane's recorded voice confirms that she wasn't just assuming things. She reveals that Nevia's attire frequently matched Randolph's, she would mimic his catchphrases. And she would constantly show off earrings that were a gift from him. She even had the audacity to comment on his girlish tastes, blatantly exposing their affair to anyone who was paying attention. And that wasn't the end of it. Marilane explains that Nevia once gave her a ceramic plate as a souvenir from a trip, but she was shocked to discover it was an art piece from the same place Randolph had visited on official business around that time. The recording ends with Marilane wondering what the hell Nevia was doing there of all places. She then recounts the story of the ball where Nevia approached her while she was resting. Nevia had spewed the most sickening words straight to her face. She had mockingly asked if Marilane was tired, commenting that being a spoiled, delicate flower must be exhausting. She then told her that if she was going to marry her brother-in-law, she'd better start building up her stamina. With a lewd, triumphant smile, she had whispered, "Brother-in-law likes it rough, you know?" To top it all off, she said all this while shamelessly showing off a disgusting hickey on her neck. The recording ends with Marilane's voice, full of humiliation and frustration, and Kyle clears his throat, stopping the playback. Lunaria smiles and says, "Well then." With a wicked glint in her eye, she looks between her brother and Nevia and declares that it seems the two of them need to have a little discussion. Randolph screams that Marilane is lying. He frantically denies everything, claiming it's all a conspiracy to frame him. He points a finger at his sister and shouts, "Shame on you, Lunaria. I won't succumb to such despicable tactics." Lunaria simply looks at him with a cold, knowing expression, remarking that he's determined to see this through to the end, just as she expected. He continues to rant, calling the evidence fabricated and baseless lies and saying he can't believe she would drag Marilane into this. He turns to Nevia for support, claiming it's not true at all. Nevia, still in her withered form, weakly agrees with him. Lunaria then turns her attention to Nevia and asks if she's truly okay. Nevia is taken aback. With her brother's claims that she's nothing more than his stepsister. Lunaria leans in and whispers that if it were her, she couldn't possibly forgive something like that. She tells Nevia that she thought she was the one manipulating her brother all this time, but it seems it was the exact opposite. Nevia is stunned into silence, realizing the truth in her words. Lunaria looks down at her with a pitying smile and says, "That's right, you stupid ass, and you got played." A final flashback shows Randolph comforting Nevia, telling her to get herself together and not to listen to his sister's ridiculous point of view. He orders Lunaria to apologize to Nevia, his voice cold and commanding. Her expression hardens as she looks at him with utter contempt. As thunder rumbles outside, she thinks to herself that she was the one who was being deceived all this time. She stands over the two of them, the true master of the situation. She tells Nevia that she's right, and that she approached her brother in order to take over the Solfege family. But as expected, her brother was one step ahead of her. And thus, she found herself in the palm of his hand. Randolph screams that her conclusion is ridiculous and that this is all utter rubbish. He denies ever manipulating Nevia and questions the idea that she wanted to take over the family. Lunaria simply smiles and says that surely someone as clever as him would have figured it out, that Nevia and the others were scheming something. But it didn't matter to him, because he was just planning to play around with Nevia before throwing her away. She then turns to Nevia and asks if her brother didn't whisper sweet nothings into her ear. With a terrifying smile, she imitates her brother's voice, "You're the one I truly love, and, eventually, I'll break my engagement with Marilane." Nevia looks up in horror, realizing how easily she was fooled by his empty promises. A memory of him holding her and telling her she was the one he truly loved flashes through her mind. Lunaria remarks that it's a classic case of a small fish becoming food for a big fish. Randolph screams that it's all utter bullshit and a woman's delusion. Lunaria cuts him off, asking if this is what he heard from one of his friends, noting that he gets much more talkative when he's with them. She reveals that the day after her conversation with Marilane, she personally investigated her brother's actions. It was an action born from a desperate desire to believe in his innocence, but it seems some rough tactics were required to uncover the truth. He screams that it's all just a fabrication. He asks if they're going to have to listen to that nonsensical recording device again, claiming that no matter whose voice she uses, it doesn't matter. He then makes a fatal mistake, yelling that they must have been bribed to say that, and that it's appalling she would involve the regulars at the tavern after Mary Lane. Lunaria catches his slip-up and asks why he mentioned the regulars at the tavern when she only said she heard it from one of his friends. She then turns to Nevia and reveals that her brother talks about her whenever he gets drunk at the bar, and he also said this? Randolph screams at her to cut it out. He accuses her of spouting false stories and points to the withered Nevia, claiming she's troubled by her lies. He desperately asks Nevia for her support. Lunaria decides to stop her verbal assault for now. Nevia, however, has reached her breaking point and asks, "What the hell?" She looks up at Randolph and asks what he just said, and Lunaria explains that she couldn't bear to say it herself, so she'll just leave it at that. Randolph tries to backtrack, telling Nevia to forget it, but she's not having it. She demands that he just say it, and Lunaria agrees that if she insists, she'll tell her. She then kneels down and answers a question for Nevia first. She asks Nevia if she has more tattoos than just the rose on her hand, specifically a tattoo of her deceased dog that she drew herself, in a place where only gentlemen are permitted to see. Nevia is horrified that she knows about this, realizing that nobody else should know about that. A flashback begins with Lunaria recalling how her brother spoke about his lover Nevia in front of his friends. A flustered Randolph tries to silence her, yelling about what she thinks she's talking about. Lunaria continues her story, her eyes cold as she brings up the subject of a dog tattoo. The scene shifts to Randolph in a tavern, drunkenly complaining that the dog tattoo on Nevia's back has an extremely ugly face. He describes it in crude detail, saying its cheeks hang so low they fill the entire canvas of her back, making it barely recognizable as a face. He laughs with his friends, joking that it feels like he's facing backwards even when he's facing her head-on. His friends laugh along as he adds that whenever he embraces her, it must be in absolute darkness, with one friend callously agreeing it's only natural with a tattoo like that. Randolph's face twists into a disturbing grin as he says whenever he catches a glimpse of that ugly dog. Back in the present, Lunaria finishes his sentence for him, confirming that's what he said. Randolph looks on in horror while Nevia is completely shocked by the revelation. An attendant clears his throat awkwardly as Lunaria turns to the heartbroken Nevia and asks her if she can still believe she was truly loved after hearing such cruel words. Nevia turns away from her brother in disgust, calling him the worst as he stammers, trying to deny it. Her composure shatters and she screams at him, reminding him that he promised he truly loved her while he was just making a fool of her behind her back. The confrontation descends into a chaotic argument as Nevia accuses him of toying with her heart while Randolph tries to deflect her anger. He callously accuses her of planning to use the Solfege family for her own benefit and trying to pin all the blame on him. Nevia is stunned, realizing that Randolph's earlier claims about Lunaria fabricating everything were true, and she quickly shifts the blame back to Lunaria. She furiously demands to know how Lunaria could have possibly known about her private tattoo, accusing her of being the one to leak the secret. Randolph eagerly latches onto this, pointing an accusatory finger at Nevia and yelling that she's right, no one else could have been the source of the leak. He completely loses his temper, screaming at Nevia to stop lying and calling her a whore, accusing her of flirting with guests and even the young servants of the mansion. Nevia snaps back with a crazed smile, retorting that plenty of other men must have seen the stupid dog tattoo anyway. Randolph is struck completely speechless by her admission. Lunaria calmly taps a glowing recording device, which begins to buzz and play back the audio of the argument. A recording of Randolph's voice fills the room, replaying his accusation that Nevia flirts with everyone in the mansion. Then, a recording of Nevia's horrified scream and her damning retort about plenty of other men seeing the tattoo echoes for all to hear. With a triumphant smile, Lunaria declares that this is checkmate. She turns to a stunned Nevia and thanks her for the cooperation. Nevia realizes with horror that Lunaria now has undeniable proof of a scandalous affair between her and Randolph. Lunaria holds up the small recording device, taunting her brother by asking what he thinks of her surprisingly useful little toy. Randolph stares in abject terror at the evidence in her hand. Nevia stumbles backward, her face pale with fear. She looks down, utterly defeated by Lunaria's scheme. Randolph's face is a mask of panic while Lunaria's eyes burn with a cold, triumphant fire. He finally gives up, admitting defeat but pleading with her that she can't possibly be serious. He makes a desperate appeal to their family ties, reminding her they're blood siblings who should be helping each other out. He then lunges forward, trying to snatch the recording device away from her with a stomp of his foot. He lets out a nervous, desperate laugh. Lunaria gives him a chilling smile and questions his sudden desire to be under the same roof. She gestures toward the gloomy annex building behind them and tells him to take a good look, reminding him that he and their father banished her there while giving her former room to Nevia. She glares at him with contempt, stating that it was he and their father who forced this miserable situation upon her. With a grand, sweeping gesture, she explains that the annex was originally built for their great-grandmother to recuperate. But she reveals the dark truth that recuperation was just a lie, and the building was actually a prison designed to confine their frail grandmother and keep her away from power. She declares that this is the fate of women in the Solfège family, to be trampled upon by men like him, Randolph von Solfège. He forces a weak smile, trying to dismiss her words as a big misunderstanding. He begins to deny his involvement, but she cuts him off sharply, telling him that's enough. Lunaria steps in front of a cowering Nevia, shielding her and demanding that Randolph apologize immediately. Randolph's face contorts with rage as Lunaria taunts him, asking if he's going to keep insisting on his lies, warning that such denials won't work in the real world. He holds out his hand, his voice trembling as he demands she give him the recording device. He then screams, ordering her to hand it over right now. She looks down on his pathetic display with a pitying smirk, calling him a pathetic dear brother. Randolph's hand clenches into a fist as he decides to take the device by force. He gathers his magic with a sinister grin, claiming he never wanted to use offensive magic on his own family but must do so now to protect the family's honor. With a crazed glint in his eyes, he declares that he will have to punish his foolish little sister. A powerful blast of wind magic shoots from his hand directly at her. He unleashes his signature attack, Gale Fong, sending a swirling vortex of wind hurtling towards Lunaria. The magical tornado crackles with destructive energy as it closes in on her. He begins to laugh, but his laughter cuts short as he stares in disbelief. He looks on, completely bewildered by what he sees. Lunaria stands perfectly still and unharmed, the wind merely rustling her hair and dress as she casually remarks on the pleasant breeze. She smiles serenely, asking if he wants a magic contest before declaring that it is now her turn. Randolph is utterly shocked, unable to comprehend how she is completely unscathed by his attack. A massive shield of light erupts around her, effortlessly deflecting the powerful magical assault. Randolph is thrown back by the force of his own reflected magic, screaming in terror as he sees ghostly apparitions of his parents standing behind his sister. Lunaria smirks, remarking that while she once thought she was no match for his magic, hers seems to have grown a little stronger over the past few years. As Randolph reels in terror from her overwhelming power, she calmly wonders aloud what kind of wind magic would be most appropriate for the situation. He panics, pleading with her to wait and insisting that brute force won't solve anything. She gives him a sweet, terrifying smile and tells her dear brother to brace himself for impact, because she's about to go all out. He screams for her to wait a minute. He holds up his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself as she raises her hand to strike. With a single, effortless gesture, she unleashes a wave of power that sends him flying through a solid stone wall. The force of her magic rips through the building, shattering stone and wood. Randolph screams in agony as he is engulfed by the powerful wind. As he continues to beg her to wait, she smiles coldly and calls him a dead fool. She sends him flying high into the air with a powerful kick. He crashes through the roof of the annex building, soaring through the air like a rag doll. He slams into the ground outside, landing in a heap amidst the debris. He lies on the ground, beaten and broken by her overwhelming power. Lunaria calmly surveys the destruction and asks if it seems like her win. A terrified Nevia collapses to the ground, shrieking in fear. She scrambles backwards, stammering that she has truly reflected on her actions and begs for mercy. Lunaria ignores her pleas and begins to cast another spell, a complex magic circle forming in front of her. Nevia continues to beg her to stop. She looks up in horror, asking what Lunaria is doing. Lunaria calmly manipulates a glowing orb of light between her hands. She explains that she is casting a time-delay explosive magic spell, much to Nevia's confusion. Lunaria begins to tell a dark story, asking Nevia if she's ever heard the abhorrent tale that casts a shadow over the history of the Solfège family. She reveals that the very annex building they stand in was once a stone prison built to confine her own grandmother. Nevia looks at her in disbelief, asking if she could possibly be serious. Lunaria smiles and presents a glowing, crystal-like object that resembles a clock, its hands ticking ominously. She declares that she is now going to free her grandmother's tormented soul, and as she does, Nevia screams in horror, recognizing the face of her own mother trapped within the magical device. Lunaria turns to her and calmly recommends getting as far away as possible, giving her exactly 60 seconds until detonation. Lunaria stands with her loyal servants, encased in a glowing protective barrier as the annex explodes around them. Nevia screams in shock as the reality of her betrayal sinks in. Randolph, beaten and bruised, stumbles through the rain, cursing his sister's name. He refuses to believe she could possess such powerful magic, dismissing it as some kind of cowardly trick or a large, hidden weapon. Suddenly, he stops, a look of confusion on his face. He sees the withered forms of Nevia and his mother-in-law running towards him through the downpour. He bites his lip in frustration, realizing that in the end, he's the only one he can rely on and that it's too late to apologize. The two women scream for him to get out of the way as they barrel towards him. They collide with a violent crash, sending all three of them flying. He lands hard against a wall, his face a mask of rage and confusion as he demands to know what they are. The force of the impact triggers the time delay explosive magic Lunaria had secretly placed on them. The explosion sends all three of them flying through the air, their bodies ragdolling through the storm. They are caught in the fiery blast, their screams swallowed by the thunder. A massive mushroom cloud rises from the site of the explosion, visible even from a distance. Back at the annex, Lunaria and her servants float safely within a hexagonal magic barrier, suspended high above the cratered ground. Lunaria looks out at the devastation with a thoughtful expression. She asks if everyone is unharmed, and Kyle confirms that not a single one of them has a scratch. She looks down at the mangled, unconscious bodies of her brother and his companions, and with a chillingly sweet smile, says she's quite relieved that everyone's safe. She gently lowers the barrier to the ground, telling her servants to mind the rubble. Kyle looks at the destroyed annex and remarks that now he understands why she had him move the previous head's portrait. She lets out a quiet, satisfied laugh. He asks if the late Duchess had considered rebuilding the aging annex, and he confirms that she had, concerned about its safety. Lunaria explains that as the new head of the family, she felt it was her duty to tear it down, a perfectly rational decision in her eyes. One of the butlers stumbles back in shock at the sheer scale of the destruction. She admits with a smile that she may have gone a tad overboard. Kyle agrees that it could certainly give that impression. She then looks at the memory of the original Lunaria and silently promises her that she won't let anyone call this a mistake. She thinks to herself that according to the creator of Tenkago, even the world's god, considers Lunaria Alvon Solfege to be a villainess. She accepts this role, vowing to do everything flawlessly until her revenge is complete, because while it may not be justice, it is definitely not wrong. She then addresses the original Lunaria spirit, telling her that this path of revenge is not her wish, but her own. She instructs Kyle to prepare the recording stone for submission to the appropriate authorities, explaining that her former family members will now have to cut ties with the Solfege family and live on their own abilities. He bows and says he'll leave it to her. She looks down at the wreckage, thinking that this is the end of her Oni-sama. That just leaves one more target in the Solfege family, her father, Theodore von Solfege. She knows from the game settings that he's likely off having fun somewhere, completely oblivious to the crisis at hand. She decides that spending the effort to find him would be annoying and that he'll eventually come out of the woodwork on his own once he hears the news. For now, she'll treat this as a brief intermission and focus on other tasks. With a confident smile, she declares that there is still a mountain of work to be done. Kyle agrees, but reminds her that the most important thing now is to prepare for her trip to the royal capital. She stands tall, her resolve firm, and announces that as the new head of the Solfege family, one of the empire's 4 great dukedoms, she must pay a visit to his royal majesty. The next day, at the Solfege family main estate, everything is in order. Kyle checks his pocket watch, noting that it's almost time for them to head out. A maid appears at the door and announces that her grace is ready to go. Kyle and the other servants look on in awe as she makes her grand entrance. She appears in the formal attire of the head of the family, a magnificent and regal outfit, and thanks them for waiting. Kyle compliments her, saying she wears it splendidly. She agrees that it is indeed splendid, but adds that there is one final touch. She reveals that the formal attire is actually special magical equipment that responds to the wearer's magic and changes color. She channels her magic into the outfit, and it transforms, the white fabric turning into a dignified scarlet red. Kyle looks on, deeply moved, and says he's sure the previous head would have been thrilled to see her now. He notes that it's a beautiful, strong, yet somehow tragic color, a perfect reflection of her journey. He then informs her that the gate to the castle is open. She sees the royal knights waiting for her on the other side of the portal. As she heads out, 2 rows of guards are seen. She gives her final orders to Kyle and the others, instructing them to watch over the house in her absence. They bow in unison, promising to protect their home. With a final, confident smile, she steps through the gate. She arrives in a grand hall, surrounded by kneeling knights. Their captain greets her, saying they've been expecting her. He addresses her as Lady Lunaria, but quickly corrects himself to the Duchess of Sacrificial. She thanks him for coming to greet her and recognizes him as the king's chief vassal. He orders his men to salute her. The knights raise their swords in a saber arch, a high honor reserved for esteemed guests. The chief vassal gestures for her to proceed, and she walks through the arch of blades with her head held high. As she walks, she thinks to herself that while she has received a warm welcome, she shouldn't let her guard down. She recalls that the previous Duchess and the Queen were very close, which is why Lunaria was chosen as the Crown Prince's fiancée, so the royal couple should still be on her side. However, in the game, the king is not an ally to Lunaria, but an enemy. But that only happens in the second half of the game, and since she's at the very beginning, the odds of someone smearing her name in front of the king at this point are low. Still, the thought of the foolish king who blindly trusts his followers and exiles or imprisons Lunaria based on their words alone makes her angry. She also remembers that in this world, her magic outburst hasn't occurred yet, and she hasn't been branded as the out-of-control witch. So, for now, the king shouldn't be a threat. Her other main concern is running into the Crown Prince. In the game, he was a scumbag who broke off his engagement with her for the heroine, making him a prime target for her revenge. But it would be unwise to pick a fight with him on his home turf, so it would be better to avoid him for now. Fortunately, according to the game's settings, the odds of running into him are low, as he doesn't like spending time in the castle. Just then, a flamboyant voice calls out her name, oh my, Lady Lunaria. She turns to see a young man with a dazzling smile and immediately recognizes him, thinking to herself, don't tell me that's the Crown Prince? He greets her with a charming wave, saying it's been a long time. It's not the Crown Prince, but Myhos van Van Astoria, the heir to one of the other 4 great dukedoms, her childhood friend, and one of the few people who has always had faith in her. She thinks to herself that he shouldn't be an enemy, but she asks him what he's doing here, her voice laced with suspicion. He replies with a dazzling smile that he's come to escort her. He takes her hand, his touch gentle and reassuring. A stern Kyle gestures dismissively as a smiling Mythos steps in, offering to accompany Lunaria from here. Mythos leads a suspicious Lunaria down the hall while she wonders what he's up to. He turns with a charming smile and says he heard she set off some flashy fireworks, asking if she's finally found her resolve. Lunaria coolly replies that he has sharp ears. Mythos explains that a googly-eyed familiar told him everything yesterday, much to her surprise. He reveals the familiar told him all about her family's wrongdoings, her difficult situation after the Duchess passed away, and every single detail of what happened. With a warm smile, he adds that the familiar's last request was for him to protect her grace. Lunaria now understands why he suddenly appeared to help her. He playfully reminds her that he told her before he'd be escorting her. Looking down from above, Kyle appears ever the competent butler, prompting Lunaria to comment on his skills while Mythos agrees he's a great butler. But Mythos clarifies it's not just about competence, telling a surprised Lunaria that Kyle truly treasures her. Lunaria quietly reflects on this new information, realizing there were people who cared for her, whispering the name Lunaria. A sense of relief washes over her as she closes her eyes for a moment. Mythos suddenly challenges her, noting her entire atmosphere has changed and asking if she's really Lunaria, to which she retorts by asking if he's the same Mythos who used to cry when puppies barked at him. He laughs, confirming there's no doubt she's the Lunaria he knows, while she playfully scolds him for bringing up embarrassing childhood stories. She then turns the question back on him with a smile, asking what he's been up to. Mythos abruptly stops in his tracks. Lunaria turns in surprise, asking him why he stopped walking. She feels a strange sensation wash over her once again. A sudden ding echoes through the grand hallway as the world freezes around them. Lunaria understands immediately, thinking to herself, as I thought. She calmly closes her eyes, anticipating the choice that is about to appear. A system window materializes before her, presenting two options for dealing with the king: persuade him to leave, or confront him. The choice triggers a flashback of a woman's maniacal laugh. Then a memory of someone shouting desperately to be let through a locked door. An angry man, the head of a ducal family, berates the guards for defying him and threatens their jobs if they don't let him pass. He fumes about being made a fool of and mocked by everyone as the guards finally step aside, letting him through the now rubble-filled archway. He storms up to a past version of Lunaria and furiously demands to know what she thinks she's doing. The scene shifts to him lying defeated on the ground as a narrator describes this man as nothing more than a careless crook. The narration continues, labeling a woman who claimed to be a tactician as a third-rate fixer, and another accomplice as simply an idiot. The narrator then ponders what phrase would be fitting for her father, Otusama. The scene flashes back to a younger Lunaria at a table as her father, Theodore, enters the room announcing he's home. He is introduced as Theodore von Solfesh, the adopted son of the prominent Solfesh family. A joyful young Lunaria runs to greet him, calling him father, and it's confirmed he is indeed her real father. The narration explains that he was a good father, at least in Lunaria's childhood memories, as she lovingly embraces him. And his wife most likely saw him the same way. In fact, when they first met, it was Theodore who passionately pursued her. Lunaria's mother, Riviera L. von Solfesh, married Theodore more than 20 years ago. Riviera was initially cold and uninterested, but she eventually fell for his persistent courtship. She saw in the brave and passionate, if clumsy, Theodore something she lacked and chose to marry him against her family's wishes. The opposition was immense, as Riviera was the precious daughter of an influential family with ties to royalty, while Theodore was just a destitute noble from a remote region. Their love story across social classes seemed like a fairy tale destined for a happy ending. And for a time, they lived in happiness. A montage shows their blissful family life with Riviera smiling brightly, the family walking together, and quiet, tender moments at home. But everything changed when Riviera fell ill, and Theodore began to change as well. Theodore took over as head of the family on his wife's behalf, quickly growing comfortable with the power and acting as if he'd always been in charge. While he initially nursed Riviera, he soon began using work as an excuse to avoid her sickbed. It was around this time that Theodore started frequenting noble gambling halls, where he fell under the influence of a woman named Rufemia. Then, a year later on a cold winter day, in the middle of the night, Riviera's conditions suddenly worsened, and she passed away surrounded by a heartbroken Lunaria and the servants. But even in her grief, another dark shadow fell over Lunaria. She discovered troubling paperwork and questioned what it meant, calling out for her father. Theodore turns to face her with a cold, unsettling gaze. While trying to help with paperwork, Lunaria had discovered suspicious figures that led to a shocking revelation. Theodore had been embezzling massive amounts of the Solfege estate's assets, disguising them as social expenses. Most of that money had been lost gambling, meaning while his wife was taking her final breaths, Theodore was out, socializing, in a gambling den. Lunaria confronts him, her voice filled with pain as she demands an answer. Theodore coldly dismisses her, stating that it has nothing to do with her. He angrily shouts at her not to pry into his affairs, but she stands her ground, saying that's not a real answer. She presses on, asking why he won't tell the truth and why he tried to hide his actions with forged documents. With tears welling in her eyes, she asks if the woman he's been doting on, Rufemia, put these ideas into his head. Theodore's face twists into a snarl of pure rage. Lunaria tries to continue speaking about his new woman, but he cuts her off, yelling that he's had enough of the discussion. She calls Rufemia a bad influence, and Theodore warns her never to speak ill of Rufemia again or he won't forgive her. He then declares with a sickening smile that he plans to bring Rufemia into the Solfege family, making her their new family member. Lunaria is horrified, crying that it has only been half a year since her mother died and questioning his cruel behavior. Theodore explodes in anger, demanding to know why she can't just be happy for him and congratulate him. The narrator's voice returns, saying that to describe Theodore von Solfege in a single phrase would be. The game screen reappears, detailing the choice. Otusama interrupts my audience with the king. The current Lunaria scoffs at the scenario, thinking it's a stupid idea for her father to interrupt a royal audience. However, she acknowledges that with a man as reckless as him, it might just happen. She thinks about the man she calls Ottmar, Theodor von Soest. She recalls his impulsive nature, how he foolishly gambled away their fortune while his wife was dying and was easily tricked by his mistress into abandoning his own daughter. With this in mind, she re-evaluates the choice before her. The two options remain: persuade him to leave or confront him. Her expression hardens with determination. The narrator muses that the real Lunaria, bound by her happy memories, would surely have picked persuade him to leave, unable to confront the father she once loved. But the woman now in her body thinks to herself, "But as for me?" She suddenly turns to Mythos, posing a hypothetical question. Which option would he pick if their father interrupted their audience with the king? Mythos is visibly taken aback by the unexpected question. She reflects on how Mythos's perceptive nature scared her earlier, realizing he relies on intuition, not logic, to understand the truth. A wave of fear washes over her as she wonders if he has already seen through her disguise. She anxiously considers her secret, that she is not the real Lunaria but an imposter in her body. She knows that logical arguments won't work on Mythos, who trusts his gut, but she also knows there's no proof she's anyone else since she possesses all of Lunaria's memories. Her true opponent in this situation would be Mythos himself. If he realizes she isn't the real Lunaria, his concern for his childhood friend might drive him to search for her. He wouldn't hesitate to use his immense power and resources to confront the imposter and save the real Lunaria. He is not only wealthy and well-connected but also exceptionally talented at using his resources to achieve his goals. This is the formidable man known as Mythos van von Astoria. She realizes she needs to carefully consider how to act if Mythos ever figures out her secret. They stand in a tense silence for a moment longer. She pushes the worry aside for now, deciding to focus on the immediate problem at hand. With renewed focus, she declares that the game continues, her hand reaching toward one of the choices. A powerful energy radiates from her as she makes her decision. The world around them seems to warp and shimmer in response to her choice. She leans her head gently against Mythos's shoulder. Then she smiles, remembering where their conversation left off, and says, "Oh yeah, that's right." A young man asks what she means by his circumstances. And he explains his life is just night training from dawn to dusk. So Lunaria playfully asks if he ever sneaks out to get into mischief. To which he replies that it's all part of a night's training, but she insists she'd love to hear about it. And he smiles coyly, beginning to refuse. But then announces that they have arrived at their destination, as two imposing guards stand before a grand set of doors. And Lunaria internally notes she's seen this door countless times while playing Tenkago, recognizing it as the audience chamber where the player receives rewards. But she acknowledges that for the villainous Lunaria this is not a welcome place, since it's home to the king who could easily become her enemy. And a guard informs them that the royals are waiting inside. So Mythos suggests they go in, and she asks in surprise if he's coming too. To which he proudly proclaims that he was told to be the perfect escort. And she agrees, thinking it's best to have an ally with her, as they stand together before the towering doors. And he warns her that as the ringleader of a family coup she needs to handle this carefully. But she calmly states that she is well aware of the risks. So he smirks, asking if she's truly prepared to make the king her enemy. And she confidently replies, "No," as they walk down the long hall towards the throne room. And she wonders how this crucial meeting will unfold, as they finally come face to face with the royal couple. And the king greets Lunaria of the Solfege family, noting it has been a long time. So she curtsies politely and returns the greeting, while the queen remarks that she brought Astoria's little scamp along. And Mythos bows, explaining he volunteered to guide her as she is unfamiliar with the castle. Then the king gets straight to business, saying they need to talk. And she agrees, stating that is exactly why she is here, as she begins her formal address as Lunaria von Solfege, announcing that she has inherited the title of Duchess and become the new head of her family. And she explains that while she meant to wait until adulthood, recent family circumstances forced her to act now. But the king cuts her off, saying that's enough. And to her shock he smiles and declares that her actions were justified, which leaves both her and Mythos stunned. As the queen explains, they already heard all the details and praises her courageous choice. But she warns Lunaria that her path forward will not be easy. And she offers a warm blessing for a splendid future filled with beautiful roses. While the king adds that Riviera's daughter has grown up splendidly. So Lunaria bows her head, deeply moved, and offers her sincere thanks. as Mythos smiles in the background. And she thinks to herself how surprisingly friendly the king and queen are. But her thoughts are interrupted by the memory of her father, who she knows will cause trouble. And the queen offers to discuss any problems since she is her son's future spouse, but Lunaria knows that future is not going to happen. So she expresses her gratitude for their support, and vows to be a worthy duchess for the good of the people and the kingdom. But suddenly a guard rushes in, shouting for them to forgive the interruption. And the king demands to know the meaning of the intrusion. So the guard reports that another person claiming to be the Duke of Solfege has arrived, which shocks the king as Lunaria realizes her father is here. And the king declares it's odd since the heir is right here and furiously orders the scoundrel brought before him, as her father is dragged in protesting his treatment. And he cries out her name in disbelief, while Mythos's eye narrows with determination. And her father demands to know what misunderstanding has led to this. So Lunaria calmly tells her father to control himself in front of their majesties, as the king angrily asks what he is doing barging into the audience chamber. And he quickly apologizes for his rudeness, but insists that this is a private problem concerning the Solfege family. And he pleads with the king not to interfere, stating this is a family matter no matter what Lunaria has said. And he presents himself as a poor father simply trying to collect his rebellious daughter, asking the king not to meddle. Then he orders Lunaria to come home at once. But she calmly replies that she cannot do that, explaining that as the new Duchess Solfege, she still has matters to discuss with the royals. And her father stares with wide eyes, asking if she is serious, before exploding in rage, calling her shameless for forgetting her debt to her parents. Then he laments that he must have made a mistake in how he raised her, which makes Lunaria's eyes widen in pure shock and anger, as a cold fury settles in her gaze. And she thinks about her Ohima, Theodore von Solfege, summing him up in a single phrase, a shitty, oblivious father. As the scene shifts to the family's butler overseeing repairs on the estate, and he is informed that the craftsmen have begun their work, while someone notes that the rebuilding arrangements were surprisingly made yesterday. And another remarks that it would be a simple task for Lunaria to fix with magic. But the butler snips a rose and says she is a fast worker, and the craftsman laughs, saying that would be impossible. So the butler quietly says, no, recalling that when he asked her she said she likely could, but she chose not to because it would steal work from the carpenters and architects. Lunaria calmly explains that she's well aware of the wonderful work the citizens of the Solfege dukedom do, work that magic simply cannot compare to. She smiles warmly and says it was Kyle and the other loyal, first-rate servants who taught her that. The loyal servants are moved to tears by her words, their faces filled with emotion. They rally behind Kyle, ready to get to work rebuilding the annex. Kyle looks at a single scarlet rose and wishes for Lunaria's safe return. Meanwhile, Theodore, Lunaria's father, is shown with a look of pure, unadulterated rage on his face. Lunaria stands resolute, her expression cold and determined, ready to face her final family-related obstacle. Theodore storms into the throne room, his face contorted in a furious scowl. The queen calmly tells him to compose himself. He screams back, calm down? Why should I calm down? He points a trembling finger at Lunaria and accuses her of using dreadful magic to blow up a house and severely injure her family, all while having the audacity to act as the head of the Solfege family. He puts on a show of crocodile tears, lamenting the harm done to his beloved family. Lunaria simply asks him what he's talking about. She explains that she was merely protecting herself, and that it was her stepmother and brother who resorted to dreadful violence first. He dismisses her words as a childish excuse, but she calmly informs him that the demolished building is already being reconstructed. He is stunned into silence by this news. She explains that the detached building had significantly deteriorated, a fact that was clear from the report her mother had arranged for while she was still alive. She adds that even the architect had signed off on the results, so surely he must have seen the report as well, right? He can only let out a choked gasp, and she asks him if he's telling her he hadn't even read the contents. He dismisses her words as pointless quibbling. He then yells that after doing such terrible things, she should start with an, "I'm sorry." He tries to appeal to the court, asking if anyone is really taking her brazen story seriously. The king then speaks, stating that her claims are consistent with the inspector's report and that the royal family finds her story worthy of trust. Theodore is horrified, stammering about her taking over the dukedom. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. The king confirms that her claim has received royal assent. He tells Theodore that if he has any grievances, he can make a statement at a later time. Lunaria looks at her father with a cold, detached expression and says that while it's unfortunate, this is for the best, and she's sure that justice will make the fairest decision. She then challenges him, saying that if he has a proper basis for his claims, he can reveal it fair and square. He can only grit his teeth in silent fury. She thinks to herself that it's impossible for him to have any real claim, though. He clutches his family ring, his knuckles white with rage. He screams, "Don't joke with me. There's no way such fraud could be tolerated." He throws a tantrum, calling the situation far too ridiculous. The crown prince, watching from the side, finally speaks up, declaring that he won't accept this. The king tells him to control himself. Lunaria simply watches her father's meltdown, thinking to herself that he's just screaming at her. She was prepared for the possibility that the king might side with her father, so his current state is a bit of a letdown. He points a finger at her and screams, "You will regret this." She still feels a faint sense of discomfort, as if she's overlooked something important. She wonders what the cause of this discomfort could be. The king finally loses his patience and yells at Theodore to stop his disgraceful behavior. He reminds him that such ill-mannered behavior is inexcusable in the sacred audience chamber, especially for one of the 4 great dukedoms, and that he's not even the eldest son, but merely adopted in. Theodore is stunned by the king's words, repeating, "Merely adopted in a small, wounded voice. He then asks what's wrong with being adopted. He sneers that the king must see him as some barbaric countryside bumpkin. He declares that of all the people here, he is the one who knows what's best. He then insults the king, calling him an incompetent ruler who can only boast about his lineage. He adds that His Majesty seems to be the type who isn't satisfied without shouting such things out loud. Lunaria watches the two of them, thinking to herself that this is a classic idiot-on-idiot battle, and that she could just let them attack each other, but the king is left speechless by Theodore's blatant disrespect. The queen then intervenes, telling Theodore that's enough. She reminds him that he is the husband of her dear late friend, and that she has closed her eyes to his transgressions many times, but such an insult to the king is inexcusable. Lunaria thinks to herself that this is what would happen, that her poor Odasama would get the banishment end. The king, his face red with rage, orders his guards to throw Theodore out, declaring that he is to be banished from the capital. 2 knights grab him by the arms, and he struggles against them, screaming at them to unhand him. He calls them brats as they drag him away, telling him to come quietly. Myhos and the queen look on, shocked by the sudden turn of events. Theodore continues to scream, "Don't look down on me." Lunaria thinks to herself that next on her list is to forcefully expel Randolph from the Solfège family as well. As he's being dragged away, Theodore's hand is shown, revealing a simple ring on his finger. Lunaria's eyes widen as she finally realizes the source of her discomfort. She thinks to herself, "That's it, the source of my discomfort." She realizes that she doesn't remember him ever wearing a ring in the game. She wonders if she just missed it because he has so few scenes, but even in the memories she inherited from the original Lunaria, there's no mention of such a ring. With his hand raised up, Theodore, now completely unhinged, calls upon the Ring of Heroes to grant him power. The ring on his finger begins to glow with an ominous light. A massive surge of energy erupts from him, knocking the knights back. He laughs maniacally, his body crackling with a strange, dark energy as a shadowy figure welcomes him back. At a gambling den, a portly man congratulates Theodore on his unusually big win, saying that Lady Luck has surely smiled upon him. Theodore, looking smug, asks if he lost so much that he needs to borrow money, but the man says it's not borrowing he's after. Like a merchant, he's there to get him interested in an item he has for sale. He presents a simple, unadorned ring, calling it this. Theodore is intrigued, asking if it's something for sale. The man confirms that it's a ring. He explains that it's a super rare item he miraculously got his hands on from a secret route, and that it causes the wearer to well up with tremendous power. Theodore is skeptical but intrigued. The man tells him that a man of his stature is at risk of many dangers and that one can never have too many tools for self-defense. He then reveals that the ring is called the Ring of Heroes, and that it was once proudly worn in battle by a hero. Theodore is completely sold, seeing the ring as exactly what a man of valor like himself deserves. Back in the present, he laughs maniacally, his body overflowing with the ring's power. Lunaria and Myhos watch in horror as he transforms, his magic unlike anything they've ever seen. His body begins to contort and grow. his muscles bulging and his clothes tearing. His feet burst out of his shoes, becoming monstrous and clawed. He transforms into a hulking beast-like creature, his face twisted in a monstrous grin. He lets out a deafening roar, "I am the Duke Solfege." Lunaria realizes with a start that he didn't get a ring of heroes, but a cursed ring by mistake. A panicked royal screams for the guards as another wonders what is happening. And suddenly the monstrous Theodore roars with overwhelming power, sending a young man flying back. While Lunaria told Mythos to protect their royal highnesses. As the young man looks on completely stunned, asking what they are. And the woman named Lunaria coolly informs the knight in training that she's leaving the guarding to him. Then she begins to conjure a glowing sphere of magic in her hands. The monstrous Theodore roars, "Once again you bare your teeth at your parent?" He charges at her, his massive fists ready to strike. He throws a powerful punch, but she easily blocks it with a magical barrier. She's shocked that he was able to break her barrier in a single blow. Myhos quickly grabs the king and queen and pulls them to safety, telling them to go this way. Lunaria easily dodges her father's clumsy attacks, and the king and queen cry out in terror, calling for the guards as the monstrous Theodore roars. Myhos jumps in front of them, ready to defend the royal couple. Lunaria, her hands glowing with magic, orders Myhos to protect their royal highnesses. He turns to her in confusion, asking what she's doing. She reminds him that he's studying to be a knight and tells him she's leaving the guarding to him. She then unleashes a powerful blasts him if he needs to cool his head down a bit. She then unleashes a torrent of water magic, completely drenching him. He's momentarily stunned, his massive body sputtering as water fills his lungs. She then sends a powerful blast of wind that shatters the water bubble, sending him flying back. She dodges his attacks with graceful ease, her movements fluid and precise. She thinks to herself that the existence of cursed items was mentioned alongside her magical outburst in the game's lore. She recalls that their existence was hinted at in some of the idle chat scenes. "I see a cursed ring," she thinks, realizing that she had previously dismissed it as just world-building to set the mood, but they actually exist. She sees her father gathering his strength for another attack and thinks what a pain it is, deciding to put him to sleep with a nightmare mist. He charges at her with incredible speed. She's surprised by his quickness, her eyes widening in shock. He throws a powerful punch that she just barely manages to block. She grunts in pain as she's sent flying across the room. Myhos screams her name in terror. He starts to run towards her, shouting that he'll help. But the king clings to his leg, begging him not to leave him, and Myhos is forced to pry him off. Lunaria clutches her arm, wincing in pain as she admits that his attack hurt. She stands in front of a shattered wall, her expression a mixture of pain and determination. The monstrous Theodore apologizes for hurting her, his voice a twisted mockery of fatherly concern. He then screams that it's all her fault and that this is her punishment. She realizes with a start that the cursed ring has strengthened him an absurd amount. She remembers that he was a sports nut who always boasted about his arm strength, so his physical ability was probably high to begin with, making him a formidable opponent. He roars, "You dared to try and harm your own father." However, she knows that in front of her combat ability, his brute strength is meaningless. He screams that this hurts him more than it hurts her. He looks down at his own daughter with a pained, sorrowful expression. She smiles and says, "Era, if it hurts that much, then allow me to take your place." She then unleashes a powerful blast of fire from her fist, engulfing him in flames. She strikes him with a series of powerful, fiery punches, her movements a blur of motion. The chapter ends with her standing over her defeated father, the title, "Who Are You?" looming over them. Her father's body is engulfed in flames as he lets out a final, agonizing scream. She sends him flying with a powerful kick, his body tumbling through the air. Her expression is cold and merciless as she watches him fall. He crashes to the ground, his body still smoking from the flames. He screams in agony as the fire continues to burn him. The flames slowly die down, leaving him scorched and defeated as he rolls on the ground. Lunaria calmly remarks that fortunately he can still feel heat in that form, and as expected, one cannot drink flames. He is suddenly encased in a sphere of water, extinguishing the flames but leaving him gasping for air as he's drowned once again. The water dissipates, and he is then struck by a bolt of lightning, his body convulsing in pain. He's then lifted into the air by a powerful gust of wind and slammed into the ceiling. Myhos and the queen can only watch in horror at the brutal display of power. She creates a magical barrier around him, trapping him in a sphere of pure energy. He struggles against the barrier, his face a mask of terror. She then stands over him and asks if his magic was expelled all at once, putting out the flames, and calls it an unexpected feat of strength. But she's not finished with him yet. He kneels on the floor, his clothes tattered and his body bruised, completely defeated. He lets out a final, pained gasp as he realizes the power of the ring has been used up. The royal guards finally burst into the room, announcing their intrusion. They stop in their tracks, shocked by the scene of devastation before them. They can only stammer, "What is this?" The king, who had been cowering behind his throne, jumps out and yells at them for being late. Lunaria sees this as the perfect opportunity and declares that this villain has attempted to harm their royal majesties. The king, eager to regain some semblance of control, points at the defeated Theodore and orders his men to arrest him. The knights quickly subdue him, and he lets out a final, defeated groan. Lunaria watches the scene with a cold, detached expression, wondering what he was planning by making such a racket. She asks him if he was planning a coup d'état, and if he really thought he could win against all of them. With a pitying smile, she asks if it's possible that he simply wasn't thinking at all. He can only grit his teeth in silent fury, unable to answer. She tells him that either way, he's a felon now, and unfortunately, he won't be able to escape severe punishment. He finally breaks, screaming her name in a desperate plea. He begs for her to save him, his voice filled with terror and regret. She smiles sweetly and says, "Worry not, father." She then delivers the final blow, telling him that she will make sure to properly protect the Solfège house and that she'll do a splendid job as its head, but it pains her to know that they will never see each other again. He screams at her, asking if she has no heart and telling her not to joke around. She simply looks at him with a sad, disappointed expression and says she thought that in the end, he would be able to send her off with joy. "What a shame," she says, her voice devoid of any real emotion. She then throws his own words back at him. "Can you not just congratulate someone on their happiness?" He is left speechless, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. The queen declares that this conversation is over and orders the guards to take him away. They haul him to his feet, telling him to come on and stand up. Lunaria looks at him one last time and says, "This is goodbye, father." He is dragged away by the guards, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. He struggles against them, screaming for them to wait. The knights tell him to keep walking as they drag him out of the throne room. A distraught Theodore, held back by guards, demands to know where Lunaria is. His face is a mask of pure terror and confusion. Her eye widens in response. She coolly asks what he's talking about, pointing out that she is standing right in front of him. He screams in denial, insisting that she is not Lunaria. As she watches with a stern expression, he continues his frantic outburst, declaring her a completely different person and that he can't believe he ever mistook her for his daughter. Lunaria calmly dismisses his claims as a ridiculous accusation, wondering aloud what his goal could possibly be. Theodore struggles desperately against the guards, begging them to tell him about his real daughter. With tears streaming down his face, he screams, asking if Lunaria is safe. The chaotic scene unfolds as Mythos watches Theodore plead and demand to know what this impostor has done with the real Lunaria. Lunaria looks down on him with disdain, remarking that he seems to be delirious. She speculates that it might be a side effect of the cursed ring and orders the guards to have him examined just to be safe, an order they readily accept. The guards begin to drag the struggling and grunting Theodore away. As he's being hauled off, his desperate cries echo through the hall, still asking if Lunaria is safe. He continues to beg for an answer while Lunaria stands over the guards, watching the scene impassively. She scoffs internally, mocking his sudden attempt to act like a good father and wondering if any trace of the kind Otasama from the real Lunaria's memories remains. But she quickly dismisses the thought, deciding it's far too late for him to play that part. A flashback shows Theodore screaming for his daughter again. Lunaria's face contorts with rage as she roars that Lunaria is dead, having cut her own throat. The scene darkens, showing a silhouette of Lunaria dying alone in the depths of despair, a dagger in her hand. The narration explains that it was this cruel world and the very people around her that pushed her to that desperate end. Standing over the now cowering Theodore, surrounded by guards, she declares that he is the one who killed Lunaria. She turns and walks away down a long, grand hall, leaving the chaos behind her. Mythos quietly watches her go, a thoughtful expression on his face. He concludes that Theodore, a man who has always shirked his duties, Must have thought he could escape punishment by feigning insanity. Lunaria stands alone for a moment in the quiet hallway. Mythos catches up to her, asking if Duchess Solfège is heading home. She turns with a wry smile, remarking that an unexpected family shame has been exposed to the world. Mythos calls it a splendid battle, and while she agrees, she confesses that she was truly at her wit's end. As they walk together, he counters that it seemed like she handled it with plenty of leeway, a claim she playfully denies. Mythos suddenly stops and asks her a pointed question, "Is Lunaria safe?" She is visibly startled by his directness. He explains that while Theodore was certainly not a decent father, he didn't seem truly insane or clever enough to fake it so convincingly, adding that his final, desperate words felt like the truth. He looks her directly in the eyes and asks with unnerving intensity, "Who are you?" Unseen by them, Kyle watches the tense confrontation from a distance. Lunaria quickly composes herself, suggesting that even if Theodore's outburst wasn't an act, it was merely his imagination. She turns the question back on Mythos, asking if he actually believes Theodore's frantic accusations. Mythos seems taken aback, simply asking, "Is it wrong?" A dark expression crosses her face as she thinks to herself that she knew he would be trouble. She stands in silence for a tense moment. After a brief hesitation, she begins to speak. She makes a stunning confession, admitting that she is not the real Lunaria, just as he suspected. Mythos is utterly shocked as she explains that now is not the time to reveal everything and invites him to the Solfège estate another day. She promises to tell him the entire story then, once all the key players have been gathered together. Mythos stares after her, dumbfounded by the revelation. She leaves him standing alone in the grand hallway, turning to walk away. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of the magnificent Solfège estate. Later, Lunaria sits at her desk, surrounded by paperwork, a new plan already in motion. She takes a sip of tea, preparing for what's to come. Kyle enters the study and announces that she has guests scheduled for today, which she calmly confirms. He begins to list them, starting with Mythos van von Astoria from the Astoria family. He continues with Alicia von Mishgard of the Mishgard family and Faridas von Kurtz from the Kurtz family. Kyle notes with concern that 3 heads and 1 future head of the 4 great duchies are meeting under conditions of absolute secrecy. Lunaria confirms his report is correct and then asks if something is troubling him. He looks at her with deep worry, asking what she is planning, but she simply teases him for being a worrywart. With a bright, disarming smile, she insists that it's just an ordinary tea party. Meanwhile, at the Kurtz estate, a familiar reports back to its master, Faridas, who scoffs at the idea that any gathering involving Lunaria could ever be ordinary. And at the Mishgard estate, a servant informs its young head, Alicia, of a message from the Solfège family, and she immediately orders it to be played. Back at the Solfège estate, the arrival of a familiar bearing a rose sigil surprises the guests. One of them declares they should make haste and head over for a chat. A smiling Faridas and a wide-eyed Alicia are shown preparing to depart for the Solfège estate. The chapter title is revealed, The Hidden Truth. Lunaria waits patiently in an elegant gazebo, thinking that it's almost time. She reflects on her decision to confess to Mythos, realizing it was the only move she could have made. She knew a half-assed lie would never have worked on him, especially after his simple but profound question, "Is it wrong?" She reasoned that if his suspicions were allowed to fester, he could become a major obstacle to her revenge, so it was better to be upfront and control the narrative. She also knows that besides Mythos, there are 2 other people she must confide in. A diagram lays out the 4 great dukedoms, highlighting her need to bring the heads of the Mishgard and Kurtz families into her confidence. Profiles introduce Mishgard's child prodigy, Alicia, who became head of her family at 13, and the shrewd Faridas, head of the Kurtz family and a trusted advisor to the king. The narrator explains that in the original game, these 2 were even more minor than Mythos, barely mentioned by name. A rumor suggested the game's developer had planned a larger role for them, but it never came to fruition beyond a small special booklet that gave them a little extra backstory. Ultimately, they were reduced to simple stereotypes, described as arrogant and cold, and similar to the villainous Lunaria. This was the only information the player ever received about their characters. Because Lunaria was cast as the villainess, the heads of the other 3 great dukedoms were automatically labeled as villains as well. However, Lunaria thinks to herself that based on the memories the real Lunaria left behind, they are something else entirely. The scene returns to the present as a soft breeze blows through the garden gazebo. The sound of footsteps approaches on the stone path. Lunaria hears the main gate creak open. One of her arriving guests comments on the lovely smell of the garden, noting that it will be in full bloom soon. Alicia arrives, flanked by 2 armored guards, and happily greets Lunaria Wanizima, thanking her for the invitation. Lunaria looks toward the entrance to the gazebo. She greets the young duchess by name, Alicia. Suddenly, Faridas appears, chiding Alicia for arriving with such a large escort and calling it tactless. Alicia immediately retorts, accusing the Duke of Kurtz of hiding dangerous magic tools in his own pockets. Faridas smiles slyly, defending his caution by saying he is a coward by nature, especially given the history of blood feuds between their families. Lunaria watches their familiar bickering in silence. Hey, a new voice calls out, interrupting them. Mythos arrives, telling them to cut it out and noting it has been a long time since they were all together. Faridas immediately turns his attention to Mythos, mentioning he's heard rumors that Mythos is close to becoming the head of the Astoria family and wondering if that's the reason for this secret gathering. He then turns to Alicia, asking if she's heard anything, but she puts on an innocent expression and claims it's the first she's heard of it. Alicia, one of the heads of the 4 great dukedoms, compliments Mythos, asking if she should be calling him the Duke of Astoria now. Myhos is flustered by her teasing. Faridas, another head of a great dukedom, asks with a hint of amusement if he's going to be the target of their teasing now. Myhos quickly changes the subject, stating that rumors are just rumors and that they were all called here because Duchess Solfege has something important to tell them. Lunaria watches them, her expression unreadable. She then addresses them all, thanking them for coming. Faridas gets straight to the point, asking if she has followed in her mother Riviera's footsteps and taken over the family. She looks at the 3 of them, her childhood friend and the heads of the other 2 great dukedoms. Faridas smiles warmly and says he's sure she'll be a splendid duchess and bring her people happiness. Alicia chimes in, saying she's been worrying about her for a long time, as they never get the chance to meet with how busy they are. Lunaria simply thanks them for their kind words. She knows from the original Lunaria's memories that these 3 are definitely not villains. Sometimes they have conflicting interests, but they are all bound by a mutual respect for one another. Alicia then playfully scolds her guards, telling them to back off and that they're being a hindrance. She then complains that her father is such a worrier for sending them with her, but Faridas remarks that men do tend to be more timid than women. Myhos then asks if all the actors have assembled and if she's ready to talk now. She looks at Alicia and says, "Indeed." She thinks to herself that the only question is how much she should tell them. Faridas asks if she has something important to tell them, and after a brief pause, he asks if it's about the message the familiar brought the other day. He recalls the cryptic message, "I am Lunaria, but I am not Lunaria." Alicia says she received the same message and asks what kind of riddle it is, admitting that she can't make sense of it. Lunaria explains that it means exactly what it said. She is not the Lunaria they all know, she is someone else. She clarifies that while this is without a doubt Lunaria's body, she is not the same person who once inhabited it. Alicia and Faridas are confused, asking if she means she's using some kind of disguise magic. She explains that it's a creepy thought, but that's why she sent the message in advance, to prepare them for the truth. Faridas and Myhos are shocked, realizing they were invited here by a person they know nothing about. Myhos, however, says that he believes she's telling the truth, and that she's not the Lunaria he once knew. Faridas is surprised by his conviction, but says that if he believes her, then he has to as well. Alicia agrees, saying that if she were really Lunaria, she would have no reason to tell such a lie. Lunaria thanks them for accepting her story so quickly. Faridas then asks who she is and what kind of connection she had with the original Lunaria. Alicia asks why she's revealing all of this to them, and if she expects their help with something. Faridas adds that if she is not Lunaria, then they have no obligation to her, and asks what her goal is. She explains that the reason she's telling them all this is so they won't get in the way of her goal. Alicia asks what that goal is. Lunaria's expression hardens as she declares, "My goal is revenge. Revenge on those who pushed Lunaria to take her own life." Alicia is horrified, realizing that her Wanissima was driven to suicide. Myhos is also shocked and demands that she explain everything in full. She looks at them, her expression a mixture of grief and rage. Alicia cries out, "No way, to think she was pushed that far?" Faridas is also in disbelief, saying he never would have imagined her doing such a thing. Myhos reveals that he heard about her difficult situation at home from her butler. He looks down, his expression pained. He admits that at the time, he thought that she was just uncharacteristically timid when it came to her family, and that she was putting up with it for as long as she could. He also knew that the crown prince had been oppressing her as well. Alicia cries out that her heart was more beautiful and nobler than anyone's, and wonders how anyone could endure all of that. Myhos clenches his fist in anger, cursing the injustice of it all. Lunaria looks on, her heart aching for their genuine grief. Faridas looks at her with a new understanding and says that the reason she revealed all this to them is because the Crown Prince Dale is on her revenge list. She sits down, her expression weary, and confirms that he's right. She explains that as the current head of one of the 4 great dukedoms, taking action to bring about the ruin of the Crown Prince would look like treason to others. Faridas agrees, saying it would look like an attempt to overthrow the royal family. He adds that if the 3 of them got wind of it without knowing the circumstances, they would have no choice but to take the side of the royal family and point their blades at her. She tells them that her goal is revenge and nothing more. She says that such a troublesome situation is not what she wants, and that's why she decided to tell them the truth. She then stands and says that's all she has to say. Faridas looks at her with a thoughtful expression and says that while it's a surprising topic, he doesn't think she's lying. He sits down, a look of deep contemplation on his face. He then looks at her and says that he believes her story, but she's hiding something important, isn't she? He says that he believes her story, but he has a few questions. What happened to the original Lunaria, and what happened to her? He notes that oddly enough, she never said anything about herself, and that her existence could be the key to solving this odd situation. She simply replies that she has no idea how this came to be either. He acknowledges that she said as much in her story. He points out that she never met Lunaria while she was alive, and that she's a complete outsider, yet she's willing to pour everything into taking on her enemies because she inherited her memories and regrets. He then says that when she speaks of her, it feels like she's known her for a long time. He looks at her with a sharp, knowing gaze and says it's like she's talking about a dear old friend. He asks her, "What is it that you are hiding?" She looks down, admitting that there is something she wasn't sure if she should say, something that would be incredibly disturbing for all of them. Alicia pleads with her to tell them, asking if she had some kind of relationship with the original Lunaria. Myhos adds, "You're only saying that now?" Lunaria takes a deep breath and decides to tell them everything. She reveals that her story, the one she's been living, is one she's read over and over again. She explains that while she never met Lunaria, she was someone she knew well. Faridas asks what she means by read. She explains that in the world she's from, Lunaria was an imaginary character, and this world was an imaginary world. She tells them that this is the world inside of a story. Myhos is confused, asking, "A story?" Alicia asks if she means like a novel. She explains that it's more complex than that, and that in her world, they were called games, which would be like an illustrated story projected by an illuminate stone in this world. Myhos scoffs, asking if she's saying they're all just characters that appear in that story. She tells him he can choose not to believe it, but she then looks at him and says that she knows about him from reading the story as well, which leaves him speechless. He looks at her, his mind reeling, but then he simply says, "No, I believe you." Faridas finds the idea of a world within a story to be an incredibly interesting and unexpected connection. And he explains that his position grants him access to all sorts of information including data on planetary anomalies. As Mythos and the young woman listen with rapt attention. And he reveals that at the exact moment she awoke in Lunaria's body an abnormal magic response was detected all across the globe, which was quickly analyzed and ruled out as an attack from another country. So while there were many theories about its cause, one particular scholar's hypothesis stood out to him, which proposed that the strange space-time magic originated from a higher world that regulates their own. And Lunaria confirms that she's aware of that theory. So he admits that while he would normally find such a story foolish, her claim of being from a world outside the story fits the evidence perfectly. Then she realizes that Lunaria's suicide, which was never supposed to happen, created a singularity that is now causing ripples in the narrative. But Mythos throws his hands up in confusion, admitting he doesn't really understand any of this. And he simplifies it by asking if she basically wants to rewrite a story she doesn't like. Because even though she says they are in a story, he is very much alive and real. To which she agrees, explaining their current conversation is something that never happened in the original plot. And a determined smile spreads across Mythos's face as he declares that if she can rewrite the story, then their fate is still in their own hands. While the young woman cheerfully remarks what a strange and fascinating conversation this has been. And Lunaria agrees with a small knowing smile. As the young woman excitedly suggests that this must be the real Lunaria's magic, a power strong enough to make a story into reality. And she asks with wide eyes if this means Lunaria Wanisama is an incredible magician. So the main character agrees, thinking that if anyone could achieve such a feat it would be Lunaria. But she internally corrects herself, realizing that Lunaria's incredible power is simply a pre-written part of the story, not the cause of it. Then the young woman asks a very practical question: what should she call her now? Which seems to catch her off guard, as she hadn't considered it. And she hesitates for a moment, looking down in thought, as she recalls the frustration of watching the character of Lunaria suffer in the game, unable to do anything to help. Before she looks up with renewed determination and declares that she wants to be called Lunaria until her revenge is complete, because she feels that the real Lunaria entrusted this mission to her. Then she asks if this is unacceptable to them. And Mythos leans against a pillar and thoughtfully considers her request, before stating that since the real Lunaria is gone and she is here, there must be a reason for it all. And the young woman beams happily, proclaiming that as long as she follows Lunaria's will, her decisions are the same as her Wanisama's. While Farida's agrees her story was magnificent, just as the real Lunaria was, prompting her to quietly contemplate the weight of carrying Lunaria's will. And he then asks if, other than their meeting, everything else is progressing according to the original plot. But she just smiles wryly and says, no, not everything. Which makes him laugh, admitting he doesn't know how much of her story is true, but that she is just like the real Lunaria. So she smirks back, confessing that even she doesn't get it sometimes. But he says that her ability to play the part so perfectly is in itself a form of truth. And Mythos says his goodbyes, offering his help whenever she might need it, as the young woman also bids a fond farewell to her Lunari Wanchama. And the group finally disperses, leaving her alone in the gazebo, where she takes a quiet moment to sip her tea. And her butler Kyle approaches to ask if her tea party was a productive one, to which she replies that it was very productive and concluded safely. And he expresses his relief, saying peaceful tea parties are always for the best. But she stops him by calling his name. And she poses a difficult question, asking if he would want to know a truth so sad that it had to be hidden, to which he thoughtfully replies that while ignorance can be bliss, he would definitely want to know if it was necessary for him to better assist Lunaria-sama. Then he asks if something is troubling her, but she turns away, saying that it's just hard to talk about. And she changes the subject by telling him she doesn't care for baked sweets with fruit, and he immediately apologizes, promising to prepare something else next time. Then she sincerely thanks him for everything, while wondering what the real Lunaria would do in her place. And he tells her it's no problem at all, as choosing the tea cakes is one of his few pleasures. Before he reminds her that the new school term is starting soon. And she sits quietly, considering the implications, knowing that the game's heroine Mana and Crown Prince Dale will be there waiting for her. And she sips her tea, deciding she needs to start preparing, as a wicked grin spreads across her face at the thought of going back to school. While in another place, a young woman hums to herself while getting ready. And she introduces herself in the mirror as Mana Primera, the saintess destined to purify evil, revealing that she is a reincarnator from modern-day Japan. And she excitedly anticipates meeting all the characters in her beloved academy who she believes exist for her sake, as she smiles confidently, knowing she is the protagonist of this world. And in a flashback, the Crown Prince Dale tells Lunaria it's suffocating to be around her, as they stand in a garden, and he complains about the pressures of his royal duties, even though in reality, it was Lunaria who was on the verge of drowning from his cruelty, as he recalls a time he confronted her about taking the army hunting. And she brought up the rumor that he tortures animals for fun. So he dismissed the rumor and mockingly asked what it had to do with her. And he scoffed at their engagement, calling it a decision their parents made, before telling her to stop nitpicking him like a wife. But she tried to explain that his actions could bring shame to the royal family. And he brutally slapped her across the face, sending her falling to the ground as Mana watched in shock. And he screamed at her never to talk back to him again, yelling that he is the future king and questioning if she thinks she's better than him, before calling her uptight and boring, and telling her to go home because her gloomy face was depressing. Then he cruelly suggested she practice smiling in the mirror, saying a bright and cheerful girl would suit him better, and he gestured to a flower, for example someone like the Saintess Mana, as the chapter ends with the words, "Game start," over an image of splashing water, followed by a logo. And the narration begins describing an ordinary office worker in modern-day Japan, who after a long overtime shift is involved in an accident with a truck. And the next thing she knows, she has woken up in a magical kingdom. Guided by a mysterious power, you were reborn in this world and gained the power of the Saintess to purify evil beasts. Born into a viscount's house and named Mana, you were raised in a magical country until you turned 16 and suddenly remembered everything from your past life. While fulfilling your duties as the Saintess, you also attend the Royal Academy as a student. Though the school is an enchanting place, you're so busy with your Saintess duties that you don't have much time to spend as a student. And before you know it, there's only 1 year left. Deciding you've had enough of working all the time, just like in your previous life, you declare that you're going to find a wonderful love. And so your hectic year of love and work begins, surrounded by potential suitors. The story begins. A voice remarks that it's quite a complicated story. A woman named Lunaria sits at her desk saying she told him so and that it's not something she can explain while doing paperwork. A man named Mythos clarifies the situation, saying Lunaria was from Japan before waking up here, but in the game she remembers it's the Saintess Manaju who was supposed to be from Japan, not her. Lunaria admits that even she isn't entirely sure, but that's just how it is. She explains that in the game's plot, an ordinary person from Japan reincarnates and gets a happy ending with the man of her dreams as Saintess Mana. To enhance that scenario, the game forced the role of the villain onto Lunaria, making her evil simply because the plot required it, and all the story's holes were dumped onto her character. Lunaria quietly contemplates the concept of reincarnation as a small creature floats beside her. Mythos is confused, asking why the love story game was so convoluted and if being reincarnated from Japan is a normal occurrence there. Lunaria explains that of course it's not normal, but such stories are popular in her country, which has odd tastes, and she doubts someone as confident as him could understand. Mythos is shocked, asking if this means the characters in this world are the same as the game and if this world's Manaju is also from Japan. Lunaria firmly states that is impossible. Her familiar creature explains that even if this world matches the game settings, the one detail that cannot be true is Mana Primera coming from Japan. Mythos seeks confirmation, asking if it shouldn't be true, and Lunaria agrees. She elaborates that in the game's original settings, the main character Mana was supposed to have come from Japan, specifically from a small suburban town called Hinatashi. Mythos processes this information with a serious expression. The familiar creature clarifies that Hinatashi was just a fictional place for the story and never actually existed in Japan. Lunaria concludes that since the town doesn't exist, the Mana who supposedly came from Japan can't exist either. Mythos points out that Manaju does exist in this world, and Lunaria confirms that he's right. Lunaria explains that there's no way this world's Mana comes from Japan, setting though it's possible she believes she's from a different version of Japan that Lunaria wouldn't recognize. Mythos throws his hands up in frustration, declaring it's all too complicated, and Lunaria simply agrees. He then cuts to the chase and asks what she is truly after. Lunaria questions if he's really just asking about the game after calling her office so late at night. Mythos jokes that since he was calling a lady, he should have invited her to a play or something. She dismisses his attempt at humor, asking if the knights teach such jokes, and tells him she's getting ready for bed if he has nothing else important to say. Lunaria then mentions that the new school term starts tomorrow and asks if he'll be returning soon. Mythos looks concerned, pointing out that while it's only been half a year for Lunaria, it's his first time going and there are many things to worry about. She acknowledges that his concern is valid while closing her inkwell. He continues, saying that furthermore Crown Prince Dale and Saintess Manaju will be there. Lunaria nonchalantly confirms their presence and asks what his point is. He asks if she is aware that he attends the same school. She feigns surprise, sarcastically wondering if she'll see him there. Mythos gets serious, telling her not to joke about this because he feels a responsibility as long as there is a chance the prince and Manaju might harm her. Lunaria calmly tells him to relax and that she doesn't need a guard. She closes her eyes and adds that she is keenly aware of the danger. He can't believe her calm demeanor, reminding her that she's not up against regular students. She coolly replies that they are famous enough that everyone should already know their names. A profile of Dale Levi von Ichthyes appears, identified as a capture target from the game, Tenkago. Despite being one of many targets, he is treated as the normal route, with favorable scenarios and extra scenes. In the story, Dale is engaged to Lunaria but becomes attracted to Mana, realizing she is his true love. While Lunaria would have refused him anyway, the real issue was that his pursuit of Mana led him to attack Lunaria. From the start, he couldn't tolerate anyone being better than him, so he treated her like an enemy, broke off their engagement in public, and even convinced the king to banish her. She remembers a vivid memory of Dale outrageously striking her. However, she notes that in this reality the attacks started even earlier than the game's story suggested. Lunaria concedes that he was right, they are no ordinary students. Her eyes then blaze with determination as she declares that because Dale was one of the people who cornered Lunaria, she will have her revenge. Mythos seems worried about her resolve, asking if she is sure she wouldn't try to stop the conflict, but then thinks that maybe she wouldn't. He asks plainly if there's any chance she could forgive the Crown Prince, and she confirms that she cannot. He then shifts the topic to Manaju, asking if she was also terrible to Lunaria. Mythos clarifies he means the Mana Primera of this world, not the game character. Lunaria states that in this world Mana most likely hasn't done anything to Lunaria, because in this world's timeline Lunaria dies before any of those events can unfold. So Mythos asks what her plan is now. Lunaria stands silently with a determined look on her face. The scene changes to the first day back at school with students greeting Lunaria-sama. She greets her butler Kyle in a lavish room. Kyle informs her that Her Royal Highness sends her congratulations for returning to school, which she gracefully accepts. He also mentions that the Duchess of Mishgard sent a large number of celebratory gifts. Lunaria chuckles at her friend Alicia's grandiosity and tells Kyle to take the gifts to her room. She then says it's time to get ready as she hates to be late. The scene flashes back to Mythos asking about her plan. She explains that in the game Mana Primera's student life could follow many paths. Her familiar adds that in every route she unjustly corners Lunaria to raise her own status, which is the heroine's duty. Mythos points out that at least for now the Mana in this world hasn't done anything wrong. Lunaria quietly agrees that's true. She explains that the game officially begins on the first day of the last year of school, which is tomorrow. Mythos is startled by this revelation, while Lunaria adds the crucial fact that in the original story Lunaria was supposed to return to school but took her own life before then. The familiar explains that there was no contact between Mana and Lunaria before the game's start, since Lunaria was on a 6-month break and Mana had few friends due to her saintly duties and hadn't approached Dale yet. Lunaria notes that their relationship was just part of the game's story, and Mythos agrees it's likely the same in this world, as he's never heard of any incidents between them. She is certain of this because she possesses Lunaria's memories and would know if there were any discrepancies between her life and the game's plot. This means the Mana of this world has done nothing to Lunaria yet. Mythos then asks what she plans to do, given that it didn't seem like she intended to forgive Manaju either. She confirms with a serious look that she does not intend to forgive her. However, she clarifies that she can't take revenge on someone who hasn't done anything yet. But she warns with a cold stare that if Mana sides with Dale, she won't overlook her. She makes it clear that she won't allow anyone to get in the way of her revenge, not even him, Mythos. Mythos leans back with a slight smile and says he'll keep that in mind. He thinks to himself that the prince has made a truly terrifying enemy. Lunaria's eyes widen as she senses the moment approaching. A grandfather clock shows it is 5 seconds until midnight. The final seconds tick down as both Lunaria and Mythos watch with intense focus. As the clock strikes the new day, a quill falls from her hand. As Lunaria's carriage waits outside her grand mansion, she wonders if her school uniform still looks presentable after not wearing it for so long. With tears in their eyes, her staff assures her she looks splendid, and she responds with a pleased smile. She confidently announces her departure, ready to face the day ahead. Her staff wishes Lunaria-sama a safe trip as she steps into the carriage. Inside the carriage, she gazes out the window, thinking that the day to return to school has finally arrived. She reflects on how busy she was the past month with a major cleanup, leaving her no time to investigate the school beforehand. At least she got a small break from her overwhelming duties, she thinks with a hint of relief. The carriage ride continues, and she confirms that the date of her return matches the game, Tenkago, so she can use her knowledge of it as a guide. However, she knows that things might already be different from the game's script, and she must be prepared for deliberate changes. She recalls that it's been 2 weeks since the game's story started, and the villainous Lunaria is only meant to appear after the heroine Mana meets all the capture targets. A moment of doubt crosses her mind. She tries to reassure herself by remembering that according to Tenkago, nothing significant is supposed to happen today. A key scene from the game flashes in her mind where she bumps into Mana, who immediately paints her as cold and scary to the male characters. At this stage in the game, Mana shouldn't be close to any of the capture targets, and Dale should have no reason to be openly hostile towards her yet. A smirk plays on her lips as she looks out the window, confident that everything will proceed according to the script. At the academy, a crowd of students buzzes with excitement. Dale and his friends stand in the middle of it, all wondering what the commotion is about. Someone shouts that Lunaria Jew is arriving and Dale's face instantly twists with anger and shock. He mutters to himself in disgust that he has to see that witch's face again. A memory of a game scene plays out where Dale mockingly calls witches scary. Mana pouts in response, calling Dale a dummy while he just teases her for being a coward. Then in a classic heroic pose, Dale promises to protect Mana as she looks at him with pure adoration. Back in reality, Lunaria elegantly steps out of her carriage. Upon arriving at Ruva Royal Academy, she immediately draws the attention of all the students who begin to whisper amongst themselves. She recognizes the scene from her memories as the chapter title, "It Shouldn't Be," looms ominously. The Grand Academy is bustling with students walking along the tree-lined paths. The whispers in the crowd confirm that everyone recognizes the infamous Lunaria. She remains completely unfazed by the stares, wearing an expression of pure boredom. Students gossip about her ice-cold eyes, her sudden return from break, and the rumor that her mother's death was the cause. The rumors continue to fly, mentioning that she is now the Duchess and that a huge family fight took place. Lunaria notes with amusement that while they all stare and gossip, not a single one has the courage to speak to her directly. Suddenly a cheerful voice calls out to her, "Oh Lunaria Jew, there you are." It is Mythos, waving at her with a bright friendly smile and a sparkling, "Good morning." She turns to him with a deadpan look and reminds him that she said she didn't need an escort. He casually dismisses her words, claiming their meeting is a complete coincidence, prompting her to call him a nosy knight. The other students are in shock, seeing two members of the four great dukedoms walking together, and assume they must be very close. Lunaria complains that the stairs are annoying and blames Mythos for drawing so much attention to them. Mythos grins, saying it's perfect because if they're this conspicuous, no villains will dare to approach her. Two girls watch from a distance, one swooning over how cool Mythos is while her friend warns her about the dark rumors surrounding the great dukedoms. Mythos turns his charm on the girls, greeting them with a smooth, "Good morning, ladies," which makes them swoon as Lunaria looks away unimpressed. She points towards a different path, indicating that's the way to the night department. His playful expression turns serious as he tells her to take care. He then advises her to send a familiar to the knights if she ever needs help, and she agrees with a slight smile. With a brisk, "Farewell, Mythos," she walks away, leaving him surprised and calling out after her. He watches her go with an exasperated sigh. A small triumphant smirk appears on her face as she walks away alone. But as she turns a corner, she stops dead in her tracks, her expression hardening. Standing in her path is Prince Dale, surrounded by his cronies. With a condescending smirk, Dale greets her, saying what a surprise it is to see her, as he was sure she had dropped out of school. He continues to mock her, saying, "It's been a while, Lunaria." She meets his gaze with a cold, flat expression and replies simply, "Your Highness." A wave of unease washes over her as she realizes something feels terribly wrong. She questions why Dale and his followers are confronting her on her very first day back at school. She initially thinks that the world has already deviated from the game's plot, but then considers that this could be an event that happened between the scenes in the original story. She remembers that the game is told from Mana's perspective, so the player only sees what Mana sees, meaning she can't be sure this is a true deviation. Still, a nagging suspicion remains. Dale questions her plans, asking why she had the son of the Astoria family escorting her like a knight. He leans in with a sinister grin and mockingly asks if she thinks she's a queen. A spark of anger flashes in Lunaria's eyes as she glares back at him. Suddenly she's hit with a strange, familiar feeling. She stumbles back slightly as she realizes with horror what is happening. The world freezes and a game-like text box appears stating that the Crown Prince is offended. Two choices materialize before her: apologize, or I don't have time for this. As time stands still, she wonders about the purpose of this mysterious force that keeps making her choose. She contemplates the rules of this phenomenon, wondering if she could defy the choices or change her mind after making one. Her eyes fall on Dale's nauseatingly smug smile. A rebellious thought flashes through her mind: what would happen if she just punched him? But she quickly decides against it, knowing she can't be careless in such an unknown situation. A vision of her hand glowing with magic as she swings at him flashes before her eyes. She finds herself back at the moment just before her attack, her hand raised in surprise. She realizes she actually did try to hit him with magic. And just as the attack was about to connect, she felt that strange feeling of time stopping once again. She deduces that she's experiencing a space-time distortion, a power that can bend reality. It's clear that everything except her consciousness was reset to the moment before her strike. This must mean that if she breaks the rules of this field, she too will be subjected to time manipulation. She understands that this phenomenon is controlling her, and once she makes a choice, she will be powerless to resist. She wants to test this theory. But for now she knows it's safer to be obedient. She thinks that apologizing or not isn't a real choice. Knowing that even an apology will still cast her as the villain, she decisively selects, "I don't have time for this." Her hand is guided by a magical light towards her chosen option. Time suddenly resumes and she takes a small step back. The tense confrontation with Dale and his group is back in motion. Dale impatiently asks why she is being so silent and demands that she say something. Following her chosen dialogue, she coldly tells him to step aside as she doesn't have time for him. Dale is left stunned and furious by her dismissive response. His followers erupt in anger, shouting at her for being rude to the crown prince and accusing her of being arrogant. Lunaria calmly turns away and reminds them all of the school's philosophy that learning isn't about family status and everyone is equal here. One of Dale's lackeys scoffs at her words, dismissing the philosophy as an old saying with an unknown author. With a sharp look over her shoulder, Lunaria reveals that the founder of the academy who wrote that old thing was none other than Dale's own great-grandfather, leaving the boy utterly speechless. Dale's cronies are flustered, not knowing how to respond to Lunaria's sharp retort. Dale angrily silences his friend Rober. Lunaria presses on, asking if they have any more business with her or if they plan to invent false accusations to continue their little charade. Dale's face darkens with rage as he threatens her for her insolent attitude. Lunaria smiles condescendingly, dismissing his concerns and reminding him that their engagement was merely a political arrangement by their parents and questions if he has forgotten that. Dale is left speechless and seething with anger. From the crowd, Mana wonders about the harsh words being exchanged. Lunaria recognizes Mana's line from the game. Mana appears looking confused about the situation. She boldly steps forward, demanding to know who Lunaria thinks she's talking to in such a disrespectful tone. Lunaria's eyes widen in shock at the unexpected appearance of Mana Primera. Dale and his followers immediately rush to Mana's side, calling out her name in concern. Lunaria realizes with a grim expression that things have gone completely off course from the game's plot. She recalls that her first meeting with Mana was supposed to be a simple bump in the hallway, and it's suspicious that Dale is already calling her by her first name so casually, which confirms her suspicion that reality has deviated from the game. She wonders if her inheritance of the Duchess title has caused this change or if there's another reason. Dale tells Mana to go to class first, but she insists she's fine. With newfound courage, Mana stands up to Lunaria, declaring that she's not scared of her. She then boldly demands that Lunaria apologize to Dale-sama. Dale is touched by Mana's bravery and her followers praise her as a true saint. Lunaria observes the scene, noting that as the Saint, Mana is the world's idol, and despite being a commoner in a school of nobles, she has a good reputation. A student remarks that Mana is amazing for standing up to Lunaria even though she's trembling, and Lunaria sees this as Mana's attempt to use her to boost her own popularity. She remembers that in the game the magical outburst was the reason she was branded a witch, but since she left this world before that event it never happened. However, she's still burdened by the prejudice of being one of the terrifying 4 great dukedoms, and rumors of her aiming for the queen's throne. So even without the magical outburst scandal, the academy has always been cold towards her. Lunaria concludes that she's at a disadvantage in this situation. If it were just Dale and his followers, she could handle it, but with the beloved saint involved, the crowd will surely side with them. This will create the impression that Lunaria is the one in the wrong, and Mana will receive all the praise just like in the game. No matter how much things have diverged from the plot, she knows this outcome is almost certain. She decides that confronting them head-on now would only be playing into their hands. She turns to Dale with a composed expression. With a graceful smile, she apologizes to the crown prince, admitting she seems to have made a mistake. Both Dale and Mana are stunned into silence by her sudden change in demeanor. She explains that she thought the prince was being malicious towards her, but realizes that couldn't possibly be the case and asks Saint Sama for confirmation. Mana stammers in agreement, completely caught off guard. Lunaria continues her act, feigning embarrassment and nervousness due to her long absence from the academy, and extends her hand for a handshake, hoping for his forgiveness. The students around them are surprised by this mature and unexpected gesture. Dale accepts her handshake, saying of course he forgives her. Lunaria. A look of satisfaction crosses his face as he takes her hand. He firmly shakes her hand. Just then Mana cries out in pain and collapses to the ground, with Dale rushing to her side asking what's wrong. She looks up in a panic, apologizing profusely. Lunaria watches the scene unfold, wondering what is happening now. Mana panics, crying about what she should do. She continues to apologize over and over again. Dale and his friends are confused, asking her what's wrong. She explains through tears that she was worried something bad would happen to Dale if he shook Lunaria's hand. Her followers can't believe it, and she says she couldn't believe it either. She says she heard a horrible rumor about Lunaria. With a pained expression, she tells Lunaria that she heard she had a massive magical outburst. Lunaria's eyes widen in disbelief. The crowd starts whispering about the possibility of a magical outburst and how scary that would be. Dale turns to Mana and asks if the rumor is true. The attention of the entire crowd is now on Lunaria. She stands alone, surrounded by judging eyes, as Mana says that. Lunaria calmly asks what she is talking about. Mana continues her accusation, claiming that Lunaria had a magical outburst that destroyed her residence and injured several people. Lunaria is shocked, saying this is the first she's heard of such a thing, and asks if Mana is mistaken. She confidently explains that the old detached building at her residence was simply reconstructed and there were no accidents, inviting everyone to check the official documents for proof. Mana closes her eyes with a pained smile, insisting that she's quite sure about the rumor. Lunaria reassures her that there's no need for concern, as the story of the reconstruction must have been embellished to create such a rumor. The crowd begins to doubt Mana's story, whispering that they hadn't heard anything about an outburst and that the saint must have made a mistake. Dale looks at the school's clock tower and realizes they're going to be late for class. Mana panics at the thought of being late, and Dale clicks his tongue in annoyance as Lunaria announces her departure. One of Mana's friends comments on what a disaster that was, but praises Mana for her bravery, while Mana herself looks troubled. Lunaria walks away alone, leaving the chaotic scene behind her. She thinks to herself that it can't be, that it shouldn't be. But she can't think of any other explanation. In this world, she took her own life before the magical outburst ever occurred, so who could have possibly connected her to such an event? There's only one explanation for this inconsistency: that woman, Mana Primera. Her eyes narrow as the truth dawns on her. Mana Primera is a Tenkago player. A new chapter begins titled, I Am Mana Primera, with a teacher asking who can answer his question. He calls on Lunaria Kuin, and she stands up to answer. She recites the history of the Ministry of Magic, founded in 994. She continues explaining that its purpose is to promote magical culture and develop magical technology, and that it's involved in many fields including national defense. The teacher compliments her on her excellent answer and announces the next question. After class, Lunaria wonders to herself if Manaju really played the game. Mythos appears beside her and she quickly shushes him, telling him to lower his voice. He questions her theory, reminding her that she said Mana couldn't possibly be from her world, making it impossible for her to be a player. Lunaria admits that should have been the case, and Mythos asks what she'll do now. He suggests asking her directly, and she considers it for a moment before deciding against it. She imagines a scenario where she confronts Mana about being a fellow player, but realizes Mana would likely use it to her advantage. Revealing her own knowledge would be too risky, as Mana has nothing to gain from being friendly with her, so she tells Mythos she plans to do. Ignore her. She explains that Mana already embarrassed herself in front of a large crowd today and must have realized that things aren't following the game's script. She reiterates that her main target is Dale, not Mana Primera. If Mana has learned her lesson and backs off, that would be for the best. Mythos then asks what she'll do if Mana doesn't back off. Lunaria looks out the window of her carriage with a determined glint in her eye and declares that she will simply brush off every last spark that lands on her. She tells Mythos that for now she will try to live her school life inconspicuously, and he skeptically asks if she can even do that, to which she replies she will put in the effort. Mythos smirks to himself as if he knows she's incapable of being inconspicuous. With a confident wink, Lunaria declares that Mythos shouldn't be surprised when he sees how perfectly she integrates into the school. In the school hallway, students whisper about Lunaria's recent skirmish with the prince. Lunaria sighs to herself, wondering how she could possibly not stand out after such a public confrontation. 3 days have passed since her return, and she admits that crushing Dale is proving to be more difficult than she anticipated. The academy is heavily guarded by knights, and Dale is constantly surrounded by his power-hungry cronies. She knows that starting a public fight would be a bad idea, as it would only tarnish her reputation further, and she couldn't face the original Lunaria if that happened. She contemplates what to do next. Suddenly, a cheerful student calls out a "good morning" to her. She responds with a polite "good morning" herself. To her surprise, more and more students are approaching her to talk. She realizes that most of them are likely motivated by curiosity or a desire to test their courage. However, some students expressed genuine support, telling her they saw what happened with the prince and that she wasn't in the wrong. She acknowledges that there are students who are uncomfortable with the current atmosphere at the academy. While walking down the hallway, she accidentally bumps into another student. She quickly apologizes and asks if the student is all right. The girl apologizes as well, admitting she wasn't looking where she was going. They both apologize again as they pick up the scattered books from the library. Lunaria's eyes fall on a particular book, recognizing it as Lunaria's favorite. The girl is surprised and asks if she knows the book. Lunaria confirms that at least the original Lunaria had read it many times. She notices that the girl is in her class and introduces herself as Plant. The girl gets excited at the mention of plants and asks if she likes them. Lunaria admits she doesn't know much about them but mentions that the author of the book has written other works as well. Plant's eyes light up with excitement, exclaiming that Professor Cates's books are amazing. She gushes about the author's adventures, traveling to unknown places to find new plants at great personal risk, all for the sake of destiny. She passionately declares that reading this book made her realize she wants to be a plant researcher someday. She suddenly realizes she's been rambling and looks flustered. She stammers an apology for talking so much without being asked. Lunaria assures her that it was a fascinating conversation and introduces herself as Lunaria, hoping they can talk more in the future. Plant is overwhelmed by the kindness and insists that talking to her would be a bad idea. Just then, two other girls approach and greet Lunaria-san warmly. Lunaria recognizes them as two countesses who were in her class the previous year. They apologize for interrupting and suggest they talk more when they have time before asking which class she's in. One of them explains that she wouldn't know since she's been on a break, but they are in the new special grade. The other girl chimes in, saying it's been a while and that it seems like Lunaria has had a rough time. They explain that the special grade was established about 6 months ago for students who aren't satisfied with the regular classes or are aiming for the academic institute, and their classes go until the 7th period. Lunaria thinks to herself that this must be rough, and she's sure her friend Alicia is involved in the creation of this new grade. The girls encourage her to take the transfer exam in May, assuring her that she would pass easily. Lunaria politely declines, saying she's too busy, and they part ways with a friendly, "See you later." She turns back to Plant and apologizes for the interruption. She then asks Plant if she will be taking the transfer exam. She reminds Plant that she wants to be a researcher. Plant looks down sadly and says, "Me?" She explains that she can't because she's just a commoner. Lunaria is confused by this response, but Plant insists she wouldn't understand. Plant explains that her family isn't rich and her parents don't see the need for her to go to the academic institute, and she can't even afford the books for her regular classes, so she has to try her best just to keep up. She concludes that the special grade is impossible for her and that being a researcher is just a dream. She resigns herself to her fate, saying there's nothing she can do. With a bow, she says her goodbyes. Lunaria watches her walk away, deep in thought. As she walks through the library, she reflects on how her own life could have been different if she had taken another path. She imagines a different Lunaria, one who could have met Plant sooner and spent her days laughing and arguing about their favorite books. She calls out to Plant, who she now calls Rose-san, and tells her that there is never just one fate and that her path has many branches. She advises her not to deliberately cut off any of those branches. The book's cover art of a tree with many branches flashes in her mind. She believes that if they wanted to, they could extend the branches of their fate to places even the gods never imagined. Rose-san is moved by her words, admitting that when Lunaria says it sounds possible. But she still insists that she's not as strong as Lunaria. She apologizes and asks Lunaria not to talk to her anymore, as she doesn't want to attract attention by being close to her. Lunaria is shocked by her words. Rose-san stammers an apology and quickly runs away. Lunaria watches her go with a thoughtful expression, thinking that it seems meddling is contagious. Rose-san clutches her precious book, feeling a mix of emotions. Back in her room, Mana sits on her bed surrounded by stuffed animals. A voice tells her that she is Mana Primera, a reincarnator from present-day Japan, the idol of this world and more special than anyone else. She asks her familiar Pukuru if that's right, and it enthusiastically agrees. She then asks what's going on. She complains that while Dale's affection is increasing, the other capture targets are being sluggish and people aren't paying attention to her. Pukuru happily admits that it doesn't know why. Mana is furious, asking how it cannot know after 2 months of her doing nothing to stand out. Pukuru quickly apologizes for its ignorance. Mana sighs and says that the magical outburst never happened and things have gone off the game's plot. She can't believe she was so patient waiting for the game to start only for things to go wrong. She laments her terrible luck and her familiar agrees. She scolds Pakuru for agreeing, telling it to deny her words and say it's not true. Pakuru quickly corrects itself and apologizes for the mistake. Mana reminds it that she told it to stop agreeing with her and asks if it's already forgotten. She becomes angry and declares that it seems her familiar won't learn without punishment. Pakuru begs for forgiveness as Mana unleashes a torrent of electricity on it. The familiar is zapped into submission. Mana flops onto her bedboard and says that it's fine. With a sinister smile, she decides that if Lunaria won't give her an opening, she'll just have to make one herself. At the school cafeteria, one of Lunaria's friends comments that Lunaria always gets the seafood quiche. Another friend chimes in saying that's not true and she had the same thing yesterday. The first friend is surprised that she remembers that and she proudly exclaims that she had it last Friday too. Lunaria smiles and explains that the seafood quiche is a dear friend's favorite food. Her friends find this odd and tease her that she'll have to eat all her friends' favorite foods then. Lunaria chuckles to herself, amused by her friends' banter. She reflects on the 2 months that have passed since the game's story began and notes that she hasn't found any openings to attack Dale yet. Even though she has mastered many types of magic, she can't be careless because the academy is filled with nobility and the security is extremely tight. She also notices knights stationed around the school grounds. While eating her lunch, she feels frustrated that she hasn't had any opportunities to strike, but on the bright side, they haven't done anything to her either. In the original game, Lunaria was often criticized and made out to be the villain, but because she remembers the plot, she has been able to avoid those events. Perhaps Dale and Mana learned their lesson on her first day back and decided to leave her alone. One of her friends mentions that Mana seems to be running late, which Lunaria confirms that it seems that way. Her friends hope that Mana makes it in time for lunch as they see her rushing towards them. A student bursts into the cafeteria. He storms over to their table and angrily shouts Lunaria's full name, demanding an explanation. Lunaria calmly asks the prince's crony why he's being so loud and what this is all about. He accuses her of playing dumb and slams a pile of destroyed textbooks on the table, claiming she did this to Saint Sama's books. The textbooks are torn and mangled beyond repair. Lunaria's friends are horrified, but one of them defends her, saying Lunaria-san would never do such a thing, while Lunaria herself states that she doesn't recall doing anything of the sort. The crony smirks and claims to have witnesses. He points to a group of frightened students and says they saw her destroy the textbooks. The crony aggressively questions the witnesses, asking if they saw her do it, and they nervously agree. He then dramatically proclaims that Saint Sama has suffered a terrible shock and is now afraid to go out in public. The witnesses start to berate Lunaria, calling her a coward for showing her true face and a witch for her actions. They demand that she apologize to Saint Sama. The other students in the cafeteria begin to whisper amongst themselves. Mana watches the scene unfold from a distance with a sad expression. Dale's cronies continue their verbal assault with smug looks on their faces. Lunaria's expression turns cold and determined as she realizes what's happening. Dale's crony continues to demand an apology from her. Lunaria thinks to herself that the two witnesses must be mistaken. She calmly asks why she would damage the saint's textbooks, as there would be no benefit for her in doing so. The crony explodes in anger, calling her a bare-faced liar. He and his friends begin to spread rumors that she's jealous of the prince and Saint Sama's pure friendship. The other students start to gossip about how terrifying a woman's jealousy can be. They wonder if the rumors about Lunaria are true. Lunaria maintains her composure and tells them she has no idea what they're talking about and that they should be looking for the real culprit. The crony is enraged by her feigned innocence and asks if she's calling their testimony a lie. With a steely gaze, she confirms that's exactly what she means. She notes that while Dale's cronies are nobles, the two witnesses are likely commoners. It's clear to her that they are being threatened to give false testimony. She wonders if Dale is involved in this scheme. She dismisses the idea of Mana proposing such a plan to Dale, as she seemed to be putting on an act in front of him before. She concludes that Mana must have gotten tired of waiting and decided to set something up herself. It's unlikely that Dale is the mastermind. This is Mana's show. This means Mana has to maintain her sweet and innocent act in front of Dale while secretly manipulating his followers to do her dirty work, a bolder move than she expected from her. As she said before, she tells the cronies that the witnesses may not be lying but simply mistaken in what they saw. She then suggests that perhaps someone is threatening them and forcing them to say these things. The crony is furious and asks what she's trying to imply. His friends join in accusing her of making disgraceful accusations and asking if she thinks they would threaten their classmates. The main crony smirks and asks if threats and dirty dealings aren't the specialty of the four great dukedoms. He continues to shout outrageous accusations at her. The other students are now convinced that Lunaria is guilty since she is one of the four great dukedoms. Lunaria realizes she needs to change the mood of the room as there are too many witnesses. Just then Mana stands up and declares, "That's enough." Everyone turns to look at her in surprise. She tells Rober-san not to press Lunaria-san any further. He tries to argue but she cuts him off. With tears in her eyes, she says that it's all her fault because she acted in a way that misled Lunaria-san. Roberu and his friends are shocked and insist that she did nothing wrong. Lunaria realizes that Mana is trying to win over the audience by showing how tolerant she is, just like she herself did 2 months ago. She understands Mana's game now. Mana apologizes to Lunaria for making her uncomfortable and explains that she just wanted to get closer to everyone at the academy. The other students are moved by her words, seeing her as a selfless saint who blames herself even when she's the victim. Lunaria notes that it's the same script she used before, but with Saint Mana performing it, the audience is much more invested. She knows she'll be in trouble if this continues, as Mana has complete control over the mood of the room. She approaches Mana and asks about the misunderstanding she mentioned. Mana explains that Dale thinks of her as a little sister and doesn't see her as a romantic interest at all. One of Lunaria's friends quietly agrees with this. Mana continues her act, claiming she doesn't know what Lunaria is talking about and that she was shocked to find her textbook destroyed in the classroom this morning. She says that all she could think was, "Why?" She then adds that it's all right now. With a benevolent smile, she declares that she forgives Lunaria-san. The entire cafeteria is in awe of her generosity. Roberu and his friends are moved to tears by her big heart. They all praise the saint for her wonderful and radiant beauty. Mana basks in the adoration of the crowd. Lunaria interrupts the moment and asks if Mana just said she found the textbook this morning. With a sharp look, she asks Mana to confirm that she noticed the textbook was destroyed this morning. The crony asks what her point is, and she replies that she's just wondering when the textbooks were actually damaged. He explodes in anger and shouts that it was yesterday after school. He accuses her of sneaking into Saint Sama's classroom after the 6th period and destroying them. Lunaria calmly asks if he's sure it was yesterday after class and not the day before yesterday, and that the witnesses saw her destroying the books then. She then turns to the crowd and with a bright smile declares that in that case they must be mistaken. Her friends are relieved that it was all a misunderstanding. The crony is left speechless and confused. He can't believe how she's twisted the situation around. Lunaria just gives him a smug look. She then explains that she's so sorry for being late today. That's because she was with her friends all morning. Rose-san arrives just in time and Lunaria's friends greet her warmly, telling her she's awfully late and needs to hurry and eat. Rose-san panics, realizing she's late. She explains that she was trying her best to keep up in class. Lunaria smiles and asks if she was asking the teacher questions about class today, as she's even brought her textbooks with her. With a radiant smile, Rose-san announces that she managed to get into the special grade with Lunaria-san. Roberu is furious that they're ignoring him and making fun of him. Rose-san nervously asks about the person causing a commotion, and her friends explain that he's been at it for a while but it's over now. Roberu, however, isn't finished and yells that she doesn't get to decide when it's over. With a sly smile, Lunaria asks if Saint Sama has already figured it out. Seeing the confusion on her friends' faces, she realizes she needs to explain. Mana looks down with a dark expression. One of Lunaria's friends explains that as Rose-san was just saying, Lunaria was admitted into the special class this week. Roberu is confused and asks what that has to do with anything. The friend continues explaining that the special grade has a lot of classes and they have them until the 7th period on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Roberu is left speechless. Lunaria elaborates that yesterday was Wednesday, so when the regular classes ended at the 6th period, she was still in her 7th period class. She adds that all the students of the special grade and their teacher Silva-sensei can testify to that. With a triumphant look, she asks. Roberu is speechless with rage. So how could I have possibly gotten to Saint Sama's classroom? He sputters and asks what about after the 7th period. Another one of her friends chimes in, asking what the witnesses were doing at school so late anyway. Rose-san then provides her own alibi, stating that she was with Lunaria-san the whole time after class until they separated at the front gate, so there was no time for her to do anything in secret. Lunaria turns to Mana with a sweet smile and asks if she still thinks she did it. Mana is silent as the other students begin to murmur and look at the witnesses with suspicion. Mana finally speaks up, telling Roberu that it looks like he made a mistake. Robaru is shocked and Mana apologizes to Lunaria for jumping to the wrong conclusion. She explains that what happened hurt her so much that she blindly believed what everyone around her was saying. Lunaria graciously replies that she's glad to have cleared up any suspicion. Mana says she will take her leave now. Robaru tries to stop her but she walks away without a word. One of Lunaria's friends asks if there isn't more to talk about. Lunaria agrees, saying they still haven't found the true culprit. Robaru insists that they don't need her help and can solve the case themselves. Lunaria suggests that since the book was destroyed so forcibly there should be traces of the culprit's magic remaining. Robaru scoffs at the idea, saying it's impossible for mere students to identify magical traces without a specialist. Rose-san chimes in and says that they could do it. She explains from her book that with a special plant called the Scales Leaf Plant it would be simple to detect traces of magic and there should be plenty of them in the forest next to the academy. Robaru becomes enraged and yells at her that a commoner shouldn't speak unless spoken to. Lunaria steps in to defend Rose-san, telling Robaru that's not a very nice thing to say when they're trying to help. She then asks with a chilling stare if it would be a problem if they found out who the real culprit was. The witnesses are now terrified and agree to the appraisal. Robaru tries to stop them, saying it would trouble the Saintess. He calls them dumbasses for agreeing. One of the witnesses asks if it's true that it would trouble the Saintess. Robaru insists that of course it is. He explains that the Saint is busy with her schoolwork and duties and doesn't want them to make a big deal out of this. He then turns to Mana for confirmation. Mana stands silently with her back to them. A tense moment passes between the two of them. With a determined look Mana turns around and says, "No, we should do the appraisal." Lunaria's eyes widen in surprise. She thinks to herself, so that's how it is. She realizes that the plan to destroy the books was likely only shared between Mana and Robaru, with the other two cronies kept in the dark. It was unmistakably Mana who set up the entire charade with Robaru as the one who actually destroyed the book. That way if something went wrong he would be the only one to take the fall. Lunaria is impressed by the Saint's cunningness. Robaru is in disbelief and asks if she's joking. Mana tells him that she has to do some magic beast purification work in the afternoon and asks if he can handle the rest. He's left in a state of utter shock and despair. Lunaria takes the destroyed textbook into her custody. Robaru panics and says it's not necessary as they can handle the appraisal themselves. He lunges for the book but Lunaria easily dodges him. She tells him that Rose-san is the one who knows how to do the appraisal. He screams in frustration, calling her annoying. He tries to grab her again but she effortlessly deflects his attack. With a simple touch, he is sent flying back by a powerful blast of magic. Lunaria stands calmly as her friends watch in awe. One of her friends says that it happened in an instant and she could barely see it but she knows it was self-defense. Lunaria explains that she cast an attack-strengthening spell just before her palm strike hit his chest too quickly for the guards to see and that he won't be eating for a few days. The cronies are left on the floor in pain as Lunaria and her friends walk away. Lunaria looks back with a cold glare. Her friends are amazed at what just happened, one of them commenting that it ended up being quite a lunch. Lunaria dismisses it as a light push and thanks them for standing up for her. They praise Rose-san for her amazing knowledge about the magical traces. Rose-san shyly denies it. Her friends gush about how bold and brave she was. She explains that she just wanted to repay Lunaria-san's kindness and got a little carried away. She then reveals that it's thanks to Lunaria-san that she got into the special grade. She explains that Lunaria-san took the time to convince her parents and even helped her with the scholarship program. Lunaria humbly says that she just couldn't watch such an outstanding talent fade into obscurity. Her friend points out that she seems awfully interested in Rose-san since she had previously said she wasn't interested in the transfer. Her friends start teasing her, asking if Rose-san seduced her. Rose-san is flustered and denies it. Her friend then asks Lunaria why she had a change of heart. With a sly smile Lunaria explains that while she was helping Rose-san study for the exam she started to think the special grades seemed like fun. Her friends are overjoyed and tease Rose-san even more. Lunaria tells them not to tease her too much and apologizes to Rose-san. She thinks to herself that this daily life with her classmates brings her comfort and joy. One of her friends reminds her to hurry up and eat before the lunch break ends. Lunaria's hand is held by an unseen person and she thinks that even though revenge is what she should be wishing for. She smiles at her friends, enjoying the moment. A voice from her past asks, "Lunaria, would you allow me this?" In her room Mana is furious, surrounded by her stuffed toys, and shouts, "Gross, gross, gross." She wonders what is wrong with that woman. Her familiar Pakuru asks her if she was the one who started it all, and she becomes even more enraged at the accusation. Pakuru points out that using attack magic is a violation of school rules and that the magic she used was way too scary, and it wonders who her new friend is and why she's in the special grade since that wasn't in the game. Mana angrily asks her familiar Pakuru if he's saying she's in the wrong. And he nervously tries to backpedal as she accuses him of being a villain and questions his loyalty. So he panics, apologizing profusely and insisting the villainess is obviously the bad one. As Mana glares with electric fury, vowing to set things right. And the next day she is surrounded by adoring classmates who praise her beauty, while a group of girls notice her from a distance. And one thinks to herself that Mana is her son, as she walks by another girl named Serena, who watches her with an intense gaze, thinking Mana shines brighter than any other saint and illuminates her life. And though she feels powerless, she vows to protect Mana's smile from anyone who wishes to harm her. Then Serena calls out to Mana-san, and she proclaims that Mana's pain is her pain, and when she bleeds too. As she clutches her chest, feeling a deep connection. And with a determined look she swears to make them pay. Which is all part of the chapter titled, Serena-san's Idol. And Mythos wonders how his plan to live an inconspicuous school life is going, as he argues with a girl about Lunaria attacking a classmate with magic. But Lunaria clarifies that she only used magic to strengthen herself, not to attack. And he points out that the head butler must have heard about it. So she admits that there's no proof and the situation has already become a big deal. Then Mythos asks about Robaru, and she reveals he's been expelled because he confessed to destroying the books in front of the teachers and to planning the whole thing himself, claiming he held a grudge against Lunaria since she returned to school, which Mythos finds ridiculous as a reason for such a roundabout plan. But Lunaria explains that he was made to say it, and she reveals that the true culprit is of course the Saint Sama herself, which was quite a lovely conversation for her, because the sweet and beloved saintess of the academy is actually a monster who uses her classmates as pawns, and Mythos calls it a bad joke, as Lunaria looks on with a knowing expression. But she remembers that she herself had a massive magical outburst, and she considers the possibility that Mana might also be a player from another world. Then she wonders what happened to the original Mana, as Mythos asks her what her plan is, and she sees the spark has been lit by the troublesome girl named Manaju, and that the coals of this conflict won't be disappearing anytime soon. So he asks what her next move is, but she asks why he's so curious, and she claims she's just going to focus on her studies like a normal student, to which he scoffs, calling her a liar and questioning if she's really the type to act like a normal student. So she playfully retorts that Kyle will scold her if she doesn't study and reminds him to keep up with his own night training. But he is left confused by her "I don't plan to do anything" comment, and he calls out to her as she walks away, as she internally questions her own next steps, knowing her highest priority is the crown prince, but she doesn't want to alert him by skirmishing with Mana. However, she also knows she can't let Mana interfere any further, and her thoughts are interrupted by a group of girls who greet her warmly, and she is a little embarrassed by their praise for how she handled the incident, as two of the girls introduce themselves as Rise and Mayron, or May for short, and the third girl with glasses introduces herself as Serena. So Lunaria smiles warmly, saying it's nice to meet them and that she was moved by their support. But their conversation is cut short by the bell for class, and they promise to talk again soon, as Serena walks away. And Lunaria thinks to herself that Serena was looking at her oddly, as if she was trying to figure something out. But she dismisses it as her imagination. And 1 month later, Serena stands over a glowing rabbit, cursing it, as she wonders about its strange glowing eyes. And she tells the rabbit there's nothing it can do to stop her, as she reaches for it with a determined look, and she performs a spell on the rabbit in its cage, while she watches with a cold and focused expression, as some students look out the window at the scene. And Lunaria thinks to herself that a month has passed without any more trouble from Mana, wondering if she's finally learned her lesson. But her thoughts are interrupted by Serena asking if she's alright since she's been making a serious face all morning, and Lunaria explains she's just on duty and a bit tired, as her friends tease her about not being exempt from morning duty. And a girl greets Rose, who in turn greets Lunaria with a hint of confusion, because Serena correctly deduces that the dorm's breakfast included tomatoes. And a surprised Rose asks how she knew. So Serena points to the evidence on her cheek, and Rose frantically tries to wipe it off with a mirror, as her friends remind her to use a mirror, and she looks confused for a moment, as Serena asks if something is wrong. And Rose explains she thought she had a mirror in her bag. But a friend cheerfully holds one up for her saying it's perfectly alright. And the group then discusses the delicious tomato sauce on toast as Rose admits she ate 3 slices, which shocks some nearby boys, and makes them all flinch as Lunaria glances over. So her friends ask if something happened, and Lunaria wonders if she's somehow involved, as she walks over to the boys and asks them the same question, and she wonders if this is somehow connected to her, as she stands before them with a serious expression. And she finds one of the school's lamp rabbits lying sick on the ground, while her classmates explain that the seniors raised them for their magical beast biology class and that this one is the mother rabbit named Ruru. The biology class is in charge of feeding the sick rabbit, and a student explains there are important points to their care. And Lunaria confirms she knows about the lamp rabbit's leaping flame, which a girl explains is a beautiful magical flame lit from the top of their ears, as a boy adds that the flame actually has a very low temperature, and it's only used to scare off predators because it can't actually burn anything. But Lunaria clarifies that its constitution is still like a flame, which makes it extremely weak to water. And she explains that the rabbit was soaking wet when she found it, so she first thought there was a leak. But she points out there are no signs of a leak and the baby rabbits are completely dry. So one of her friends concludes that someone must have purposely sprayed the mother rabbit with a huge amount of water, as a teacher named Riburu-sensei arrives saying she's done all she can. And she grimly informs them the rabbit's vitality is fading and all they can do is pray for her to pull through. But Lunaria cuts in saying she understands all of this, and she directly asks why she is the one being suspected. So Serena steps forward and declares it's because she saw her, which makes Lunaria's eyes widen in surprise, as Serena claims she saw her near the rabbit pen this very morning. And Lunaria recognizes her as the strange girl from before, while Lunaria internally notes that once again a stranger is claiming to have witnessed her, as the other students begin to gossip and Serena remembers what she saw. So Lunaria addresses her by name, and Serena replies that she's honored to be remembered. But Lunaria denies being anywhere near the pens and says Serena must be mistaken, to which Serena firmly insists that it was her and she made no mistake. So Lunaria coldly says, "I see," as she internally concludes that this girl is trying to frame her. And she suspects that Mana is the one pulling the strings since not many people at school would have a reason to frame her, realizing with annoyance that Mana clearly didn't learn her lesson. But she wonders why this girl is cooperating with Mana, thinking she's either being threatened or there's something in it for her. And she decides she can't let these false rumors spread, so she tells Serena not to lie. While Serena looks at the pen and says she doesn't wish to doubt her, but Lunaria pulls out an object she found inside the pen, which is an ornate portable hand mirror that is clearly no ordinary item. And she notes that it doesn't seem like something an ordinary student would own. Then she holds it out asking Serena if it looks familiar. So the teacher asks who found it and Serena says she did at the entrance but doesn't know if it was broken. And she is forced to admit that it does indeed look like her mirror, which causes the other students to murmur in shock, as a tense standoff begins. And Serena thinks to herself, "As I thought." Then she looks at Lunaria and accuses her of lying about not being near the pen, calling her a liar. And as Rose jumps to Lunaria's defense, Serena tells her she doesn't know when to give up, as she smiles smugly and looks directly at Lunaria, and they face each other down, as a flashback begins showing Mana thanking someone for their support. And Serena is completely flustered as Mana thanks her for sending a letter, as she had been looking forward to a chance to talk with her idol. And she feels like the sun itself smiled at her, because even though she felt powerless, she was noticed by Mana. And Mana confided in her, telling her things she told no one else, showing her the shadow behind her perfect smile, which made Serena's protective instincts flare up, as Mana apologized for complaining about her troubles. And Serena clenched her fist, declaring it was unforgivable, and that she couldn't believe such terrible things were being said about her idol. So Mana confirmed that people were saying horrible things behind her back, and she thanked Serena for her support, which led Serena to declare that they must fight back. And though Mana seemed hesitant at first, Serena revealed she had a plan. But she couldn't do it herself because it wasn't a nice plan and she stood out too much. So Mana eagerly asked to hear it, with a sly smile on her face. And back in the present, Serena looks resolute, as she remembers Mana telling her their plan would be a secret, and that if anyone ever made her suffer, Serena would be there. as the crowd of students watches the confrontation unfold. And Lunaria and her friends stand ready, while Serena tells her it would be better to just admit her guilt, and calls her Lunaria-san with false politeness. But a teacher named Trebis-sensei storms over demanding to know what's going on, and he yells at the students to get to class instead of cleaning the pens. So Serena tries to explain, but he cuts her off with a sharp, no backtalk. But she insists that a rabbit has been abused and the issue must be resolved for the sake of the other students. And Ribura-sensei agrees that she has a point, which surprises Trebi-sensei, as she explains that it is indeed a serious matter, and with such a disturbance no one will be able to focus on class until it's resolved. Then she asks him if he really thinks he can teach a class of anxious students. So he reluctantly agrees to inform the other teachers, which makes Lunaria's friends marvel at how amazing Ribura-sensei is. And they whisper that she's been the health teacher for 30 years, and even the headmaster is wary of her. So now that the teachers are gone, Lunaria asks what the next step is. And Ribura-sensei suggests they move somewhere more private. But Lunaria confidently says that's fine as she has nothing to hide. So Serena tells her to hurry up and explain the mirror since everyone wants to get to class. A smirking Lunaria admits that the mirror is indeed hers. But the teacher holding it insists she wasn't the one who dropped it in the animal pen, which prompts the girl with glasses Serena to sarcastically ask if the mirror walked there by itself. And Lunaria playfully suggests that maybe it did as the crowd of students looks on. Then her expression shifts slightly as she offers another possibility. Perhaps someone stole it out of her bag, she suggests, looking pointedly at Serena, whose face remains impassive behind her glasses. As the surrounding students begin to murmur about the accusation of theft, Lunaria explains that she keeps the mirror in her bag, not on her person, and her face grows serious as she recalls noticing it was missing earlier in the classroom, recounting how she last saw it yesterday around lunchtime and has left her bag unattended many times since, making it clear that it wouldn't have been difficult for someone to steal it. An annoyed Serena tells her to stop with the pitiful excuses and asks if she's now being treated like a thief. But Lunaria, flanked by her friends, calmly asks how she came to that conclusion since no one specifically accused her. Serena explains it was because Lunaria was looking directly at her when she made the accusation, leading to a tense stare down as Lunaria asks if it's not the case she's a suspect, while Serena asks if she's really suspected. Lunaria just chuckles and says it's only natural for Serena to be suspicious. And then she lays out her argument that since she knows she was never at the pen, Serena's claim of seeing her there must be a lie, making Serena the most suspicious one. They face off, Serena demanding a motive and Lunaria retorting that she had no reason to harm a rabbit either. As they debate the nature of malice, with Lunaria pointing out that some people hurt others without any motive at all, getting ready to state her main point. Serena looks down at her and makes a definitive claim that she clearly saw Lunaria-san running away from the pens this morning just past 7:30. Lunaria finds this odd and questions what Serena was doing there so early. Serena explains she enjoys the quiet there for thinking and turns the question back on her accuser. So Lunaria provides her alibi, saying she was on duty this morning and was receiving class materials at 7:30 before heading to the classroom. Serena immediately presses for proof, demanding a witness who can testify that Lunaria wasn't at the pen. Lunaria admits she has no proof because her alibi is a lie, a statement that Serena twists to mean one of them is definitely lying. Serena then states the one indisputable fact that Lunaria's mirror was found dropped in the pen, and she challenges her, asking if that isn't true. Lunaria quietly concedes with a simple no. Addressing the crowd, Lunaria admits it's natural for her to be suspected since Serena is so insistent and she lacks proof for her morning activities. Plus, her hand mirror was found at the scene of the crime, alongside one injured rabbit named Ruru. Lunaria's eyes widen in shock as if finally grasping the full accusation. She then strides purposefully towards the pen, prompting the other students to murmur her name in surprise. Serena intercepts her, asking what she's doing. Lunaria turns to her and asks a critical question about what Serena saw her holding in her hand. She insists that Serena think very carefully because this detail is important. Serena admits she might have overlooked something small, so Lunaria concludes she wasn't carrying anything large. Serena defiantly asks so what, while Lunaria begins to lay her trap. Lunaria then addresses everyone, pointing out the complete lack of any buckets inside or outside the pen, and the students look around, confirming that there are none, which leads to her key question: how could she have possibly dumped water on poor Ruru? Serena smirks thinking she has the answer and asks what the point is while Lunaria calmly explains you can still pour water without a bucket, declaring that it can be done by using magic. Serena and the other students realize the implication of this new angle, and the crowd gets excited at the idea of investigating the magic traces left on Ruru's body to find the real culprit. But Serena confidently declares that such an investigation is simply not possible. Lunaria coolly asks why that would be the case. Serena then brings up the recent incident at the cafeteria, explaining that it became such a hot topic that everyone at the academy is now well versed in magical traces, meaning all the students can appraise them and the true culprit would have surely taken countermeasures to hide their identity. She then reveals there's a known method to cast magic without leaving a personal trace, a fact she suggests their teacher Riburu-sensei would know. Riburu-sensei confirms there is a potion made from Primula Siboldi that can camouflage traces for several minutes as Serena looks smugly at Lunaria. Serena then dismisses Lunaria's argument saying that even if a magic trace test finds nothing it won't prove her innocence. And Lunaria has to agree that Serena is right, it doesn't prove anything. Her gaze sharpens as she looks directly at Serena, and she flips the accusation asking if Serena drank the trace erasing potion herself. Serena just smiles triumphantly declaring that they're back to square one. As the crowd murmurs in confusion at the stalemate, Lunaria realizes that this entire elaborate setup was planned after the previous cafeteria incident. And she understands that this plan was too intricate for Serena to devise alone, meaning someone else is pulling the strings. Suddenly a student cries out in alarm, as Mana-san the Saint-sama herself bursts onto the scene causing a commotion. She runs forward frantically saying she only just heard the news, and she desperately asks about Ruru's condition. Upon seeing the motionless rabbit, she lets out a horrified scream. She asks if they've tried recovery magic and is told that multiple attempts have already failed. So she kneels beside the rabbit, resolving to use her special power as a saint to save it. Lunaria watches intently, realizing that getting Mana to use her saint power was the true goal of this entire charade. Riburu-sensei tries to stop her, explaining that no magic can grant life force, but Mana insists that she's wrong. The students look on confused as Mana cradles the small animal. Mana then turns to the crowd and implores everyone to pray with her to save Ruru's life, a classic move for the game's protagonist. The students are easily swayed, agreeing to pray if Saint-sama asks them to, her power being a symbol of her special status. Lunaria knows this power is defined in the game as the power of miracles to save the weak. And that is the fundamental setting as Mana begins to glow with an ethereal light while holding the rabbit. A brilliant flash of holy energy erupts from Mana, enveloping her and the rabbit as the students pray around her. And the crowd stares in stunned amazement at the miraculous sight. Even Lunaria clasps her hands together as she witnesses the event unfold. In Mana's arms, the small rabbit begins to twitch, and the students shout in joy that the lamp rabbit has opened its eyes. Mana looks down with tearful relief at the revived creature in her arms. The other students are overcome with emotion, crying out Ruru's name and thanking God for the miracle. They praise Mana, calling her amazing, and are deeply moved by what they've witnessed. With tears in her eyes, Mana wonders aloud who could have done such a terrible and cruel thing. Lunaria calmly agrees that it was truly a terrible act. But Serena confronts her, immediately asking if she's still going to play dumb. As the entire crowd's suspicion falls squarely back on Lunaria, Mana then turns her tear-filled eyes on Lunaria asking, "It was you?" while Lunaria wonders why she's being targeted, knowing that someone powerful wants her to be seen as the villain. Mana screams at Lunaria, demanding to know why she would hurt such a defenseless little animal, while Lunaria remains completely unfazed by the emotional outburst. And Mana stumbles back in disbelief, continuing to ask why. Then suddenly collapses from exhaustion as the students cry out her name in alarm. A friend rushes to her side while Mana explains she's just weak from using too much of her saintly power. But she weakly smiles and tells them she's fine and that they should prioritize taking care of Ruru. So the teacher instructs some students to take her to the infirmary, as they quickly agree, while Serena stands in the background glowing with a self-righteous aura. And she puts on a dramatic display of fake concern for the fallen Saint-sama, before turning to point an accusing finger at Lunaria, shouting that this is all her fault. But Lunaria is tired of this entire charade, noting how persistent her accuser is, as she sees that the entire audience of students has been completely swayed by Mana's performance. And the crowd murmurs with pity for Mana and disdain for Lunaria, who now seems to have no way out. A tense standoff ensues between a determined Lunaria and a smirking Serena. as Lunaria knows there must be a way to turn this desperate situation around. And she racks her brain thinking there has to be some detail she's overlooked, suddenly recalling her friends complaining about their own morning mishaps. And in a flash of insight she realizes what she missed. It's the tomato sauce, she exclaims, remembering a past incident. As Serena laughs confidently, thinking her plan will work, while Lunaria's friends look on worriedly, but Lunaria begins to laugh knowingly. She turns to her friend Rose and thanks her for saving her once again, leaving her friends completely confused by her sudden confidence. Lunaria now stands tall, ready to dismantle the entire conspiracy. As the crowd continues to watch the tense confrontation, and Serena asks what's so funny, insisting this is no laughing matter, Lunaria just chuckles and apologizes, saying she's simply figured out how to explain everything. Then with a wicked smile she announces she's about to reveal the truth behind this case and its cracked mirror. A baffled Serena can only say, so Lunaria asks the teacher if she can see the mirror again. And holding it up for all to see, she declares that the shattered mirror is the biggest hint. One of her friends notes that it's quite cracked. But Lunaria explains that it's not just shattered like a spider's web, there's more to it. The hinge is completely warped, so it can't even close properly anymore. Which the teacher confirms is true after examining it herself. Lunaria then argues that such extensive damage couldn't have come from a simple fall but must have been caused by someone stepping on it with their full might. And she demonstrates how it was done, by using their heel to force all their weight onto it. Serena tries to counter, suggesting Lunaria must have stepped on it herself while running away. But Lunaria turns the tables, asking if Serena noticed the sound it made when it broke. And Serena instinctively shouts, "Smash," before catching her mistake. Lunaria just smiles knowingly, and explains that whoever stepped on the mirror clearly wasn't aware of it, otherwise they would have picked it up. Because the mirror needed to be left at the scene to frame the person who supposedly dropped it, which she points out is meant to be her. She then lays out the entire plan, accusing Serena of first checking the duty roster to know her schedule, and then sneaking into the classroom during lunch yesterday to steal the mirror directly from her bag. Since no one would likely use a hand mirror after school, the theft wouldn't be noticed until it was too late. Then this morning Serena came to school early, drank the trace-hiding elixir, and crept into the rabbit pen, where she threw the mirror onto the ground to make it look like Lunaria had dropped it. Serena dismisses this as mere speculation, but Lunaria tells her to be patient because she isn't finished yet. After planting the evidence, Serena attacked the rabbit with her magic. But an unexpected event threw a wrench in her plans. Because lamp rabbits are sensitive creatures, and this one sensed her hostility as she chanted her spell. So to protect its babies, the rabbit fought back, firing its magical flame at her full blast. Lunaria explains that the flame is only light, so nothing was actually burned, but Serena was still startled by the attack. And in her surprise, she unconsciously took a step backward, landing right on top of the mirror she had just planted. To regain her balance, she put all her weight on her heel, completely smashing the mirror beneath her foot. A flashback reveals Serena's rage as she silently cursed the rabbit for ruining her plan. Back in the present, Lunaria simply calls the whole series of events amusing. But Serena claps her hands together and says it's a nice story, but no one will believe it. To which Lunaria smiles and says she's quite sure they will, because she has proof. A stunned Serena asks what proof she could possibly have. Lunaria announces to the crowd that the proof has been right in front of them the entire time. And Serena nervously demands to know what she's talking about. The proof, Lunaria declares with a triumphant grin, is magic traces which will immediately identify the culprit. Serena's smug expression falters as she's momentarily shocked, and the crowd begins to murmur in confusion, finding the idea ridiculous. Serena quickly recovers and reminds Lunaria of their earlier discussion about how looking for traces would be pointless. And Lunaria agrees with a smile that it would be pointless, reiterating Serena's own argument that the culprit would have used a potion to hide their own magic traces. Serena smugly agrees, glad that Lunaria remembers. But Lunaria then reveals the brilliant twist in her logic, explaining that Serena has misunderstood what she meant. The proof she was referring to wasn't the traces of the culprit's magic, but the traces of Ruru's magic flame left on the culprit. A wave of shock hits Serena and her friends as Lunaria's clever trap becomes clear. She explains to the captivated audience that just as every person's magic is unique, so is the magic of every magical animal. So if Ruru fired its magic flame in self-defense against its attacker, then there must be unmistakable traces of that unique flame left on the culprit's body. One of Lunaria's friends gasps in realization, connecting it to how she had tomato sauce on her cheek in a previous incident. Lunaria then delivers the final blow, announcing she will formally request to have Serina's uniform investigated for those very traces. And she advises her to admit her guilt sooner rather than later, as Serina hangs her head in defeat, drenched in a cold sweat. The students and teacher look on as the truth finally sinks in, and the crowd stands in stunned silence. Serina quietly admits her failure, muttering that the rabbit was useless. And with a bitter smirk she says if its flame had at least left a scorch mark, she would have changed her uniform before anyone noticed. Lunaria coolly asks if she can take that as a confession, and a defeated Serina turns away, saying, "Yeah, take it how you want." The students immediately erupt in excited chatter, amazed that Lunaria caught the real culprit, as the group of conspirators stand exposed before the entire school. The teacher stands there in disbelief, muttering, "What a surprise," as Lunaria's friends celebrate her victory with an enthusiastic high five and a cheer of "Hooray." Lunaria then calmly turns to the defeated Serina and asks her why she would do such a thing, listing off her crimes of stealing the mirror, abusing an animal, and making a false accusation, before warning her that the punishment will be far more severe than just expulsion. She presses further, wanting to know what Serina possibly could have gained from all of this. And she even offers an out, asking if someone was threatening her, suggesting the blame might not be entirely hers. But Serina firmly rejects the offer, insisting it was all her doing. With a pained and defiant expression, she repeats that she did it all by herself. Lunaria continues to probe, repeating Serina's words back to her to confirm that she acted completely alone. And with sweat dripping down her face, Serina declares that no one threatened her. Lunaria just stares at her with a serious and unreadable expression, before asking again for a motive, pointing out that the two of them are barely even acquaintances. Serina simply replies that she just hates Lunaria's face, while Lunaria wonders if she's trying to protect someone. Sensing the truth, Lunaria tells her that if she did this for the person Lunaria suspects, then she is just being used. Serina flinches and looks down, clearly struck by the comment. And Lunaria leans in, asking if Serina was aware that she was being manipulated. Serina quietly admits that she knew she was being used and was fine with it, which completely baffles Lunaria, who asks why she would go so far as to hurt others and bring scorn upon herself. Serina turns away, saying she doesn't really get what Lunaria is talking about. But then she asks a poignant question: if there's someone you truly love, wouldn't you do anything for their sake? Lunaria softly agrees that for someone you love you would do anything, no matter the cost to yourself. And Serina begins to cry, openly admitting she'd do it even if it's not right. Lunaria looks on with a deep understanding of Serina's tragic motivation. Having confessed, Serina calmly turns to the teacher and asks where she should report for her punishment. And the teacher decides to take her directly to the principal, while Lunaria chuckles and says she's looking forward to the outcome. Serina smiles faintly and says she always wanted to see the principal's office anyway, as the crowd parts for her. And she's led away from the scene by the teacher. With tears streaming down her face, she looks up at the beautiful day and remarks on the perfect weather, reaching her hand toward the sky as if she could touch it. But the teacher gently scolds her for looking directly at the sun, warning her that she'll wreck her eyes. A dark flashback shows a shadowy figure looming over something, while in another scene Mana lies on her bed looking utterly defeated, and her familiar Pakuru is shown being relentlessly beaten while apologizing over and over, as Mana screams at it to shut up. In the present day, Mana lies in the infirmary thinking to herself that this is the worst and wondering how Serina could have messed up so badly. In another flashback, she furiously vents her frustration at her familiars for slowing her down. And she berates Pakuru, asking what it's even alive for if it just stays silent while she's having such a hard time. The small familiar begins to cry, promising that it will all be alright. So Mana explains her grand plan to achieve the Prince End, which requires winning over Prince Dale and the common people to become queen. But her familiar is completely overwhelmed and confused by the complex strategy, and it can only shiver in fear. Mana just clicks her tongue in annoyance as her familiar continues to apologize profusely. Back in the infirmary, Mana thinks that this situation is seriously the worst, and she never wanted to have to resort to more dangerous plans. But since it has come to this, she decides it's time for her next move. Later, Lunaria is seen having a conversation via a telestone, asking if she's still commuting from her main estate. The person on the other end is Prince Dale, who finds her question unexpected. And he asks why she doesn't use the Solfege family's nearby estate to commute like he does. Over a game of chess, Lunaria explains that as the head of her house, she must perform her duties at the main estate. Dale presses her, asking why she doesn't just appoint a substitute, while she questions his sudden interest in her commute. He then reveals that he got a lecture from his father, who compared his desire to redecorate a villa to Lunaria's diligent daily commute. Lunaria accurately guesses that he's just complaining to her after getting an earful from his father. He tries to play it off as concern for a friend, but she reminds him that distance is meaningless with a gate stone. Though he points out that for security reasons it's prohibited to open a gate too close to the academy. Lunaria counters that the remaining hour-long carriage ride is perfect for thinking, which prompts Dale to ask what she could possibly think about for an hour every day. She turns it back on him, advising him to think more himself because playing chess on pure intuition is a recipe for disaster. And he laughs, complaining that now she's lecturing him too. Suddenly he looks up in surprise and asks if there's someone else in the room with her. And a new girl named Alicia giggles, finding it funny how Mythos-san or Dale keeps losing to Lunaria. She reveals she's been there from the very start visiting Lunaria, which flusters Dale as he asks how long she's been hiding there. He calls the two of them mischievous for not announcing her presence. But Lunaria reminds him she never said she was alone, and Alicia points out he was the one who interrupted their conversation, making Dale feel ganged up on. He sighs and graciously tells them to continue their chat. So Alicia picks up right where they left off, and bluntly asks Lunaria if her revenge is going well. Dale is shocked at how straightforward she is. Lunaria explains that the Prince's Guard is up, creating a stalemate since neither side is making a move. And while Saint Sama has made a few attempts, she has been quiet for a while, creating an eerie silence. Alicia then wonders why Mana would see her sister Lunaria as an enemy. And she recalls that Lunaria said Mana came from the same world, which Lunaria confirms is most likely true based on her behavior. Dale chimes in with a simple explanation: they're rivals in love because Mana is after his heart, which makes her a threat to his fiancée Lunaria. Alicia suggests that if Lunaria just explains that she has no interest in the engagement, it could solve the whole issue. And Dale thinks that convincing Mana she's not a love rival could indeed create a temporary peace. Lunaria agrees that it is a possibility, but she adds a crucial caveat that's only true if getting Dale is Mana's only goal. Dale and Alicia are confused by her statement. So Lunaria explains that the game has multiple endings and branching routes, and the Dale route alone has 3 different possible outcomes. Alicia clarifies that the story branches based on which gentleman the player chooses to date, and Dale is completely baffled by the complexity of it all. The game's mechanics are then explained, showing the unrequited end, which occurs if affection with Dale or success as a saint drops too low. And the 3 main routes for Dale are the unrequited end, the fulfillment end, and the princess end. The fulfillment end allows you to marry Dale while continuing your saint duties by balancing both affection and achievements, while the ultimate princess end requires you to marry Dale, step down as a saint, and become the crown princess. The sole condition for achieving the princess end is to max out Dale's affection points. And your achievements as a saint are completely irrelevant, meaning you have to pour everything you have into love. Alicia finds this system to be pretty blatant, and Dale finally asks what exactly these affection points are that they keep talking about. Alicia realizes that Mana's ultimate goal is something specific, and Lunaria explains that with half a year past and her performance as a saint being so lackluster, she is definitely not aiming for the unrequited end, which means she is after the prestigious princess end. A conclusion Dale reluctantly agrees with as he realizes she wants to secure her position as princess. Lunaria lays out the condition for the princess end, which is to get Dale's affection to its maximum level, and then asks what the most effective way to do that would be. By using Lunaria Alvan Solfège herself as a stepping stone, she answers with cold certainty. Alicia is horrified, exclaiming that she can't believe such a cruel plan. Lunaria then calmly acknowledges that there are other less dramatic ways to increase affection, such as using conversation choices to figure out a character's likes, giving them appropriate gifts, or spending action points to go on lunch dates. But she reveals that none of those methods can max out affection on their own. The only way is to trigger the Lunaria confrontation event, which generates an off-the-charts amount of affection. Dale gets frustrated with the game terms, so Alicia explains it simply means you could achieve it through steady effort. But Lunaria cuts in with a cynical quote: "If you want recognition, find a suitable villain and hang them," declaring that this dark worldview is what the plot of Tenkago truly embodies. And the Mana of this world is a devoted believer in that twisted principle, as she absent-mindedly picks up a small lizard-like creature. And Dale sighs, realizing that the saint is just as wicked as any villain. Lunaria adds that she is being extremely careful because the body of the original Lunaria she now inhabits is incredibly strong. which makes Alicia worry if she can really handle being in conflict with such a dangerous person. Lunaria then reveals that the original Lunaria Ale von Solfege was a cheat-level magician, a fact noted in her game profile though she never used her immense power. In short, her power is akin to being able to rewrite how the entire world works. Dale asks for clarification on the cheat part and Lunaria explains it's a game term that originally meant fraud, which just goes to show how non-standard and powerful the original Lunaria truly was. There was even a secret route where a grief-stricken Lunaria could summon the Demon Lord, completely destroying the romance genre of the game. A plot twist she had forgotten about because it seemed so out of place, but she resolves to be careful just in case it's real. Because if the Demon Lord were actually summoned in this world, Lunaria would be forever remembered as a witch. She muses that while her friends wouldn't freak out, it would be a huge problem if someone involved in national politics like Farida's heard about it. But then she confidently declares that the Demon Lord is nothing to be afraid of. As a custom chess piece representing the Demon Lord is shown surrounded and checkmated on the board. Alicia is delighted by the game and asks to play again next time with a different opening, while Lunaria looks at one of the unique game pieces. And Alicia explains it's nothing grand, just chess with a few tweaks, though Lunaria notes it's quite different from the chess she's used to. Alicia then reveals she created this version because she was tired of competitive games and wanted one where players cooperate to seal the Demon Lord, which Dale finds to be the kind of free and innovative thinking he expects from her, always changing things from their very core. Alicia smiles, saying the core purpose of having an enjoyable time with others at the board hasn't changed at all. And she believes that as long as you have a goal, you can use any method you want to achieve it. A sentiment that makes Lunaria pause and admit she has a point, as she quietly reflects on the concept of goals and methods, and stares intently at the Demon Lord chess piece. Alicia notices her sudden silence and asks if something is the matter, but Lunaria quickly brushes it off and suggests they play another game, an idea that both Alicia and Dale eagerly agree to. Dale jokes that a game based on intuition would be a challenge for him, and Lunaria tells him to give her a break. Her thoughts then turn to Mana's eerie silence, wondering what she could be planning next. Later, she visits the vast Royal Academy-affiliated library, admiring the impressive collection of books. She remembers that in the game this was a place to get capture tips, and she heads toward a door marked "Closed Stacks Room, Student Entry is Prohibited." She successfully distracts an employee with a popular romance novel to steal the key, just like in the game. And as she walks down the dark hallway, she wonders what this world's Mana's true goal is, if not the one she assumed. She quietly opens the door at the end of the hall, and pieces together Mana's strategy, knowing her goal is the princess end, and that condemning Lunaria is the easiest way to achieve it. Since Lunaria has been thwarting that plan, Mana must be resorting to a different strategy, which she finds in a book, a heavy tome titled Forbidden Ancient Magics. She recalls that the game, Tenkago, had settings for ancient magic and the Demon Lord, and that ancient magic was just a term for eccentric and out-of-place spells like summoning the Demon Lord. The book contains all sorts of absurd magic like turning into a talking frog or making a goat as large as a house, which she finds to be as ridiculous as a child scribbles with no real chance or detailed descriptions. However, she knows that tidbits from this ancient magic have already appeared in the world, making it a real threat. She then thinks about the game's fundamental system, that the best way to raise Dale's affection is to become popular after condemning Lunaria. Since Dale's character is a core part of this world system, he must also desire a saint everyone loves as his princess. This leads her to understand that Mana believes if she can successfully condemn Lunaria, Dale will choose her as the crown princess, which is why she attacked. But Lunaria is certain that there must be a loophole in this system. She then considers a new possibility. What if Dale perceives a condemnation of Lunaria, even if it's ultimately proven false? What would happen then would be like hacking the system itself. What if there was a way to manipulate his perception? She suddenly stops reading, her eyes widening in realization. It's not about whether Mana actually condemns her. What matters is if Dale thinks she was condemned. She finds a page detailing magic to implant memories that didn't happen. But a cleaning lady suddenly appears, telling her that students are not allowed in this area. Lunaria smiles and apologizes, saying the door was open, as the old woman looks surprised. The cleaning lady recognizes the book and asks if it's being read again, wondering what's so interesting about it. Lunaria asks who else was reading it, and the lady describes a female student with a similar height and hairstyle as Mana. She recalls the girl came a month ago and was so engrossed in the book that she didn't even notice her standing right behind her. The old woman then asks what kind of book it is that captivates people so much. and she leans in asking to be let in on the secret, promising to keep it between them. Lunaria just smiles and says she picked it up by chance, much to the woman's disappointment. As she holds the book, she finally understands Saint Sama's plan. And with a cold look, she identifies Mana's plot as a fraud. In another location, someone asks Dale Sama to repeat what he just said. He is sitting at the head of a long table with a group of men and tells Surina that he admires the courage she has shown. One of the men embraces Surina, telling her she is truly brave, and praises her for facing Lunaria head-on and getting the better of her time and time again. He then declares that it's not enough for just the Academy to know of her deeds. They will show Lunaria's true character on the grand stage it deserves. On a quiet evening, Lunaria gazes out at the night sky. Her servants rush out to meet her, one exclaiming that he's finally found her and that the head butler has been looking for her. Lunaria guesses that Kyle, the butler, probably just wants to remind her to get ready for tomorrow. After all, the Academy's graduation party is the next day. Her expression grows serious as she contemplates the coming event. The servants fuss over her, telling her not to be so nervous and chiding her for being out in the freezing cold, but she dismisses their concerns, telling them they're all starting to sound like Kyle. She agrees to head inside soon but asks for a little more time, her mind heavy with the thought of the Ruva Royal Academy's graduation party. A memory of the game's opening screen surfaces, reminding her that it has been a full year since the start of Angel's Watch. In other words, tomorrow is the finale of the story. Yes, she affirms to herself, watching the spectral form of the original Lunaria standing in a nearby doorway. The spirit of Lunaria asks about her year at the Academy, if it was difficult, but the reincarnated Lunaria simply states that she hasn't yet had a chance to take her revenge on Dale. The spirit of Lunaria tells her that she doesn't need to worry about such things. The new Lunaria agrees, admitting that there might be something wrong with her. A small, winged creature appears on her shoulder, saying that's not what the spirit meant, but Lunaria acknowledges that she knows. The spirit asks what has happened with Mana Primera, who was trying to ruin her life, noting that she has been quiet lately. Lunaria finds it odd as well, questioning if Mana has truly given up on becoming the crown princess, though she knows Mana isn't the type to back down so easily. The spirit asks if she thinks Mana will try to enact her plan tomorrow. Yes, Lunaria confirms, explaining that the graduation party is a major event in the game, essentially a reward for clearing a character's route, with a different climax prepared for each of the love interests. These climaxes are typically romantic, storybook endings, dancing at the party, sneaking out together, kissing under the fireworks, or even defeating a rampaging monster with the power of love. The spirit of Lunaria comments that all of them sound sappy and suffocating, to which the new Lunaria smiles, saying that's exactly what she expected her to think. They stand together in the quiet of a garden gazebo. The spirit of Lunaria lets out a small giggle. Then another, covering her mouth as she laughs freely. After a moment, the new Lunaria asks where they were, and the spirit reminds her they were talking about the party's climax. The spirit then describes the princess ending, where another term for the climax is the renouncing of the engagement. Yes, the reincarnated Lunaria agrees, confirming it's as terrible as it sounds. Dale publicly humiliates Mana and breaks their engagement in front of everyone. But it doesn't end there. He then twists the narrative, manipulating the guests to ruin Lunaria's reputation in their eyes. The spirit understands that since Dale has never been one to take responsibility, he throws away the arranged marriage and pushes all the blame onto Lunaria, calling her a horrible witch, while Mana, who wants to be princess, completely backs him up. Lunaria concludes that at the graduation party tomorrow, Dale and Mana will unleash their biggest attack on her yet. But she won't let them have their way, because while they think they can just show up like hunters, she's going to hunt them instead. The spirit of Lunaria softly tells her that she doesn't need to do anything to avenge her. The new Lunaria simply replies that's exactly what she thought she would say. They stand in silence for a moment, a shared understanding between them. But the reincarnated Lunaria states that she has already made her choice. This is what she has to do. The spirit asks if she would stop, even if asked. "You're just a ghost, after all," the new Lunaria says, to which the spirit sadly agrees. She reveals that she cast a hallucination spell on herself to create a ghost of the original Lunaria that only she can see. The spirit of Lunaria simply stands there, a silent, glowing apparition. As the vision fades, she strokes the small, winged creature on her shoulder and tells her raven that it's time to go and prepare for tomorrow. They must prepare for revenge. As she walks back, she notices something strange in the air. Snow? It's out of season for snow, and she hasn't seen a single cloud all night. She just hopes this isn't some kind of bad omen. The next morning at the Solfège mansion, the head butler, Kyle, interrupts her breakfast, asking for her forgiveness. As Lunaria sits at her breakfast table, the clatter of a misplaced tray echoes her inner turmoil as she wonders why she feels on the verge of being scolded, a feeling her butler Kyle knowingly questions from the background. His imposing figure looms over her, his voice rumbling, "Ma'am," as she turns from her meal to ask what he wants. With a grim look, Kyle begins his lecture, reminding her that the Academy's graduation party includes a dance program where students are expected to attend with a partner. He continues, detailing the long-held tradition that female students wear a dress prepared for them by their escort. He then pointedly asks if she is aware of this custom, to which Lunaria, flanked by concerned servants, confirms she is and finds it appalling, though she acknowledges his worry for her. Kyle's concern deepens as he reminds her that as Prince Dale's formal fiancée, she should have received a dress a month ago, yet she told him not to worry. He declares that his patience has run out and it's time she revealed her intentions, prompting Lunaria to coolly state that the prince plans to dance with someone else. She then adds that according to the rumors, the prince had no issue ordering a dress, it just wasn't for her. A shocked Kyle demands to know if she understands the implications of this, and Lunaria calmly replies that while she doesn't know his exact thoughts, her best guess is that he intends to break their engagement. Visibly distressed, Kyle asks how long she has known about this, a question Lunaria immediately turns back on him. She presses further, asking if he didn't already have a vague idea that this day would come, given that their paths were always destined to diverge and they had never truly connected with one another. Kyle demurs, stating that her engagement to the prince is not his place to pry into, a sentiment Lunaria acknowledges with a simple, knowing look. She reflects aloud that this arranged marriage was supposed to be the prosperous future her mother, the previous master, had wished for under the royal family's approval. And because of that, she surmises it was the future he, Kyle, had wished to see for her as well. She offers an apology, explaining that this outcome is the best she could manage despite wanting to fulfill that wish, but Kyle firmly interjects that she is mistaken. He insists that regardless of the former master's plans, she is the current master of the house and has no need to ask for forgiveness from anyone. He then reveals that rumors of the crown prince's misconduct at the academy have reached even his ears, transforming her marriage from a desire into a source of great worry for him. With absolute sincerity, he confesses to feeling an unimaginable sense of relief and urges her to never forget her own worth. He reminds her that all the servants are there to serve her, Your Grace, the Duchess of Solfège. A small, genuine smile touches Lunaria's lips as she promises to keep his words in mind. Her demeanor shifts to one of resolve as she announces it's time to prepare, instructing Kyle to bring a change of clothes from her room to where her own, specially tailored dress has been delivered. Meanwhile, a young man dashes wildly through a crowded street. His companion shouts for Alicia not to run, while the first man complains that escorting her is the least of his worries as he points and yells about an acrobat. Suddenly, a clown pops up directly in front of him, offering a flower and causing the bewildered young man to question if he's even at the right event. The scene opens to a grand, palatial venue swarming with guests who chatter excitedly about the sheer scale of this year's graduation party. The atmosphere is more like a festival than a party, with attendees marveling at the food stalls, clowns, and even a full traveling orchestra. Two guests observe that such extravagance was bound to happen, considering the crown prince himself is graduating this year. The guest list is a veritable who's who of the kingdom, including current students, their families, alumni from decades past, and even royal VIPs have been invited. A man identified as Lord Mythos smoothly greets a group of ladies, whose fawning is interrupted by another woman remarking on how rare it is for a party to gather so much of the world's attention. The crowd murmurs, identifying the elegant woman with Lord Mythos as the famous prodigy, Lady Alicia, Duchess of Mitsegard, who declares her intent to demonstrate her seniority. Mythos observes her with a thoughtful, slightly amused expression on his face. Alicia explains that this odd venue was once a theater, and it's rumored that a scary monster lives in the underground basement below the stage. Just then, Pharidas waves exuberantly, announcing that he has found the monster, a playful jab at the party being held in a theater. Mythos immediately asks how many drinks he's had, but Pharidas sighs that it's only juice, reminiscing about how his own graduation party at the venue served alcohol. He then laughs, recounting the time he received a good scolding from the health professor for trying to use an object manipulation spell to dance with a skeleton. Mythos congratulates him on graduating and asks if Alicia is his dance partner for the evening, to which Pharidas confidently replies that the brightest and most beautiful girl has always been by his side. Mythos's brother, Pharma, interjects to explain that Mythos had a major argument with their father about his date, and Alicia had to step in to save the day. Pharidas expresses his sympathy, acknowledging that for the four great dukedoms, even something as simple as a dance is steeped in politics, which prompts Pharma to accuse Pharidas of being there for political reasons too, despite his story about dancing with a skeleton. Pharidas's playful demeanor vanishes as he reveals his presence concerns their favorite story, a tale the Duchess of Solfège shared at a tea party last year, though she strategically left them hanging without revealing the ending. He explains that the story began at the start of the school year and was slated to conclude a year later, meaning the finale is due right about now. Because of this, he declares this grand party to be the ideal stage for the story's climax and excitedly anticipates witnessing something truly interesting. He turns to Mythos, observing that he seems unusually nervous for the occasion. Mythos scoffs, insisting he's only nervous because he hasn't danced in ages, punctuating his words by lightly hitting a nearby pillar. His movement causes him to accidentally bump into a passing woman, sending her stumbling to the ground as he quickly offers his apologies. Though she insists she can stand on her own, Mythos gallantly offers his hand to help her up. From across the room, a woman dressed in black calls out, "Rose? Over here." Pharma admonishes his brother for treating him like a servant and warns him not to embarrass Rose, the dance partner he went out of his way to arrange for him. Mythos looks on, appalled that the woman he knocked over was completely immune to his charming wink, while Pharidas sagely comments that a girl is going to teach him a valuable lesson someday. Their conversation is cut short by a rising chatter from the crowd, drawing their attention. They turn to see the source of the commotion, a woman in a simple dark gown and heels walking with unwavering purpose. In an instant, the entire, sprawling ballroom falls completely silent. The guests can only stare, their faces a mixture of confusion and curiosity as the woman continues her silent procession. She strides forward with a powerful grace, her dark hair flowing behind her as she moves through the parted crowd. A spotlight seems to find her as she comes to a stop, revealing herself to be Lunaria, her expression one of cold, unshakable resolve. A guest, knocked off his feet by the sudden shift in atmosphere, weakly asks what is happening. Another guest whispers her identity to the stunned onlookers, the only daughter of the Solfège family, the fiancée of the crown prince. She stands alone on the vast ballroom floor, a single, defiant figure facing a sea of shocked faces. Then, the whispers erupt, a wave of disbelief washing over the room as everyone takes in the unbelievable sight of the Duchess arriving at the graduation party without an escort. On the day of the graduation party, a carriage pulls up before the grand venue. A choice from the game flashes through Lunaria's mind, a memory of the critical moment when the prince makes his announcement about the engagement. Inside the carriage, her expression is one of pure, unadulterated determination, preparing herself for the confrontation to come. The game's choice UI materializes, presenting two distinct options: beg him to reconsider, or tell him you don't care. The carriage halts, and a servant opens the door. As a footman holds the door, Lunaria steps out, her face a mask of cold, unwavering resolve. She extends a hand, not for assistance, but with a poised elegance that commands the attention of all who see her. As she walks into the crowded ballroom, a wave of whispers follows her, with guests immediately noting she has arrived without an escort. Ignoring the murmurs, she strides confidently through the parted crowd, her gaze fixed forward. The gossiping intensifies as people question why the crown prince's own fiancé would attend such an important event alone. Their whispers turn cruel, criticizing her plain dress and suggesting she should have stayed home rather than ruin the mood, calling her pathetic. Among the crowd, Pharidas and his companions spot her, equally surprised that Lunaria is present and unescorted. His sharp-eyed companion confirms it, adding that she doesn't appear to have brought her usual magical summons, which makes them question her intentions. With each step, she passes more stunned guests, who can only stare as she moves deeper into the hall. She clenches her fist slightly, a subtle sign of the tension she holds within. Then, she opens her palm, and from it, a dark, shimmering butterfly made of pure magic materializes and takes flight. The butterfly flits through the air, drawing the attention of the onlookers who wonder at its sudden appearance. In a single, fluid motion, she spins gracefully, her dark dress fanning out around her. The entire room gasps, their eyes wide with utter shock. Her dress transforms from plain black to a brilliant scarlet red, and a wonderful scent fills the air as magical butterflies swarm around her in a dazzling display. The crowd looks up in wonder as the swarm of butterflies dissolves into a shower of beautiful flower petals. It's a rain of scarlet rose petals, a beautiful and shocking spectacle that leaves everyone breathless. As the last of the petals settle, Lunaria turns slightly and tells the silent crowd that there is nothing more to see, even if they keep staring. With a confident, almost predatory smile, she asks them to make do with her little show, for now. The guests are completely floored by her audacious and magnificent display. All replaces the gossip as they recognize her power and status as the Duchess of the Solfège family, admitting that her entrance was incredibly well done. Viritus remarks on her skill, deducing that she used a high-level combination of light and object manipulation magic, a truly amazing feat. But he clarifies to his confused companion that he wasn't complimenting the magic, but rather her perfectly executed mannerisms. He observes her smile, noting how she manages to look at everyone and no one at the same time, a subtle skill that makes her seem more like the formidable Lunaria he knew. The mood in the crowd shifts dramatically. Women now admire her beautiful dress, while others interpret her grand entrance as a declaration of war, one in which she clearly holds the upper hand. Other guests murmur in agreement, calling her elegant and a true treasure of the nation, her solitary arrival now seen as a sign of supreme confidence rather than shame. A woman notes in disbelief that in less than 5 minutes, Lunaria has completely captured the hearts of everyone present, though Viritus seems to doubt it's that simple. A young noblewoman who was previously mocking her now eagerly suggests to her friends that they should go and greet Lady Lunaria. Her father quickly scolds her for her disgraceful excitement, reminding her to show dignity in the presence of royalty. Meanwhile, a more critical group of guests disapproves of her display, calling it a sign of her lack of common sense and questioning if using magic so carelessly violates school regulations. Nearby, Mana's friends look on with concern, sensing that something is wrong with the entire situation. Viritus explains to his companion that the Crown Prince's fiancée arriving alone is an unprecedented event. He elaborates that everyone is now forced to wonder if there's a rift between Lunaria and Prince Dale, forcing them to choose sides between the powerful Solfège household and the royal family. His companion realizes that those who are undecided are looking to the royal family for cues, a conclusion Viritus confirms is correct. He muses that for the citizens of this country, it is vital to be able to read the emotions on the face of royalty, even if it belongs to a foolish and troublesome crown prince. One of the prince's friends groans that all this political maneuvering is making him sick, while the woman beside him simply worries for Lunaria's well-being. Elsewhere, 2 other men jest about the tense atmosphere, with one saying that being Pharma's dance partner is far more dangerous than joining a monster hunting squad. Having successfully charmed a group of ladies, Lunaria excuses herself, announcing that she's going to get something to drink. The crowd parts around her as she stands alone for a moment, scanning the ballroom. She thinks to herself that there have been no problems so far. She recalls the details of the princess ending from the game Angel's Watch, where Lunaria arrives at the party before Mana and Dale, handling the situation with confident poise to uphold the Solfège family's reputation. She wonders if her own performance, using the mannerisms and demeanor she remembered from the real Lunaria, was a faithful reenactment. After a moment's thought, she decides that she handled it correctly and didn't overdo her grand entrance. She knows she had to seize control of the crowd because this is the princess ending, which means Mana and Prince Dale are definitely going to try something dramatic. And just as expected, exactly like in the game, Prince Dale makes his grand entrance with Mana on his arm, causing a stir among the guests. They walk confidently to the center of the room, drawing all eyes to them. All the nobles bow deeply as the prince and his companion pass by. The prince wears a self-satisfied smirk as he proceeds through the hall. Lunaria watches their approach, her face a cool, unreadable mask. They finally come to a stop, flanked by royal guards, presenting a united front. The crowd erupts in shocked whispers, unable to believe that Prince Dale has appeared with Priestess Mana instead of his fiancée. The whispers turn to outrage at the prince's shameless behavior, recalling how he'd always referred to Mana as a little sister. Prince Dale leans in to reassure a nervous Mana, telling her not to worry because everyone is captivated by her beauty. He urges her to show everyone her cute smile and not to worry about anything else. With a shy nod, Mana agrees. Meanwhile, Lunaria calmly gets herself a drink, aware of the entire room glancing back and forth between her and the prince's spectacle. She recalls the scene from the game, where Dale fusses over Mana, offering her a warm beverage because she feels a little chilly, the moment where Lunaria is meant to interject. In the original story, Lunaria interrupts them here, questioning why the prince insists on making a mockery of her. The game framed this moment as Lunaria's hysteria, but she knows it wasn't. Reading the situation from Lunaria's perspective, it's clear she was just doing the right thing by putting up with the humiliation of arriving alone and then demanding an explanation for his behavior to protect the Solfege family's honor. And Dale's response in the game was a mocking and dismissive, "How about you try asking your heart?" Just then, Prince Dale finally turns and addresses her with feigned surprise. "Oh, I see you came." The entire ballroom falls silent, all eyes fixed on the three of them. He stares at her, his expression cold as he says her name, Lunaria. They are now at the center of a silent circle of onlookers, the stage set for the confrontation. Lunaria meets his gaze and responds calmly, remarking that it's an odd thing for him to say and asking if there's any reason she wouldn't attend her own graduation party. Her voice remains level but sharp as she says she's the one who is shocked, demanding to know why he attended with another partner without informing her and asking if he has forgotten they are engaged. She perfectly recites the original Lunaria's line, looking him dead in the eye and demanding an explanation. Prince Dale roars back with the exact same dismissive line from the game, "How about you try asking your heart?" Her eyes narrow with predatory focus. He has taken the bait. He then raises his arm and bellows to the entire assembly that he, Dale Livy von Ixis, has an announcement to make. He points an accusatory finger directly at Lunaria, declaring his intent to announce all the evil deeds she has committed. The crowd murmurs in shock as he accuses her of committing horrible sins that have tarnished the Academy's good name. He claims her supposed actions are tantamount to spitting in the face of the Ixis royal family itself. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he declares that he is breaking off his engagement with Lunaria L. von Solfege. But instead of the expected tears or outrage, Lunaria calmly replies, "That's fine with me," leaving the prince and the entire crowd utterly stunned. Without another word, she turns her back on him and begins to walk away, the chatter of the shocked crowd rising behind her. She thinks to herself that she has no reason to hesitate. The scene returns to the moment before she entered the party, standing by her carriage. Her gaze was fixed on the venue, her mind already set. Her hand had moved past the option to beg, decisively choosing the second path, to tell him she doesn't care. In that moment she had already made her choice. Now, with the engagement broken on her own terms, a powerful aura of magic begins to radiate from her as she prepares for her next move. As the chandelier glitters overhead, the story continues. Prince Dale can only stare, his mouth agape in disbelief. His face flushes with a mixture of rage and shock as he stammers, "What did you just say?" Lunaria coolly asks if he needs her to repeat herself before stating plainly, "If you wish to break off the engagement, I said that I don't care," and then prompts him for a response. She scoffs internally, her simple words having completely derailed the grand speech he had planned, leaving him sputtering in fury. In the original Angel's Watch game, this is the point where Lunaria breaks down, tearfully begging Dale to reconsider. In that scenario, Dale humiliates her, telling her to remember everything you've done until now, leveraging her desperation to ruin her reputation. She realizes now that they were counting on her begging, planning to use it as the perfect opportunity to list all her supposed evil deeds. Her gaze drifts to the two of them, her suspicions confirmed. "Isn't that right, Prince Dale and Priestess Mana?" Her eyes narrow into icy slits. Prince Dale, she thinks, was one of the main people who drove the original Lunaria to her ruin, and now he stands before her as the final target of her revenge. And then there's Priestess Mana, the player, in this game, scheming to frame Lunaria and take her place as crown princess, another piece to be swept from the board. She sees them for what they are. They behave as if they're lions. They believe themselves to be the predators, ready to pounce on their prey at a moment's notice, but she is about to teach them a harsh lesson. A powerful, monstrous beast materializes behind her in her mind's eye as she declares internally, "You are both my prey." Her eyes gleam with a chilling, unwavering confidence. The prince's entourage erupts in outrage, shouting, "Lunaria!" and demanding how she could dare speak to him with such disrespect. They accuse her of being rude and vow not to let her get away with it, but she coolly dismisses them as sycophants merely trying to score points with their master. Setting aside the matter of the engagement, she asks what evil deeds he's talking about, as she has no memory of ever being accused of such things. Dale, thrown off balance, can only call it a pathetic excuse, insisting that everyone knows what she's done and that he's even caught her red-handed. His followers clamor for someone to bring a megastone to amplify His Highness's very important announcement. In the crowd, Pharidas and his companions express their confusion, having never heard anything about these supposed horrible things. A woman named Aisha is so incensed she tries to rush forward to confront the prince, forcing Pharma and Rose to physically restrain her, with Rose even trembling with the urge to cast an attack spell. Lunaria calmly presses her point, asking again what horrible things he's talking about, as she has no idea. She analyzes his furious expression, realizing this is no act. He genuinely believes she is guilty of these crimes. Her mind pieces it together. Dale's absolute conviction means the princess ending of the game is active, which requires Mana's affection points to be at their maximum. She knows that in Angel's Watch, the only way to max out affection is for Mana to publicly condemn Lunaria and be praised for her brave remarks. However, she has spent the entire past year systematically preventing every one of Mana's attempts to do just that. That leaves only one possibility: Mana cheated. Lunaria deduces that Mana must have imprinted false memories onto Dale, fabricating a history where the righteous priestess repeatedly stood up to the villainous duchess. To do this, she must have used forbidden ancient magic. Lunaria looks the prince in the eye and says with cold pity, "I'm sorry to say, but I believe you're misremembering." Her words trigger a memory for Dale of Mana calling him a coward for running away, a phrase she used when she first became a priestess. He recalls Mana's lecture, that true strength isn't about miracles or cleansing monsters, but about the ability to reflect on one's own mistakes and better oneself. He remembers her approaching him as a friend, a fellow classmate. He sees her reaching out, her voice filled with conviction as she tells him, "You need to repent, Lunaria." The memory of the crowd's shocked reaction to the priestess's powerful words flashes in his mind, their belief that her words came straight from the heart. Lunaria recognizes the line as a signature phrase from the game, and though the timing feels forced, she's surprised by Mana's confidence in trying to push the scenario forward. She counters coolly, reminding Mana that she has a long history of jumping to conclusions and falsely accusing her, a fact well known by the students and teachers present. Mana insists she not change the topic. She admits there have been some misunderstandings between them in the past but claims they are different from what Prince Dale is talking about, and Lunaria can't help but note her unwavering confidence. Lunaria's voice drips with sarcasm as she acknowledges that Mana must feel like she's already won, having obtained a new power to manipulate memories and force the ending she desires. She calls her out directly, stating that she entered this route by cheating and that the logical discrepancies are already beginning to spread like ripples in a pond. She warns her that memory manipulation is a risky move, because if the crowd notices the flaws in the logic, it will all come crashing down like a game bugged by an abused glitch. There is a big flaw in hacking the memories of others, she thinks to herself. The prince, growing impatient, demands she say something. His followers chime in, telling her she can't act innocent, which prompts Lunaria to calmly request they provide some concrete examples of these alleged evil deeds. The entourage eagerly rattles off a list of accusations. She's been cruel to commoner classmates, insulted other nobles, threatened the student council to erase strikes from her record, and even pressured professors into unfairly passing her exams. Lunaria recognizes every single one of them as the condemning events from the game, confirming that Dale and his entire entourage have had their memories manipulated. Pharidas and his group finally grasp the situation, realizing His Highness is fabricating claims to shift all the blame for the broken engagement onto Lunaria. They express their disgust at such a simple, boring, and underhanded approach, confident that Lunaria would never be defeated by such a pitiful scheme. Lunaria looks at the prince's followers and says she feels as if she's hearing these stories for the first time, their indignation flaring at her words. She then delivers a chilling warning. If they insist on continuing their lies, she will take whatever actions are necessary to protect the honor of the Solfege family. Her words are met with outrage, the crowd murmuring as the prince's men accuse her of being a shameless threat. Lunaria's gaze cuts through the chaos, landing squarely on the one responsible as she asks, "Is this entire thing your plan, Priestess Mana?" She lays out the strategy she's deduced. Step 1, manipulate the memories of Dale and his followers. Step 2, use their authority and charisma to dominate the party. It's not a bad strategy, she admits. The party is essentially the prince's home turf, providing a biased jury, and by keeping the memory manipulation to a minimum, Mana could have secured an easy win. But memory manipulation has a fatal weakness. The greater the manipulation, the harder it is to conceal, and the risk of exposure becomes catastrophic once the secret is out. Creating memories of events that never happened is like changing the notes on a sheet of music. If one person misremembers, it's a common occurrence, not enough to throw the entire orchestra into disarray. But if it were 5 or even 10 people, the resulting disharmony would become impossible to cover up, and the orchestra would collapse into chaos. Everyone would demand to check the music sheet, and the suspicious, rewritten passages would inevitably be found, causing a scandal that would rock the entire academy. An unexplained, abnormal phenomenon at the prestigious Royal Academy, with its many noble students, would trigger a large-scale investigation. And that, Lunaria knows, would be very inconvenient for Mana, because no one wants their weakest point put under a microscope. That's why Mana had to carefully limit her targets to Dale and the small, hand-picked group of followers who would follow his lead without question. The logic is sound, Lunaria thinks. It sounds very possible. A confident, knowing smile spreads across her face. The prince, oblivious, declares that she can't make excuses forever. He roars that he has more witnesses to her crimes. He claims there are others who are still suffering because of her selfish actions. He rallies the crowd, shouting for the truth to be brought into the open, no matter how hideous it may be. From the crowd, a voice asks, "Who's they?" A servant quickly moves to pull Lunaria back, sensing danger. Suddenly, a figure leaps onto the stage with a dramatic flourish. He strikes a pose, a wide grin on his face, and announces that everyone's favorite person has arrived. Another man with glasses appears, consulting a manual, and asks if the other two are with him, complaining about the one who's always late. The first man complains about waking up early, but the man with glasses retorts that he was likely sleeping in the infirmary just moments ago. With a sigh, the first man says they suck, then asks if they're still missing someone. Just then, a third young man pushes through the crowd, apologizing as he rushes forward. He trips and goes sprawling across the floor. His friends look on with exasperation as he crashes to the ground. They help him to his feet, checking if he's okay as a fourth person urges them to get moving. A follower of the prince points to the 4 newcomers, identifying them as being in the same year as Lunaria and Mana, and summons them forward. As Mana watches them approach, Lunaria says grimly, "I see." She knows without a doubt. You hacked their memories too. The 4 young men stand together, their expressions a mix of confusion and unease under a dark, foreboding cloud of magic. The prince's follower announces that he didn't believe the accusations either until he heard them directly from these 4. The prince points dramatically at the men, his voice filled with feigned betrayal as he declares he never would have thought his own fiancée, the future queen, was secretly courting another man. He roars that it wasn't just one man either, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. Then he delivers his final, outrageous accusation. Lunaria was seeing these 4 men at the same time. The guests are stunned into silence as the prince taunts her, sure that she can't talk her way out of this. Mana watches, a sinister, triumphant smile gracing her lips as she thinks, "My dear villain." Jean, with his glasses and stoic expression, holds a book, while Lucari grins mischievously, a hand behind his head in a carefree gesture. Toma appears concerned, muttering about Lucari being a handful, while Keels looks on with an exasperated sigh, his arms crossed. Dale leans forward, his voice dripping with theatrical disdain as he proclaims, "How hideous." He then points an accusatory finger, declaring that with himself included, it makes 5 men that Lunaria has been shamelessly pursuing, presenting this as her true, scandalous nature. The scene shifts to a flashback, where Mana reclines in her opulent bedchamber. She confidently states that these 5 are her priority. Her long, delicate fingers trace the air as she asks her small, winged companion if it knows why. The creature stammers, confused as Mana glares at it, confirming that they are indeed talking about manipulating memories. The creature apologizes profusely for its ignorance, but Mana simply sighs, saying she didn't expect it to know and will condescendingly explain it for the creature's benefit. She reveals that the 5 of them are completely unique from each other. They are the main characters of this love game, after all. Basically, she explains, the 5 of them, Dale, Jean, Lucari, Toma, and Keels, are the most popular and influential group at the academy. By having them on her side, she can dictate how nearly the entire school perceives Lunaria. Her companion is awestruck by her genius, but Mana continues, adding that the 5 are written to be equals, each with their own distinct sphere of influence. If only Dale's followers were her witnesses, the crowd might dismiss their testimony as simple sycophancy, but with 4 other men of equal status corroborating the story, everyone would surely believe them, especially since, as a priestess, she can easily learn how to manipulate memories with just a little prayer. A sly smile plays on her lips as she thinks, aha! The world revolving around her as the protagonist is a wonderful feeling. She looks down on her rival, thinking that Lunaria's only purpose is to take the fall and make her look good, and with a chillingly sweet smile, she commands her to squirm. Back in the present, the crowd erupts in a frenzy of gossip, shocked and scandalized by the revelation that the Duchess was involved with 5 different men. Lunaria stands alone and defiant amidst the swirling accusations and judgmental stares, her expression an unbreachable wall against the tide of public opinion. The 4 young men, their expressions a mixture of feigned hurt and disappointment, begin their performance, claiming they never wanted to do this. Keel steps forward, his voice trembling with manufactured pain as he accuses Lunaria of being a horrible person who toyed with not only his feelings but all of their feelings. Jean adds his voice to the chorus, lamenting that it was his mistake to open his heart to her, as she never truly understood him, and calling himself ignorant for ever believing she did. Lucari, with a world-weary sigh, asks her what she was trying to accomplish as the powerful Lunaria of the Solfège family. The 4 of them turn their backs on her, a united front of betrayed innocence. This symbolic act sends a fresh wave of murmurs through the onlookers, the visual of 4 handsome, heartbroken young nobles turning away from the villainess solidifying the narrative in many minds. Pheridus's companion can't believe what she's hearing, questioning why they would tell such a lie, but Pheridus grimly observes that this is a strange and dangerous turn of events. Mythos watches intently, his expression unreadable, and states with certainty that the 4 of them probably aren't lying. Lunaria remains unshaken, her voice cutting through the noise as she declares that no matter how many more actors appear on stage, her stance will not change. She is an innocent person being falsely accused and has no idea what any of them are talking about. Dale sneers at her denial, calling her a politician, while his followers shout that it's impossible for her to be so clueless. He demands to know what she'll do next, mockingly asking if she's going to demand proof, a question she calmly confirms. He scoffs, declaring that their testimony is more than enough proof. From the crowd, a woman points out that while she isn't particularly close to any of them, their classmates have surely noticed something, a sentiment echoed by others who agree that the story makes a twisted kind of sense. The prince doubles down, insisting that everyone present should know that these men are not the type to lie just to ruin someone's life. His words ignite a firestorm of judgment among the guests, with one of Aisha's friends shouting that just because they said it doesn't make it true, only to be drowned out by a wave of condemnation as others turn on Lunaria, calling her shameless and unforgivable. A student rushes to Keel's defense, asking how anyone could accuse him of lying after witnessing his unwavering sportsmanship on the soccer field for 3 years. The crowd's support for the 4 men grows, their voices rising in a chorus of agreement, unable to see any reason why they would lie. They begin to recount the various kindnesses of the accused, from Thoma's devotion to his younger siblings to Lucad's quiet compassion and Jin's selfless act of arranging a makeup exam for a struggling student. The 4 young men look on, their faces a picture of feigned humility as the crowd sings their praises. Jean steps forward, his gaze fixed on Lunaria, his voice heavy with false sorrow. He tells her that they were approached by her, and now they won't let her get away with it. His companions join in, accusing her of going on dates with all of them and even confessing her feelings to each of them, demanding she stop lying. One of them roars for her to accept that she's wrong and admit the truth. Pheridus's companion turns to him, asking if he still doesn't think they're lying, and he replies that it's just a gut feeling. He reasons that if Duchess Solfège is lying, then the 4 men must not realize they are also lying. His companion is baffled by this, but Pheridus explains that it's possible their memories were overwritten, a feat he admits would require a spell that doesn't exist in modern magic. She immediately suggests ancient magic, a possibility Pheridus considers but notes is written in a mysterious, incomplete language that would be nearly impossible for anyone to master today. He concedes that it would take a miracle to replicate such a powerful memory manipulation spell, but then he remembers that they do know someone with the power to make miracles happen. Mythos interjects, questioning if they're seriously suggesting that Lady Mana used something as dramatic as ancient magic just to turn them into fake witnesses, but Pheridus counters that the sacred magic stone of a priestess is itself an ancient artifact, making priestesses survivors of ancient magic. He calls Mana's strategy foolish and unrefined, but also difficult to deal with, as she has pitted Lunaria against the very stars of the Academy. Lunaria's expression remains as cold and sharp as ice. She thinks back on all the times she has outdone Mana, always with the help of her allies Rabel and Serena, by poking holes in her logic and revealing the truth. But this time is different. Mana has multiple fake witnesses, all spouting different claims that must each be countered individually. It's impossible for her to fend off every accusation by herself. Mythos realizes that no matter how perfectly she counters one claim, the sheer number of them will eventually crush her under the weight of public opinion. His companion despairs, but Mythos suddenly has an idea. As the heir of the Astoria family, one of the 4 great dukedoms, his public support could sway the crowd, a risky political gamble that his father would surely approve of. Lunaria, however, has already seen through Mana's plan. She knows that Mana has learned from her past mistakes, not to make a flawless, airtight plan, but to make a plan that can brute force her into submission, even if holes are poked into it. It's a power move, a domination by numbers that cannot be overcome by simple logic. Mana's voice echoes in Lunaria's mind, taunting her, telling her that now that it's come to this, she is hopeless. Lunaria's own internal thoughts echo a grim conclusion. The way she's been fighting her won't work anymore. The game is over. Mana's triumphant, smiling face fills the screen as she declares, "This is checkmate, my dear villain." Lunaria stands alone, surrounded by a sea of hostile faces, the weight of hundreds of accusatory stares pressing in on her as the air grows thick with tension. But then her expression shifts, a flicker of defiance in her eyes as she says, "Is what you think, isn't it, Priestess Mana?" Mana's triumphant smile falters, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Lunaria's voice rings out clear and steady, "Now then, who should really be apologizing here, me or you, Your Highness?" The prince sputters, enraged by her audacity. "What are you on about?" She calmly asks if he has finished presenting his witnesses, then declares, "It's my turn then." With a confident, almost predatory smile, she announces that she's brought witnesses of her own, witnesses who can attest to her innocence. The prince roars back, demanding to know if she's still trying to continue this nonsense, but she coolly replies that if he's so confident in his claims, it shouldn't matter who she brings. With a grand, sweeping gesture, she addresses the entire ballroom. "Isn't that right, everyone?" The crowd murmurs, their convictions beginning to waver as they realize they should probably hear both sides of the story. Lunaria knows that a simple trial where the witch is hanged would be boring for this crowd. They want something more exciting. She turns to the royal guards and, with a voice that commands absolute authority, says, "Now then, guards, if you would, please bring in my guests." As the guards move to obey, the crowd begins to chatter, wondering who these mysterious guests could be. 3 imposing figures make their way through the crowd, their presence immediately commanding attention. The guests stare, a sense of familiarity dawning on them as they try to place the newcomers, with some recognizing them with a gasp of surprise. Their faces are still obscured, but their distinct attire, a lab coat, academic robes, and a military uniform, signals their importance. The 3 figures come to a stop, their faces revealing them to be 3 of the Academy's most respected and feared staff members. Lunaria turns to them and begins the introductions. The captain of the Royal Capital's police force, Sir Gregory Jewett. The chief technician of Hale Magic Forensic Science, Professor Audrey Gio. And of course, our very own doctor at the Ruva Royal Academy, Dr. Ray Rivel. The crowd is stunned into silence, the weight of these 3 witnesses undeniable, while Professor Gio giggles, saying she'd long forgotten her old title of health class professor. Mana's face is a mask of cold fury as she orders the guards to bring a megastone for her 3 witnesses. Feritas's group watches with rapt attention, realizing it's now Lunaria's turn to hit the ball back, though they admit her chosen players are a bit old for the game. With a quiet, confident smile, Lunaria thinks to herself, "I'll play your little game, Priestess Mana." She internally vows that if Mana wants to pin her down with a power move, then she will pin Mana down with twice the force. A power move against a power move. A battle where relentless lies meet relentless truths. Brute force against brute force. The Grand Mansion is abuzz with chatter under the night sky as the question hangs in the air. What can these 3 do? The crowd strains to see the newcomers, murmuring amongst themselves as they try to get a better look at the figures who have just entered the hall. Prince Dale scoffs as guests in the gallery whisper that Lunaria's witnesses don't particularly stand out, especially when compared to the handsome young men the prince had presented. One of the accusers addresses Lunaria with open contempt, wondering aloud who she could possibly bring out, derisively identifying one as just the health professor. Prince Dale shouts that it doesn't matter who they are, demanding to know what 3 people like them could possibly do to prove her innocence. Lunaria smiles coolly, remarking that the prince seems to be in a rush, and suggests they put her witnesses on the stand right away, turning to Sir Jewett and asking him to go first. Sir Jewett snaps a sharp salute, his voice booming, "Yes, ma'am." He and his subordinates stand at attention, presenting an official and imposing presence. He clears his throat loudly, drawing the attention of the entire room and causing a stir as Prince Dale and Mana look on. With a slight smile, Sir Jewett begins by congratulating everyone on their graduation. But he quickly launches into a long-winded preface about his family's history and honor, prompting an impatient glare from Prince Dale, who silently urges him to get to the point. The prince's glare throws the captain off completely, causing him to sweat and lose his place as the crowd begins to snicker at his flustered state. As the crowd whispers about the captain's composure, Lunaria turns to the prince and clarifies that Sir Jewett is present to investigate the validity of his 4 witnesses. Regaining his composure, Sir Jewett confirms this, announcing that about half a month ago he and his men had questioned the 4 young lords regarding this very matter. Prince Dale looks confused, while one of his witnesses asks if that is true. The 4 men confer, realizing they were all told the investigation was to confirm their stories, assuming the prince had sent the captain. Prince Dale shouts that he knows nothing about this, while Lunaria watches with a small, knowing smile. She then reveals that it wasn't the prince who sent Sir Jewett, but her, explaining she brought the matter up out of concern for her own well-being. The prince accuses her of acting on a mere feeling, but Lunaria calmly states that she predicted he would announce these lies, a conclusion the crowd finds logical. Noticing Sir Jewett's hesitation, Lunaria reminds him that the police are meant to help all citizens equally and that she is now considering announcing something that might go against the prince's wishes. She puts the prince on the spot, stating that he surely wishes for nothing more than the truth, and therefore shouldn't be offended by any truths the investigation uncovers, no matter what they are. Cornered, Prince Dale grits his teeth and orders Sir Jewett to continue, to which the captain salutes immediately. Sir Jewett clears his throat and states for the record that all 4 of the prince's witnesses willingly participated in his investigation. Then, with a grave expression, he announces that he regrets to inform everyone his findings conclude there are contradictions in their stories. The prince and his 4 witnesses are stunned by the declaration, muttering in disbelief. Sir Jewett elaborates that in each of their statements, they clearly claimed to have been approached by the Duchess of Solfège, causing the 4 to look increasingly nervous. He continues that this led to them meeting her after school for what people would nowadays call a date. The men react with a mix of defiance and disbelief, one demanding to know if this is about an alibi, which another deems impossible. The captain reveals that on the days of the alleged dates, all the Solfège servants have attested that Lunaria went straight home, but the prince immediately dismisses their testimony. Sir Jewett concedes that they can't accept the testimony at face value since they are her household, meaning she has no concrete alibi. He repeats that she doesn't have an alibi, causing the young lords to relax for a moment, before adding a crucial however. The bombshell drops as Sir Jewett declares that all 4 of them, however, have alibis, having been spotted in different locations on the very days they claimed to have had dates with Lunaria. He orders the investigation report to be read, and an officer begins, stating that on the day of his supposed date, September 4th, Lord Fresk was witnessed practicing with a junior classmate at a private sports facility, a fact corroborated by the student's journal. The report continues, detailing how on September 14th, Lord Lepsage was seen by multiple nurses at an animal hospital all night with a stray kitten. On October 13th, a clerk saw Lord Vitreous at a music shop, and on October 24th, another clerk saw Lord Kamayu shopping for a toy for his sister's birthday. Sir Jewett looks up at the 4 men, his voice firm as he concludes that there is much doubt surrounding the dates they claim to have been on. The accusers are thrown into confusion, insisting they clearly remember the dates and that there's no doubt in their minds. Lord Kamayu struggles with his own memory, recalling being at the toy store alone the day before his sister's birthday and wondering how he could have possibly gone on a date with Lunaria. Observing this, Faridas' friend notes the inconsistency in his memory, leading another to suggest that perhaps his memory truly was overwritten. Mana interjects, suggesting that perhaps everyone is simply thinking of the wrong day, presenting it as the most logical answer. Sir Jewett counters that they already considered that possibility and investigated their whereabouts on the surrounding days, though Mana supporters insist it must be a mistaken memory. The prince loses his temper, shouting for an end to the ridiculous investigation and demanding to know the point of nitpicking such trivial matters. As the hall erupts in chatter again, Faridas observes that Duchess Solfège has managed to hold on by the skin of her teeth, though she can't let her guard down yet. Lunaria gracefully thanks Sir Jewett, praising his wonderful work and calling it an excellent reference. The captain becomes flustered by the praise, stammering that he was only doing his duty as he and his men salute. Lunaria then calls her next witness, asking Professor Gio to come forward, who giggles that it's nerve-wracking. The professor introduces herself to the assembly as the magic scholar, Professor Gio. The observers comment on this peculiar choice of witness, recognizing her as a famous academic whose work one of them couldn't get enough of as a student. Professor Gio explains that her main job is researching the language of magic and parsing incantations, which impresses the onlookers. She delves into her specialty, magic language chronology, explaining that everyone knows vocal incantations were common before voiceless magic became mainstream, and that the language of these incantations evolved alongside natural language. Her technical explanation is interrupted by an angry Prince Dale demanding she stop blabbering nonsense, though Gio simply laughs and apologizes for her bad habit. Deciding a demonstration is in order, she says it's easier to understand by seeing it and asks for an item to be brought forward. Her assistants wheel in a large, ornate, pot-like magical device. The prince stares at the strange contraption and asks what the weird pot is, to which the professor just laughs. A view from below shows the device glowing with internal light as she explains it is a magic device used to analyze language. She elaborates that while she originally invented it to parse the language of magic, she soon realized it could be used to analyze ordinary conversations as well. With a cheerful smile and a thumbs up, she puts it in the simplest terms. It's a magic lie detector. She explains that everyone has their own manner of speaking, vocabulary, sentence structure, a pattern almost like a mana trace, and that these speech patterns differ when lying versus telling the truth. By simply talking in front of the device, it can recognize speech patterns the speaker isn't even aware of, and from that data, determine their emotional state and whether they are lying or telling the truth. She then reveals that after being approached by the Duchess and Sir Jewett, she used the device to analyze the four gentlemen's regular conversations and their testimonies, stating the results are about 90% accurate. The prince is outraged that he was never told about this, but the young lords coldly retort that he never asked and they aren't on speaking terms with him anyway. The crowd leans forward in anticipation as Professor Gio announces she has analyzed the testimonies from the phonostone and is ready to reveal the result. With a calm smile, she delivers the stunning conclusion: the four of them are not lying. The four lords smugly agree, stating they have no reason to lie, leaving the crowd completely baffled. Mana declares it a waste of time, but Professor Gio adds a confounding twist. As strange as it sounds, they are probably not telling the truth either. The crowd is thrown into utter confusion, whispering to each other and asking what she just said. The prince demands to know what she means, and the professor replies that it is exactly as it sounds. She clarifies her statement: the device determined the chances of them lying are low, as their testimonies show few signs of it. However, she explains, whenever they speak about the dates, their speech patterns are entirely different from those they use for other personal experiences, which is odd because they are not lying about their own memories. Looking directly at the four shocked young men, she delivers her conclusion: they speak as if their experience was taught to them by someone else. The camera focuses on the narrowed eyes of Lunaria and Mana, a silent battle of wills passing between them. Sir Jewett asks for clarification, so the professor explains by asking if he knows how it sometimes sounds when a person isn't explaining something in their own words. She offers examples, like a youngster repeating a get-rich-quick scheme he heard, or a couple passionately reciting the life lessons of a famous philosopher. Even if they believe the experience is their own, she says, it's nothing more than a vicarious one, something that can't be spoken of in their own words, a point which Sir Jewett seems to understand. Prince Dale shouts that the idea is ridiculous, while Sir Jewett asks if she is trying to say the dates they experienced were actually someone else's experiences. The prince continues his outburst, yelling that none of it makes sense and there's no proof her device is even accurate. He dismisses the entire demonstration as pointless, insisting that asking a pot to decide for them is an insult to their intelligence and that they can decide for themselves who is truthful. His words sway the crowd, who begin to shout in agreement, saying the prince is right and they almost fell for the trick. The prince presses on, appealing to Sir Jewett and stating that in a proper trial, this device's analysis would never be considered good enough evidence. Sir Jewett concedes that the prince is correct. The analysis does lack credibility and is too crude to be treated as actual evidence. Professor Gio calmly agrees that she doesn't consider it evidence either, but then asks for the crowd's cooperation, especially those who just laughed along with the prince. She smiles and offers to let them all test the device for themselves, suggesting that surely married couples and families have a few doubts they'd like to clear up, like a late return from a party or the truth behind a business trip. As the crowd recoils in horror, she tells them there's no need to worry, they can have their own conversations in front of the device, and if they can laugh off the results as a trick, then so be it. Lunaria then adds that she will, however, thoroughly investigate the validity of any results the device produces for them. A wave of absolute silence falls over the entire hall. The silence is broken by frantic whispers as the guests insist there's no reason for them to test the device, while Pharidas' group notes with amusement that the adults seem to be scared of it. Mana snaps that it's mean to say so, insisting it's only natural for people to be afraid of such a thing. Lunaria addresses the crowd, feigning sympathy by saying she's a little scared herself, before confidently adding that, of course, she has nothing to hide. Professor Gio apologizes if she sounded mean, then casually informs a shocked Mana that she already has a phonostone of one of her public speeches, meaning the device is already calibrated to her voice. Leaning in with a sweet smile, the professor delivers the final blow. The device's results say that Priestess Mana just lied. Mana forces a smile, trying to dismiss the accusation by claiming it just proves how unreliable the device is. From the balcony, Pharidas' companions note that the mood has shifted yet again, hoping Lunaria can make the right moves now that the pressure is back on her. Lunaria graciously thanks Professor Gio for her statement, earning a frustrated glare from the prince. The professor laughs it off, and Lunaria politely says she'd love to hear more about her research in the future. With that, she turns to her final witness, asking Professor Rivel if she can burden him. The doctor rises slowly, stating with a sigh that he does not enjoy doing this. He walks past her, adding that now that he knows what's happening, he feels he has to. The academy doctor walks steadily toward the center of the hall, ready to give his testimony before the stunned assembly. My goodness, the situation escalates even further. Dr. Rivel stands before the crowd, muttering that he hates speaking in front of so many people, as it feels like giving a lecture. Prince Dale snaps, shouting, "Enough of this already," while his four companions look on with growing unease. He continues his rant, listing off Lunaria's witnesses with contempt. The police, a scholar, and now the health class professor. Dr. Rivel interrupts, calmly stating that he has made some medicine because Lunaria asked him to, and reassures the impatient prince that he won't take long. The word, medicine, raises eyebrows among the other witnesses, while Lunaria remains impassive. In the crowd, Pharidas' friend asks if this is the same health class professor he once upset, but Dr. Rivel simply states he has experience synthesizing elixirs in his line of work, often to clean up after his foolish students. The prince demands to know what kind of elixir it is, and Dr. Rivel explains it is a dispel elixir, a type of medicine used to break spells cast on others. He elaborates that this specific elixir gets rid of any magic spell used to falsely plant memories, his words clearly directed at a furious Mana. A wave of chatter spreads through the guests as they repeat the shocking phrase, planted memories. A guest asks if this is similar to hallucination magic, but Lunaria clarifies that it is not something that merely warps perception, it's a terrifying spell that shapes memory itself. And you're trying to say that such a magic spell was cast on the four of us, the young lord asks, to which Lunaria gives a simple, firm correct. The crowd is skeptical, with many murmuring they've never heard of such a spell and questioning if it truly exists. Dr. Rivel admits that he didn't believe it either at first. But when he called the four of them to the infirmary for an examination, he discovered traces of a nasty spell placed on them, prompting him to create the dispel elixir, and with that, he concludes his testimony. The prince can only stammer, "What?" as the gallery erupts in confused chatter. His fellow witnesses are flabbergasted, questioning how he can have nothing more to say after dropping such a bombshell, and how he can so casually claim to have made an elixir. Mana remarks that this all sounds strange to her, but Dr. Rivel simply states that it's his job to prepare medicine for the students in the infirmary. She presses him, asking if he can really make an elixir to dispel a magic spell that he doesn't even know how to cast. He calmly replies, yes, explaining that Lunaria gathered and provided him with all the necessary literature detailing the magic spell. Mana is visibly shocked, while Dr. Rivel internally reflects on the mountain of ancient grimoires Lunaria had acquired, books so rare they belonged in a museum, and the unimaginable cost of gathering them. Mana laughs it off, saying it's nothing dramatic, and Dr. Rivel admits that after looking through the books and drawing on his years of experience, he had a hard time obtaining the ingredients and could only synthesize enough for one person. With a confident smile, Lunaria announces to the room that Professor Rivel has brought that very elixir with him today, a statement that sends ripples of excitement and disbelief through the crowd. An elixir to dispel falsely planted memories. A quiet intensity burns in her eyes. "Now then, would you mind showing everyone Professor Rivel?" she asks, prompting a shocked gasp from one of the young men. But the doctor reveals he already administered the elixir a moment ago, a revelation that shocks even Lunaria. He turns to Lunaria, asking if she minds, stating it's better to fix the issue sooner rather than later as the crowd wonders if the elixir has taken effect yet. Dr. Rivel then turns to the 4 young men and asks one of them, "How do you feel?" Lunaria watches intently, uttering the name, Lucid. His friend turns to him with concern, asking, "Lucid?" Lucid sighs, clutching his head as he says, "I feel horrible, Professor Rivel." The others crowd around him, asking if it worked, and he replies that it's made him sick to his stomach, to which Dr. Rivel notes that it sounds like the elixir worked well. With a look of intense regret, Lucid declares that he takes back everything he just said about Lunaria. The entire hall is stunned into silence by his sudden retraction. Mana quickly interjects, demanding to know what he's talking about, reminding him that he was just sincerely describing how Lunaria had made advances. But Lucid shakes his head, insisting that wasn't a real memory, though Mana retorts that it's just the doctor's medicine making him believe that. He maintains that he can tell the difference, and though he can't explain it well, another of the young lords suddenly shouts that he believes Lucid. Mana turns on him, asking what's wrong, but he declares that it doesn't make sense and that he was starting to realize it himself, then turns to the others for agreement. Another of the group agrees, admitting that while he doesn't really get it, what Lucid is saying makes the most sense to him. The last of the 4, the one with glasses, pushes his own up and admits that it all felt strange to him, and while he tried to ignore it for being illogical, he now realizes he should have trusted his heart. Mana seethes as the crowd erupts, finally understanding that the 4 men's memories were manipulated, and Sir Jewett declares that this was clearly a dangerous spell cast on the students with the intent of framing the Duchess of Solfege. Lunaria looks up with feigned surprise, stating that there appears to be a deep conspiracy behind this whole dramatic accusation. The prince begins to sweat, realizing that considering what has happened, there is now more than enough reason to doubt the accusations made by the others. The murmurs in the crowd shift, with guests now agreeing that the Duchess has a point. The atmosphere becomes tense as they realize the gravity of a conspiracy, declaring that it's a scary situation that needs to be investigated immediately. Seeing the people on the fence changing their minds, the prince desperately tries to regain control, shouting for everyone to settle down and asking who cares if the 4 take back their statements. He roars that the evil deeds Lunaria has committed haven't changed, and that this accusation now comes from none other than him, the crown prince. "Who do you think I am?" he screams, his face contorted with rage. But a sudden shockwave from the lie detector cuts him off. The prince stumbles back, his bravado gone, as the crowd cries out in fear at the frightening display. A supporter of the prince shouts that they saw it themselves, all the evil acts Lunaria has done, and how Mana bravely stopped her in the act. The prince latches onto this, crying, "I saw it myself," only for Lunaria to calmly inform him that his memories have been manipulated too. She steps towards the trembling prince, feigning sympathy for his situation and saying he must feel disrespected to have had his memories toyed with. Leaning in close to his ear, she whispers that it probably feels like an extremely hard slap to the face. The prince flinches, a bead of sweat on his brow as the memory of her slapping him flashes through his mind. His eyes widen as he realizes the truth, and Lunaria says she's glad he remembers. As the prince collapses into tears and confusion, Lunaria turns away from him, apologizing for the interruption. But she announces that she has an accusation of her own to make to His Highness. She turns to the entire assembly, her voice ringing out as she declares that throughout their lives, she believes they have all met villains. She tells the story of her own past, how many have tried to oppress her for years, treating her harshly as if rejecting her very existence, robbing her of her humanity and subjecting her to vicious attacks. The hellish days seemed endless, eating her up from the inside until she became so hopeless that she once put a blade to her own throat. The prince, trying to recover, calls it nonsense. But she continues, stating that among all the villains in her life, there is only one she can never forgive, one man in particular. The crowd parts, leaving the prince standing alone in a spotlight of silent accusation. He panics, screaming, "Now, this is all false." She speaks of the man's cold-hearted treatment, His repeated days of relentless violence which stole her will to live and denied her the power to fight his irrational behavior, horrifying the crowd. She says she only wishes she could have told everyone the truth sooner, but the prince furiously orders her to shut up, shouting that no one will believe her. She reveals that this man used his status as her fiancé and his authority as a member of the royal family to threaten her with punishment if she ever acted against him, trying to silence her for years, just as he is doing right now. As he screams that she's trying to frame him, she looks him in the eye and confirms, "Yes, this man's name is Dale, the crown prince of our kingdom." Absolute silence descends upon the entire hall. The prince points an accusing finger, shouting, "You're lying. How dare you say that about me?" But the crowd simply stares, unsure what to believe. One of his remaining supporters shouts for everyone to calm down, calling Lunaria's words slander, treason against the royal family, and an unforgivable crime. Mana rushes to the prince's side, her hands clasped to her chest as she begs him not to let these negative thoughts overwhelm him. Her eyes are wide with desperation as she states that for starters, there's no proof of any of this. A lioness roars fiercely, a symbol of unleashed power. On a grand stage, the queen sits enthroned, flanked by guards, as Lunaria stands before her and declares, "I don't want to hear your excuses." A shocked queen looks at her son, Prince Dale, with disbelief. Mana watches Lunaria with cold, calculating eyes as the crowd murmurs behind them. Lunaria turns her head, a determined look on her face as the gossip continues to swell. Dale cries out, "Mother." The queen asks if he's truly going to take Lunaria's word over his own son's, a son who has shown him nothing but love and respect. But Dale insists that Lunaria is spouting nonsense and that he heard everything from the castle's servants. He explains that he inquired about Lunaria's behavior from each and every one of them. He was the one who asked if they had ever seen or heard about her displaying disgraceful behavior in the castle. They were afraid of receiving punishment from her, so they didn't say anything at first, but he urged them not to hide anything. As Dale tries to continue, the queen cuts him off, telling him they are in public and that the servants told her some very interesting things they had witnessed. "Mother," he screams, "they told me all about your inexcusable actions." The queen simply replies, "Yes, I know," as Dale insists everyone can hear them, but she counters by asking if he isn't here to reveal the truth. As Mana watches, the queen presses her son, asking if he is trying to call her a liar, which he vehemently denies. She then asks if he's saying the royal servants lied to her, questioning if he believes those who serve the royal family are nothing but liars. Dale can only stammer in response, unable to form a coherent thought. Mana clicks her tongue in frustration as the onlookers gossip about the escalating family drama. She sweeps in with a cheerful demeanor, pardoning the interruption. She explains that what Prince Dale is trying to say is that he didn't have a choice. She fabricates a story that Prince Dale isn't feeling well and needs to rest, trying to excuse his behavior by blaming that woman, Lunaria. Dale, taking his cue, points an accusing finger and shouts that Lunaria doesn't know her place. The king and queen watch in shock as Lunaria glares back, unfazed. The queen can only whisper his name, "Dale." The crowd is in an uproar, with some decrying his rudeness and questioning if he's serious, while others blame the king and queen for praising Lunaria's intelligence, which they claim made her full of herself. The queen cries out that he needs to beat some sense into a woman like Lunaria to make her listen, but the king tells her to be quiet. Dale screams that she didn't treat him with the respect he deserves as the crown prince, declaring that he will be the king of this kingdom. He is met with a stunned, "Huh," from Lunaria. And the queen states, "You have made that very clear to me today." As the crowd wonders what the queen is trying to do, one of the guests observes the situation from the side. Viritus's group discusses the unbelievable turn of events, realizing this is far more than a mother scolding her son. It's a political move that will destroy the crown prince. Viritus's friends are stunned into silence. Dale reaches out, a look of confusion on his face as he asks, "Mother?" The queen stares at him with cold disappointment and says she believes he understands what this means, that they have nothing more to discuss, and orders him to step down. The prince watches, stunned, as his mother turns her back on him, his expression one of pure shock. Lunaria looks at the broken prince and says, "Too bad, Dale. Tell me, how does it feel?" She leans in, her voice low and cutting, "Tell me how it feels for it to be announced in front of everyone that you are not fit to succeed the throne." The crowd whispers in shock, trying to understand if the queen's plan all along was to deny her son the throne. Viritus explains that the crown prince is a fool, a fact that pretty much everyone already knew without saying it out loud. His companions agree that it's not the only reason, listing his unbearable ego, his impulsive and belligerent nature, and his demand for praise while denying all criticism as things that make others doubt his ability to be king. One of them mentions that, of course, he's not the only one to realize this, and that everyone who works closely with the royal family is aware and has been troubled by it. Phidias continues that only the king, in his blind love, believed his eldest son was the brightest and most deserving, while the queen was able to judge the situation for what it was. The queen thinks to herself about how Roland, the second prince, was raised to be a wise man, wondering how Dale turned out so differently. Phidias believes it's obvious what's troubling the queen, as there are already enough problems with the royal family as it is. He explains the kingdom's precarious situation, the monarchy's reliance on the dukedom's military to fend off demon beasts, endless conflict with the influential church, and a shaky alliance with neighboring nations, all of which would be exacerbated if Dale became king. For 200 years, the kingdom of Ixis has been glorious, but now it stands at the edge of an unprecedented crisis. His friend agrees, saying that the royal family isn't the only thing he'd destroy. The entire kingdom would fall, too. Lunaria knew this well. Dale is still the king's eldest son, and they can't strip him of his right to the throne simply because he's a fool. Even with the king's power, doing so would be unprecedented and damage the authority of the royal family. Phidias adds that the royal family's power is entirely based on precedent, and even the king himself doesn't seem to support such a move. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place, his friend comments, to which Phidias agrees. Exactly. The queen's worries grew bigger with each passing day, like a balloon ready to burst at any moment. Phidias offers his theory. What if, one day, the Duchess of Solfege approached the queen and told her of all the horrible things the crown prince had done, sobbing as she revealed the evil plan he had for that day? Surely, at that point, nothing could have calmed the queen's rage. Pop, a guest exclaims, the balloon burst. And then, Phidias concludes, the queen arrived at her decision. In order to protect the Ixis family, she had to put an end to her son, Dale, no matter the cost. Phidias admits he doesn't know how much of it the queen foresaw, but he believes she realized that now was her best chance to make it happen. On this beautiful stage, the crown prince displayed disgraceful behavior, making false accusations against the head of the 4 great dukedoms and revealing his abuse towards his own fiancée, all actions that the advisory council can no longer ignore. That's right. With this many screw-ups, the queen can now justify taking away his right to the throne. Phidias's companion realizes that the crown prince started this with his witness accusations, but they all ended up becoming Lunaria's very last witness. As the prince is dragged away, Phidias's friend asks when Lunaria found a chance to get the queen involved, a detail Phidias also finds odd, recalling the last time she was at the castle was during the incident with her father. Dale reaches out in desperation, pleading, "Mother, please reconsider." The king looks on in anguish, crying out, "Helena, how?" While the queen looks at her son with pity and says, "Dale, I truly feel sorry for you." She tells him that the blame for his failings falls on no one but her and his father, for raising him to become the fool that he is. The king groans as Dale shakes, unable to accept her words, and the queen expresses her deep regret that she was unable to show him the way to the throne. The king collapses in his chair as Dale's legs give out beneath him. The prince falls to his knees with a heavy thump. He looks up from the floor, tears streaming down his face as he whispers, "No." Lunaria's butler, Kyle, steps forward, telling him he mustn't do that. He helps the prince to his feet, reminding him that everyone is watching and that he needs to stand until the end. Lunaria pinches his cheek, chiding him for his grim expression and telling him it will ruin the party's cheerful atmosphere. As he cries out in pain, she leans in and whispers, "How about you practice your smile in front of a mirror?" Lunaria's eye, sharp and focused, looks on as the scene is set. She coldly suggests that Prince Dale practice his smile in a mirror, while he weeps in the background. The gathered crowd whispers in confusion, wondering what she could have said to Prince Dale. The queen commands the guards to help Prince Dale to his feet, as it is time for him to leave. Prince Dale looks up with wide, tear-filled eyes as a voice pleads for him to stand. The hall is filled with the low murmur of the onlookers. From the crowd, voices declare that justice has prevailed in a great comeback, expressing their relief. But 3 observers, including a man with glasses, watch intently, with one noting that the true mastermind likely remains at large. The distraught Prince Dale can only whisper a single name, Mana. He reaches out desperately, crying her name as he pulls someone into an embrace. With a sudden flurry of movement, Mana Primera appears in the center of the hall. Prince Dale cries out to Mana, certain she understands him, even as a guard tries to restrain him. But Mana cuts through his hope, stating her deep disappointment in him and shattering his belief that she was the only one who understood. She confesses that she had noticed he was troubled, but as his friend, she had wanted to believe in him, leaving Prince Dale utterly stunned. As he begins to hiccup, Prince Dale reminds her that she once said she loved him, but Mana sorrowfully replies that she cannot ignore the truth, because the queen would never lie. Tears stream down her face as she begs Prince Dale not to lie any more than he already has. With her eyes shut tightly, Mana confesses that she can't stand to see him this way. A choked hiccup escapes Prince Dale, his face a perfect mask of shock and despair. Still hiccuping, he is unceremoniously carried away over a guard's shoulder past the silent assembly. Observers comment on the scene. One group remarks on how difficult it must have been for Lunaria, while Pharitas's companions note that Mana always appears when Lunaria is accused, confirming their suspicions. Mana spins around and calls out to the queen, her attention now completely shifted. She showers the queen with praise, calling her decision brave and very moving for the sake of her people. As onlookers call her shameless, Mana continues her flattery, saying she's embarrassed she couldn't do anything as his classmate but admired how the queen remained firm despite the hardship. With a bright, sparkling gaze, she asks the queen to continue teaching her all kinds of things. From a distance, Lunaria speaks, her voice cutting through the performance. "You surprise me, Mana." Lunaria questions Mana's motives, asking what she hopes to gain by buttering up the queen and if she plans to get close to the second prince, Roland. Mana feigns shock, asking why Lunaria would think such a thing and claiming that Lunaria is scaring her. She plays the part of a confused airhead, suggesting Lunaria is simply upset that she believed Prince Dale, but Lunaria interrupts, stating that Mana knows exactly what the concern is. Lunaria lays out the entire scheme, describing the person responsible for using dangerous magic to manipulate memories and create fake witnesses to frame her. And with a final cutting glare, she declares that the mastermind was none other than Mana herself. The crowd erupts in gasps and shouts of disbelief, certain that the priestess Mana could do no such thing and that this must be a mistake. Lunaria's allies watch knowingly, one remarking that she is simply confirming what they already knew to be true. Mana just laughs, a bright and innocent smile on her face as she claims to have no idea what Lunaria is talking about. Calling Lunaria funny, she continues to laugh before her expression hardens as she demands to see any proof. Lunaria calmly states that she has a witness who saw Mana researching the magic of memory manipulation. Mana scoffs at the very idea, questioning what a mere witness could possibly prove. She argues that as a well-known priestess, she is often the subject of lies and that Lunaria shouldn't trust this supposed witness. Dismissing the claim entirely, Mana presses on, asking who this witness could possibly be. As Mana demands the witness's name, Lunaria recounts how they saw Mana so immersed in her reading she didn't even notice them, before revealing the witness is the queen. Mana's confident facade shatters, her eyes widening in pure shock as the words hang in the air. She can only repeat the title in disbelief, the queen. A wave of chattering sweeps through the grand hall as the crowd reacts to the stunning revelation. All eyes in the hall, including Mana's, turn to the throne where the queen sits silently. The queen begins her testimony, recalling a time when she was still a student and she snuck into the book storage with a friend to read about ancient magic. The crowd murmurs in surprise as the queen admits she is not proud of this, but explains that ancient magic was a fascinating topic for them at the time. She continues, explaining that while they were taught to fear ancient magic, they discovered that some of it was actually innocent and harmless. The two of them became obsessed with trying to replicate the magic, a difficult task even for a talented mage, let alone two students. Reminiscing, the queen states that she always found the magic theory from class to be lacking, while her friend had an incredible natural sense for it, and together they thought they knew better than anyone. But their youthful arrogance led them to cause trouble with an incomplete spell, earning them a strict scolding, until one day, their desperation was answered by what felt like a miracle. She recounts the moment they accidentally succeeded in their experiment, managing to learn a single, simple ancient magic spell. As a cloud of smoke and stars erupts from a book, the queen asks Priestess Mana if she remembers seeing this specific spell, while onlookers shout in alarm that the queen has changed. The spell is named, a transformation into an old lady with mouse ears. The queen's face is revealed, now magically altered into that of a kind, elderly woman with large, soft mouse ears. A woman in the crowd points, exclaiming that she's seen her before. She clarifies that she recognizes the old woman from seeing her cleaning up the school campus. A buzz of recognition ripples through the crowd, as some people say they have seen her before while others remain unsure. Lunaria watches intently, realizing that this was the very day her suspicions first took root. An image of the ancient magic books page lists various transformation spells, including one for an old lady with mouse ears. In a flashback, this very same old lady had approached Lunaria as she was reading that book, commenting on her interest. Lunaria recalls how the old lady then told her about another student, one who was immersed in reading that book about a month ago, describing a girl with her hair tied up in one spot, just like Mana. The flashback shows Lunaria peering from between library stacks, watching the old lady speaking to another student. In that moment, Lunaria had turned to the old cleaning lady and asked her a simple question, "By the way, why are you here?" She had thought it was an odd question, asking if it was the first time Lunaria had seen her cleaning. The old lady, flustered, had joked that she'd been caught slacking, but Lunaria pointed out how quickly she had appeared after being seen at the reception desk just a moment ago. Lunaria remembers the strange feeling she had then, the sense that this person was borrowing a different appearance entirely. And she realizes now that she had that feeling because she, too, was borrowing an appearance at the time. Once her suspicion was aroused, she began to assess the old lady's ability by focusing intently on her very presence. She activated the spell she excelled at, Magia Scan. This magic allows her to read pieces of information by focusing on the mana pattern that surrounds someone, a skill she subconsciously used to ascertain threats and signs of hostility. Having been so often surrounded by animosity, Lunaria had practiced this constantly in order to protect herself, like a musician reading a sheet of music and replaying it in their head. The two women, one in the present and one in the past, stare at each other across an unspoken divide. Back in the library, in that moment of suspicion, Lunaria had begun to ask the old lady if she was, by chance. A close-up of the old lady's face in the darkened library reveals her true, royal identity. The queen, in her disguised form, explains to the court that she has been cleaning around the capital like this for some time. Spending time as someone other than the queen, she says, has allowed her a measure of peace from her overwhelming daily duties. She reveals that Lunaria was the only person to have ever recognized her, as people in the crowd begin to realize they had seen the old woman in neighborhood parks and other places, not just the school campus. The transformed queen now addresses Priestess Mana directly, asking if she remembers meeting her on the campus before. She declares plainly that she saw Mana sneak into the closed stack storage that day. Driven by curiosity, the queen had followed her and saw her take out the book on ancient magic and read the section on the memory manipulation spell. With the truth laid bare, the queen looks down from her throne and asks Mana why. Despite all this, she had claimed to have no idea. Mana can only glare back, her face a mask of cold, silent fury as a single bead of sweat drips down her temple. The crowd whispers anxiously, wondering why the priestess isn't saying anything and hoping it's all just some kind of mistake. The queen continues, admitting that at the time, she found Mana's interest charming and had no way of knowing she would attempt to replicate such a dangerous spell all by herself. But Mana used her power, her miracles, to do something incredibly foolish. Her dark hair shrouds her face as the weight of the accusation settles. Lunaria steps forward, explaining that Mana was careless to leave a witness, perhaps overestimating herself and thinking no one would believe a janitor over a priestess, but the weight of one's words depends entirely on who is speaking. She turns Mana's own words back on her, reminding her what she said to Prince Dale just moments ago. The queen would never lie. Leaning closer, Lunaria delivers the final blow, asking pointedly, "Do you still believe that?" The two adversaries face off, their expressions grim and shadowed. Mana finally bows her head, defeated and exposed. From the sidelines, one of Lunaria's allies observes the scene and declares it checkmate. A single drop of sweat traces a path down Mana's tense face. The royal guards approach, addressing her as Mana Primera and informing her she is suspected of extortion by memory manipulation and falsifying evidence. The crowd is stunned to see the police moving to arrest the priestess, an unprecedented event, as a commanding officer demands a full explanation from her. Mana makes one last attempt at intimidation, asking the guards if they are sure they want to do this, reminding them of her sacred position. But the guards are unmoved, telling her to come with them as she tries to back away, asking them to keep their distance. Suddenly, she strikes out, unleashing a wave of force that sends the guards flying. The powerful blast cracks the stone steps of the royal dais. One of the guards clutches his chest, groaning in pain as his superior shouts, demanding to know what she's doing. Mana simply mutters under her breath, "This sucks." She unleashes another violent burst of dark, swirling energy. Lunaria's allies watch the chaos erupt, their faces a mixture of concern and grim resolve. But Lunaria herself stands firm, her expression calm as she says, "I knew you would do this." The hall erupts in a blinding flash of light as the guests scream, asking what's happening. Onlookers cry out in shock and disbelief, realizing the priestess has just attacked the police. The police captain declares the outside is surrounded and orders Mana to give up and come quietly, but she simply replies, "This irks me." She scoffs at the officer, disdainfully asking why a nobody like him is talking back to her. A brilliant light emanates from her hand as the crowd gasps, recognizing the object she holds as an angel stone. Lunaria's allies identify the elite magic stone as a priestess's symbol, though one notes with concern that she thought they were only used for fighting monsters. Lunaria Alvon Sulfish shouts across the chaotic hall, "Stop resisting, Mana." She presses on, asking if Mana truly believes she can get away while surrounded by so many officers and guards, but Mana coolly retorts, "So what?" Mana Primera raises the glowing stone high, activating a spell called Angelic Shift. A wave of power rushes through the hall as Lunaria watches the scene unfold, her expression hardening. The crowd shouts for everyone to look as the angel stone transforms, flowing into a suit of armor around Mana's body. The transformation completes, leaving Mana hovering in the air, now clad in ornate, flowing armor and a magnificent crown. Her armored foot makes a soft sound as it touches down lightly on the polished floor. A wicked, shadowed smirk spreads across Mana's face, her eyes gleaming with malevolent power. The captain, refusing to be intimidated, points decisively and orders his men to apprehend the priestess. As the guards charge forward, Mana closes her eyes and whispers a prayer to protect the weak. In response, she casts Holy Sphere, generating a massive, geodesic barrier of light that instantly engulfs the guards. The men are trapped, pounding futilely on the defensive barrier as one notices Mana collecting inside it. Mana quietly chants of the light of justice. She then unleashes her next attack, Holy Strike. The barrier explodes outward, sending the police flying as the guests scream in terror, crying that the priestess is going to kill them all. Amid the panic, Mana sighs that this ordeal sucks, deciding she'll just become queen in another kingdom, while one brave student shouts that she has trained for moments like this and will handle it. Mana plots her escape narrative, the poor, framed priestess seeking asylum, as the remaining mages scramble to evacuate guests and block the exits. Taking to the air, Mana effortlessly dodges the magical attacks from below, taunting that they are all too slow to even come close to hitting her. The furious police captain demands to know why his mages are not flying up to capture her. One of the mages explains that flight is a holy magic spell exclusive to the user of an angel stone, so there is nothing they can do. But Lunaria's voice cuts through the despair as she declares she will conjure footing in the air with ice magic, shocking the others who mistake it for wind magic. She creates platforms of shimmering ice, leaping between them to chase Mana into the air while holding a sphere of dark energy. Lunaria closes the distance, her hair flowing behind her as she prepares to confront the priestess in a mid-air battle. The two powerful mages clash high above the stunned onlookers on the ballroom floor. With grim determination, Lunaria vows, "I won't let you get away, Priestess Mana." Mana sneers back at her rival, "Who do you think you are?" Lunaria skillfully weaves through the debris-filled air, dodging Mana's relentless magical attacks. Their powerful spells collide between them, erupting in a brilliant, blinding explosion of light and force. Below, a soldier explains to his captain that the priestess with her angel stone is supposed to be the strongest mage, making it incredible that the Duchess of Solfege is putting up a fight and proving Mana isn't invincible. The frantic aerial battle continues, filling the air with shards of ice and crackling magic. Mana laughs at Lunaria's struggle, finding it funny how hard she is trying, before adding that it's too bad. She shouts that the villain never wins against the protagonist as she gathers energy for what looks like a finishing blow. But just as the spell is about to connect, a young man leaps into its path to shield Lunaria. Lunaria watches in shock, crying out, "Mythos!" as he takes the full force of the blast meant for her. Mythos himself seems stunned, asking if this was supposed to happen in the story, while Lunaria admits that although she expected Mana to fight back, this was definitely not part of the plan. Mana complains that the interruption hurt and petulantly asks what that was for. Lunaria analyzes the situation, her mind racing as she observes the overlapping patterns of Mana's armor and realizes it's a high-level magic that provides defenses far beyond simple barriers. She deduces that Mana clearly doesn't want to be hurt and formulates a new strategy as Mythos asks what the next plan is. Lunaria declares her new plan. She's going to keep throwing numbers at Mana until she completely exhausts her mana, reasoning that not even the priestess's power is infinite. Mythos enthusiastically cheers for the very simple plan, while Mana scoffs that it sucks. In response, Mana casts 2 spells at once, Holy Sphere and Angel Ring. She chants, "I restrain you," repeatedly, ensnaring her targets in constricting rings of golden light. Mythos curses, struggling against the magical binds as he realizes his magic dispel can't keep up with her power. The restraints tighten with each word of Mana's relentless chant, crushing him. Suddenly, a new spell slices through the air and shatters the magical rings in a brilliant explosion. Standing on a balcony is Pharitus, who remarks how glad he is to have been carrying a magic item for self-defense. Lunaria recognizes her ally, relieved by the timely intervention. Mana clicks her tongue in annoyance, wishing the nobodies would just disappear already. She laughs maniacally and prepares another wave of restraining magic, her hands glowing with power. But another voice rings out, casting a powerful Omega magic dispel. A wave of energy shaped like a heart flies through the air, nullifying Mana's attack just in the nick of time. A young woman named Alicia appears holding a heart-shaped wand, telling a grateful Lunaria that she can count on her to handle the support. Frustrated by the constant interruptions, Mana fires off several smaller blasts of magic in every direction. But Lunaria intercepts the attacks, trapping Mana within a shimmering cage of light from her Magia Seal spell. More of Lunaria's friends, Aisha, Pharma, and Rose, join the battle, declaring their intent to help and treating the fight as their final magic exercise at the academy. Lunaria gratefully thanks her friends by name as Mana struggles against the magical cage, crying out in frustration. Enraged, Mana screams that they are all annoying as she unleashes another devastating Holy Strike. The powerful blast shatters the students' barrier, sending them flying backwards. Mythos and the others quickly rally, forming a new barrier as they shout that they owe this to Lunaria. One of Lunaria's allies takes charge, directing the others to strengthen the barrier while casting healing magic on the wounded, as a new, unfamiliar melody heals a guard's wound. Another young man has appeared, casually playing a guitar that is actually a vintage magic item and complaining about what a tiresome day it has been. The students continue their relentless assault, bombarding Mana's defensive sphere with spells. The guitarist joins the fray, kicking a sphere of sound energy at the barrier while another student adds their own attack from above. Mythos gives a thumbs up, complimenting the newcomers on their perfect shot and timing. Lunaria proposes they all cast a joint binding spell, an idea her friends eagerly agree to. As they prepare the powerful spell, they call out to a reluctant Pharitus, "Hey, you with the pouty face. Help us." Meanwhile, in the evacuated area, Professor Travis shouts at students who are trying to run back inside, warning them of the extreme danger. The students refuse to be stopped, telling Professor Travis they want to help and make it up to Lunaria for ever doubting her, declaring they will not be cowards. Seeing their unwavering determination, the professors realize the students won't listen and decide they must go back in as well. The students of the River Royal Academy rush back into the fray, shouting Lunaria's name and swearing on their honor that they are there to help her. Lunaria smiles, touched by the arrival of her surprise support, as the combined forces of the students unleash a massive barrage of binding spells like Wind Chain and Magia Seal. Mana struggles within the thicket of magical chains, screaming for them all to back off. The combined power of the students' attack slams into her, throwing her back through the air. The allies observe that while it is taking all of their power just to slow her down, Mana is losing strength and has stopped grinning. Cornered and furious, Mana plays her final card, unleashing her ultimate defensive spell, Holy Sphere, Ultima. Lunaria carefully analyzes Mana's strategy, wondering why she is focusing so heavily on defense with a powerful barrier when she is already wearing strong magic armor and escape should be her top priority. A primal scream of rage and power tears from Mana's throat as she begins to summon the divine beast, Puckle. A massive, intricate magic circle spreads out from her barrier, glowing with an immense and terrifying power. The police captain and students look on in horror, with one recognizing the distinct pattern of summoning magic. Lunaria watches with grim recognition, Her eyes narrowed as she identifies the entity being summoned. It is the divine beast, Puckle. In a blinding poof of smoke, the divine beast Puckle appears, a large, plush rabbit-like creature floating beside Mana's defensive sphere. The students stare in wonder, asking what it is, while another explains that it is the divine beast, a magical creature that exists to protect the priestess. Lunaria recognizes it instantly as Puckle, the guide from the game Angel's Watch, noting to herself that she had found it strange she hadn't seen the creature anywhere until now. Some of Lunaria's allies are unimpressed, remarking that it's just a cute little support character, though one friend looks on with deep concern. Faritas warns them that this is not its true form. The divine beast answers the priestess's prayer, transforming into a beautiful creature with a silver mane and healing powers. Mythos questions the mention of healing powers, as Lunaria confirms that this exact event does happen in Angel's Watch. She recalls the game's scenario. When the protagonist, Mana, ran into trouble fighting monsters, she prayed to the angels, and Puckle transformed to heal her wounds. Her friends immediately question this, pointing out that Mana has no injuries, which leads Lunaria to the grim realization that her rival must be planning something else entirely. Puckle materializes in the chaotic ballroom, looking around in confusion and wondering where it is. From within her shimmering sphere, Mana calls out, "Over here," to get the disoriented creature's attention. The divine beast recognizes Mana, and its face immediately fills with fear and distress. Mana viciously berates the creature, calling it useless and demanding to know why it is never around when she is in trouble. Puckle timidly apologizes, explaining that it stayed in the room to be good and not get in the way, but Mana furiously cuts off its excuses and commands it to transform. The creature lets out a startled cry as a powerful energy begins to surge from its small body. A blinding flash of white light completely engulfs Puckle, concealing its transformation from the shocked onlookers. The students and guards shield their eyes, amazed by the sheer intensity of the light. The light pulses and expands violently, twisting and morphing Puckle's form into something much larger and more menacing. As the light subsides, the students look on in horror as the creature's massive, fanged maw becomes visible. Faritas posits a terrifying theory. The divine beast transforms according to the priestess's prayer, but what happens if that prayer is evil? Lunaria watches with a grim, knowing expression as Puckle's transformation completes. It has become a monstrous, dark beast with feathered wings, a skeletal mask, and a powerful horse-like body, wreathed in shadows and ominous energy. The students recoil in shock, exclaiming that the creature's mana feels incredibly sinister. They shout in disbelief, pointing out its mane is pitch black, not silver, and that the beast is clearly a predator, not a healer. Mythos turns to Lunaria, asking if she expected this, but she can only manage to say, "I see. So, this is what happens when the priestess gets like that?" Mana points from her perch and commands the transformed Puckle to get rid of all the fools who dare to oppose her. Lunaria pleads with the divine beast, shouting that Mana Primera is no longer fit to be a priestess and that it has no need to obey her, but Puckle can only whisper, "I'm sorry." The beast opens its mouth and unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of pure darkness. Lunaria reacts instantly, throwing all of her remaining energy into a magical barrier to shield herself from the devastating blast. Her barrier shatters on impact, the immense power of the attack overwhelming her defenses. Mana screams at Puckle to keep holding everyone back, viciously blaming the entire escalating situation on its uselessness. Lunaria apologizes to her friends, knowing she must face this new, terrible threat. The students quickly rally, pouring all of their combined magical power into a single, unified defensive barrier. Puckle's dark energy slams into their shield with tremendous force, the impact shaking the entire grand hall. As her former classmates are thrown back by the force of the blast, Mana floats calmly, inviting them to do their worst, while the captain of the guards orders his men to hold the exits with their lives. Lunaria, wounded from the initial blast, knows she needs to heal before she can re-engage, as the others shout desperately not to let Mana escape. Mana hovers above the destruction, wings of pure light spreading behind her as she announces that it's time for her to leave. She pauses, adding with a cruel smile, "Oh, but one last thing." As a sharp crystal of dark energy forms in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, she sends the deadly shard flying across the room. She declares that Lunaria will only continue to get in her way if left alive. The attack hurtles directly toward the unsuspecting Prince Dale, still recovering on a balcony. But at the last possible second, Lunaria appears in a flash of movement, deflecting the lethal blast with a hastily formed magical shield. As the dust from the impact settles, Mana looks around in confusion, wondering where her rival disappeared to. Lunaria materializes directly behind her, holding the rescued prince over her shoulder, and taunts, "Wow. You're slow." She slams a powerful attack into Mana's back, sending the priestess crashing down from the sky. Lunaria winces, absorbing the painful recoil from unleashing such a powerful spell. Mana is sent tumbling uncontrollably through the air, away from the balconies and back toward the center of the hall. She rights herself midair, her face a mask of shock, and mutters that Lunaria simply doesn't know when to give up. Mana boasts that this isn't even her full power, as she doesn't enjoy tiring herself out, but Lunaria looks on with suspicion, sensing that something isn't right. One of Lunaria's friends flies up to offer support, but Lunaria waves her off, shouting for her to stay out of this. She pants from exhaustion, observing that Mana is now clearly much stronger than she was before. This makes no sense to her, as she knows Mana exhausted a lot of her strength earlier in the fight, and she desperately wonders what could have happened to cause this sudden power-up. A dreadful realization begins to dawn on her as a single tear escapes her eye. She reflects on the fact that this world is the physical manifestation of the game Angel's Watch, but that doesn't mean every detail was explicitly described in the game's code. She considers the things unaccounted for, how the world itself might fill in the blanks of the story with its own logic, using Prince Dale as a perfect example. In the game, Dale's character was simply a man who spoiled Mana, and his unjust actions against Lunaria were plot holes that relied on a convenient, unexplained outcome. However, in this reality, his actions all made sense when one considered that he was actually deranged, filling in the blanks of his character with a logical, if terrifying, explanation. She remembers an event in Angel's Watch, where Puckle fought alongside Mana, and for some unexplained reason, Mana was suddenly powered up. She realizes that what was a plot hole in the game might be a fundamental rule of this world. The priestess always gains strength when Puckle assists in battle. On the battlefield, Mana yells at Puckle, accusing it of holding back as the students continue their relentless assault. The dark beast unleashes another devastating wave of burning energy at the students. They are thrown to the ground, overcome by an intense heat that paralyzes them, as Mana laughs triumphantly from above. Lunaria frantically tries to think of a new plan, knowing that her chances of defeating Mana by herself are now slim with the powered-up Puckle in her way. Mana decides she has wasted enough time on the stubborn Lunaria and prepares a single, full-strength blow to end her life. Suddenly, Lunaria is struck by a strange and unfamiliar feeling. Her eyes widen in shock as she looks up towards the high ballroom windows. She watches the chaos of the battle, focusing on Mana and Puckle, as a profound change begins to occur. An unseen and powerful force seems to be asserting its will on the scene. An unnatural quiet suddenly falls over the entire battlefield. The students, the guards, and the monstrous Puckle are all frozen in time. A new figure appears before a swirling portal filled with monstrous, watching eyes. A girl who looks exactly like Lunaria. Lunaria realizes with a jolt that everything has stopped, and she desperately wonders why this is happening now. The world around her seems to dissolve into abstract lines of light and data. Her mysterious double appears before her, standing on the edge of a dark, crumbling precipice. The spirit of the original Lunaria speaks, telling her that it seems unlikely she will be able to defeat Priestess Mana as things stand. She is presented with the first of two choices: continue to fight and die. The second choice appears: summon the Demon King and destroy the entire capital. Lunaria stares at the impossible decision before her, trapped and stunned into silence. She looks at the strange, glowing text of the ultimatum and wonders what kind of choice this could possibly be. The first choice is presented in the void: continue to fight and die. Followed by the second, equally grim option: summon the Demon King and destroy the entire capital. Lunaria stares in horror, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple as she whispers, "What kind of choice is this?" Her spirit double stands before the terrible ultimatum, realizing her only options are to either stand here and die, or kill everyone and be branded a witch for the rest of her life. As the two choices hover before her, she questions if she truly has to pick one of these awful fates. She bows her head in utter despair before the stark, impossible words of the first choice. A cynical, determined smile then crosses her face as she looks up and declares, "This is ridiculous." She knows something is deeply wrong. It's not fair that both choices guarantee her a bad end, and besides, she doesn't even know how to summon the Demon King. A look of sudden, dawning horror spreads across her face. Her eye widens in shock as a long-forgotten memory violently surfaces. She recalls a deadlock scenario from one of the game's many routes, a moment where Lunaria is cornered at the graduation party and all seems lost. In that memory, she had discovered a secret room within the Solfège mansion, hidden behind a scarlet-red door, and after dispelling its multi-layered protections, she found an old, handwritten book. The summoning spell for the Demon King was written in that very book. She bows her head, the heavy weight of the recovered memory settling upon her. She realizes with a jolt that this is why she actually knows the incantation for the summoning spell. The memory had been buried, but now it has returned. It feels as if she has just unknowingly accessed an unmarked file deep within the database of the original Lunaria's memories, and she notes that the convenient existence of this memory feels superficial and contrived, just like a plot device in the game. She reasons that regardless of the plot's quality, if it existed in the story of Angel's Watch, then it must also exist as a rule in this world. With dawning horror, she asks herself if this truly means she has to choose one of these terrible options. She considers refusing to choose, but concludes that she would likely be forced into one of the scenarios anyway, as that is simply how the world of Angel's Watch works. She questions the purpose of it all, screaming into the void and asking if someone, somewhere, a god perhaps, is enjoying the spectacle of her suffering. Fine. You win, she shouts, admitting that whether this god is a complex AI or a real deity, she must have made a mistake somewhere along the way. She screams in pure desperation, begging to be allowed to start over just one more time. She bargains with the unseen force, offering her life and even her soul, laughing bitterly that she is probably already dead anyway. With tears streaming down her face, she declares that it is fundamentally wrong to end Lunaria's story this way. She admits that while she did want revenge, having Mana kill her is nothing but a cruel joke, and she never wanted to achieve her goals by heartlessly dragging everyone else down with her. So, she pleads one last time with the silent, terrible choices before her. She begs for a better ending for Lunaria, one where she isn't condemned or hated, promising that she will do better if given another chance. A single, sharp eye looks on as the chains of fate bind the spirit of the original Lunaria. The spirit speaks, her voice filled with ancient sorrow, admitting that she always knew this would happen, but she just tried not to think about it. She reveals the world's terrible truth. No matter what route Lunaria takes, she is fated to never have a happy ending. Her destiny is sealed, and misfortune will always follow. That is why she took her own life. She knew nothing could be done, but the current Lunaria wasn't ready to accept that and was desperate to help. The current Lunaria finally understands. She wasn't trying to help the original Lunaria, who never wanted this bloody revenge. She was trying to help herself, projecting her own feelings and desires onto the Duchess. She accepts that this is a fitting end, not for the noble Lunaria, but for a fool like her, and that these terrible choices are simply the consequences of her own actions. She concludes that she was wrong from the very beginning. The original Lunaria was smarter, an overpowered mage who shone brighter than anyone, and her sad choice to end her own life was probably the right one after all. Amidst her despair, a single fragment of light glints nearby. She looks up, startled, and asks, "What?" A ray of light had reflected off a piece of ice, and for a fleeting moment, the magic fragment looked just like a person. She wipes her brow, dismissing it as a trick of the light, thinking it only seemed to move because she herself had moved. A hand reaches out, extending towards her. She looks down at her own hand, where a magical crest now glows brightly, as the spirit of the original Lunaria watches her from the dark precipice. The spirit speaks her name, revealing a hidden truth. Lunaria is an overpowered mage. After all, Lunaria Alvon Solfège is an overpowered mage. The current Lunaria asks what overpowered means. In a sudden flashback, the current Lunaria sits at a table with the original, a quiet moment between them. She explains to her other self that overpowered is a term used in games, and it's another way of saying that something is fundamentally unfair. She elaborates, stating that it basically means she has the ability to rework the world as she sees fit. Back in the void of choices, the words echo in her mind, "I can rework the world." The glowing crest on the back of her hand shines with a brilliant, renewed light. She understands now that this is a fundamental part of the story of Angel's Watch, that Lunaria Alvon Solfège is, by her very nature, an overpowered mage. And she knows that whatever is a part of the game Angel's Watch is also a fundamental truth of this world. She looks again at the two terrible choices laid before her by the world system. A new, unshakable confidence lights her eyes as she speaks to the void. Isn't that right? She feels the magic still coursing through her veins and knows she has enough mana left to act. She gathers her remaining power, a whirlwind of energy building around her. She declares her newfound intention, I'm going to rework the world as I see fit. She leaps from the precipice, flying through the void with renewed purpose. Using my overpowered magic. A complex magic circle glows in her eye as she activates her Magia Scan ability. She will analyze the very mana that makes up this ridiculous realm, follow the paths of energy to the system's core location, and access it directly. Her hands plunge deep into the fabric of the system, represented by the very choice panels that sought to condemn her. She pushes through the system's layers of defense, fighting against its control. She feels the realm resisting, repairing itself and rewinding time to a state before she started interfering, realizing that the world itself is trying to deny her access. A disembodied voice taunts her, noting that the system exposes the details of everyone's lives, yet desperately wants to keep its own nature a secret. Don't you think you're being a little selfish? The voice mocks her efforts. Lunaria vows to access it again, but this time, she will do it faster than the system can revert her changes by scanning for the defensive magic and finding the exact spot responsible for rewinding time. She thrusts her arm forward, unleashing a torrent of her own power against the system's core. The system pushes back violently, inflicting immense pain as she cries out in agony. Blood spurts from her arms and hands as the system's sharp, blade-like defenses tear at her flesh. She is surrounded by the system's defenses, sharp black claws intent on repelling her intrusion. She is thrown back by the force of the counterattack, but she refuses to give in. With a bloody, determined grin, she shouts through the pain, I won't let go, no matter how angry you get. She grabs hold of the system's fractured code once more, her grip like iron. With a final, desperate surge of strength, she tears at the very fabric of the choices that were presented to her. Cracks spread rapidly through the system as she rips it apart from the inside out. The sound of the world breaking is like a high-pitched scream of agony. The voice of the system asks, Are you afraid? As the world shatters into pieces around her. Yeah. I bet you're scared, the voice continues, its tone shifting. I would be too. I'll put you back together. But Lunaria rejects its offer, declaring that there are more than two choices. She will forge new paths and fix everything that is wrong with this broken world. She flies through the fragments of the breaking code, a creator in the ruins of the old system. She shouts with absolute conviction, I'll make the choice I want. She tears through the old, broken choices with her bare hands, shattering them into nothingness. A new choice begins to write itself into existence, forged by her will. Continue to fight. Defeat mana with one remarkable strike. Lunaria laughs, her voice ringing with triumph and relief. The third choice, her choice, is now fully formed, replacing the two impossible options that came before.